Audiobook title Caledon's full chapter from 01 to chapter 185 status. Completed by author T.G. Parsons. Welcome back, travelers of the Zephyr, where just one chapter somehow turns into so sunrise again. Today's descent into obsession is Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons, a complete space opera, war and mecha epic that started life on Royal Road and then marched all the way to Kindle Unlimited. And yes, Caledon really is having a worse time than you. If your last bad day did not involve losing an entire dukedom, consider yourself ahead. Caledon was in ruins. The dukedom fell to enemy blades, bad politics, and one catastrophically incompetent former duke who has definitely secured a place in the do not emulate section of history. Into this mess steps Cal, heir to a shattered legacy, trying to rebuild a world that has been pillaged, mismanaged, and generally treated like a tutorial planet nobody expected to survive past level 10. Cal wants to claw his way back to those halcyon days of the past, though in practice that means juggling nobles, soldiers, and mechs while the galaxy politely does its best to kill him. Expect hard-leaning sci-fi with mechs, kingdom building on a planetary scale, and that tasty blend of space opera, war, and political scheming that makes you quietly grateful your biggest responsibility is pressing play. You will get noble houses and ruined worlds, VR training, high-beam weaponry, and giant war machines stomping about like someone crossed Dune, old-school mech warrior novels, and a very angry reclamation project. If you enjoy watching a driven, genetically engineered, very capable Lade try to rebuild a fallen realm, while the universe throws every possible complicati on at him, you are absolutely in the right audiobook. This recording is brought to you by Zephyr Audiobook, home of dangerously bingeable web novel marathons, where 4-hour uploads are considered a warm-up stretch. If this story grabs you, do the noble thing, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and drop a comment for the algorithmal gods. Apparently even empires and audiobooks need proper logistics. Now, strap in, power up your imaginary mech, and prepare to watch a broken dukedom fight for a new future. This is Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons. Part 04 Negotiations on the time and details of the peace summit progressed, and it looked like it would take place on the anniversary of the attack on Terra. A symbolic gesture to demonstrate the return of peace after the horrific attack that was the cause of the war. With another 9 months left before the date's arrival, it gave ample time for both sides to prepare. Behind the scenes, skeptical of the outcome, each ducal house trained their chosen Titan pilot and organized their forces. There was doubt that the peace would last, and each house planned to capitalize on the resumption of hostilities by seizing as much territory from their opponents as possible. In consultation with Prince Argyle, Cal learned that Samuel was correct. Along with a small retinue of advisors, the only security allowed during the summit would be their Titan. Like the threat of nuclear war in Terra's ancient past, the princes were relying on the theory of mutual assured destruction to keep everyone present honest and peaceful. Who would dare attack the other side when it would mean the death of both princes, and most of those attending, in the ensuing brawl between the most destructive weapons of war that humanity had ever created? For Cal, time passed in a blur of activity. The Duke had taken to piloting the heavy-class Colossus every day, not just on guard duty at the estate, but on training exercises across the planet. He had quickly learned that, for someone used to the speed and agility of a light class, the Colossus was a slow-moving fortress that required intense situational awareness in order to not cause accidents with its footsteps. To help with his training, Mare and Talha both went through training activities with him. Talha had finally made her bulwark functional, and the medium-class mech's neural burden made the lag comically high. Sometimes it took the young woman a full second to respond to a change in terrain or an incoming attack. But she persevered, and after 6 months of long days spent training, she could use the medium class competently. Mare was given Samuel's throne to use for her training. The enormous flying heavy class mech was considerably more complicated to pilot than the Colossus. For Cal, regulating the mobile suit's shields, limited movement, and weapons systems put a strain on the neural link. But for Mare, the throne was a former Imperial Guard mech, and it came with significantly more options and power than the Colossus. The first time Mare had used it, her head had nearly split in half from the strain. There was a deluge of information fed directly into her mind. Sensor information, reactor power flow, weapons guidance and shields were funneled quickly to her brain. Even the flight velocity and direction required her attention. It was like splitting her mind into a dozen pieces, each focusing on the tiny details. Each needed her attention, and she was quickly overwhelmed. But the princess persevered, and after 6 months, although she couldn't say she mastered it, she was no longer embarrassed to operate the mobile suit in front of others. While she wasn't as graceful or in control as Samuel had demonstrated, she could hold her own against Cal during their sparring sessions. Page break, calculating parabolic arc, modulating input, sensors locked, adjusting for environmental variance. Cal muttered as the HUD traced a line from the giant cannon on the Colossus' right shoulder to the mare's throne that was speeding toward him from over 100 miles away across the flat, desert scrubland of Caledon's southern hemisphere. It was astounding how accurate the mobile suit sensors could be. In his mind's eye, he could see the terrain spread out in front of him in all directions, while he could also faintly detect energy signatures from other mobile suits. He could even sense the towns and cities far away, their power giving the horizon a faint, yellowish glow. It took time to adapt, and he still found it overwhelming at times. Finishing the calculations, he sent a thought to the cannon, lifting its angle of attack slightly. With a deafening crack, the cannon spewed a jet of flame from its opening as it launched a round. The Colossus rocked back on its 4 legs from the force of the blast. The cockpit's gel cushion absorbed the blow and protected its pilot. The effect it had on the heavy class was a testament to the weapon's power. He watched the tungsten slug, filled with high-energy explosives, crest the horizon. Following the curvature of Caledon, it was soon out of sight. His HUD displayed the arc, and in a few seconds, it had reached its highest point before falling back toward the ground. In his sensors, he could detect the moment Mare detected the projectile. The throne veered off its original course. A slight adjustment meant the tungsten round would miss by more than a mile at that distance. Clicking his tongue, Cal reached out with his mind to the projectile. The neural link connected him to the gyroscope contained within. With a slight modification, the round began to follow his sensor readings of Mare's throne. Cal closed his eyes. His mobile suit was linked with the defense satellites in orbit, giving him a view of the terrain below. With a thought, he focused on Mare. "There you are," Cal whispered, smiling as he was the throne flying through the air, its shield a blue haze as it surrounded the mech. Turning his eyes, Cal could spot the trail of vapor trailing behind the round as it tracked her. Cal watched as Mare slowed. She must have caught on that the round was tracking her. Raising her weapon, she aimed the extended barrel of her lasgun at the metallic object. Her gun was a heavily modified version of a mobile suit heavy las rifle, 3 times the size of the ordinary variant. Even at over 20 feet in length, it appeared just right in the heavy class mech's hands. She carefully aimed at the round with extended range and power before pulling the trigger. A streak of bluish-white light shot out of the rifle. At nearly a foot in diameter, the line of energy was capable of piercing through 100 feet of reinforced concrete. "Not this time, Mare," Cal whispered, smiling as he saw her try to defeat his attack. The last time they had tried this, she had struck it accurately despite his every attempt to move the round out of the path of her lasgun. But he had a trick up his sleeve. Before Mare's counterattack could reach the tungsten round, Cal sent it a signal with his mind. The slug separated into dozens of pieces. Mare's strike obliterated 2 parts, but the rest continued toward her. Cal had practiced this maneuver for weeks, but lacked the focus and ability to pull it off. It required splitting his attention to each individual piece, directing them to attack Mare separately. Their internal systems responded to Cal's mental touch, using the momentum retained from their descent. Weaving and twirling through the air, they descended on the throne like a flight of diving birds. Made of slivers of tungsten, they impacted her shield with force. Typically, they would all explode, doing enough damage to potentially knock out the throne's shield. But since this was a training exercise, they lacked the explosives to do so. A notification came through both channels indicating that fatal damage had been sustained. Their spar was officially over. If this had been a real battle, Mare's mech would have been disabled or destroyed by the attack. Mare's frowning face appeared on his HUD. "Learned a new trick, I see," she said, and Cal caught the hint of a pout. She hated to lose. Cal laughed when he caught sight of her expression. "It took me a while to work it out. It looks like dinner will be your treat tonight," Cal teased. They had a standing bet that the loser would need to pay for dinner at a restaurant of the winner's choice. While it didn't seem like a big deal, they tended to pick options the others despised. For Cal, he hated fish, while Mare loathed spicy foods. "Fine, but don't get used to it. I'll figure out a counter." Mare responded, flashing him a wide grin before cutting the communication link. "I'm counting on it," Cal whispered, thinking of the upcoming summit. They needed to push themselves to the limit in order to pilot their respective titans. It was part of the reason why they practiced in the real world. VR would hold them back, and its safety reduced the experience's effectiveness. There was another reason as well. Cal flexed his left hand. The spasms that had plagued him were nearly gone. His body was adapting to the neural link, and the damage done by Atlas was almost repaired. But there was still a risk that it would harm him if he piloted Atlas to its full abilities again. Placing his hand firmly on the controls, Cal pushed the thought aside. He would do what he must to protect Caledon and everyone who relied on him for their safety. Chapter 141, The Approaching Storm. Chapter 141, The Milky Way Galaxy, home to 400 billion stars, shone brightly in the darkness of space. Despite its technology and ambitions, humanity had only explored and colonized a fraction of its magnitude. The Empire had divided its territory between the ducal houses, the spiral arms of the galaxy, carved and gifted in a manner familiar to those who understood the history of humanity. To humans, the entire universe was theirs for the taking, and their home galaxy was just the beginning. But the universe was larger than many of them could ever imagine. Caledon's sun hung in space, its light shining on a few barren planets that orbited it before reaching the inhabited Caledon with billions of inhabitants. The light continued on, reaching Luna. Tidally locked, the light always shone on only one of its surfaces. Luna City glistened white in the sun as its people hustled to their workplaces. Aesir Corporation had finally transitioned to Caledonian space, adding tens of millions of new workers and an influx of industry with their presence. Caledon would have its own line of mobile suits, and a corrupt corporation would be reorganized and altered into a ducal house-owned business. Beyond Caledon's system, its sector was going through a resurgence. Its inhabited planets were being reabsorbed back into the ducal house. Law and order were returning to this section of the galaxy. Its tainted nobility would bend the knee to their duke or face annihilation. The people's lives would improve. Some resisted that idea, and conflict raged across the once neglected sector. But with Caledon's increased military presence, resistance was quickly stamped out. Pirates and brigands, criminal organizations and slavers were being systemically purged from Caledonian space. What replaced them were elected governments and nobility loyal to their duke. The name Caledon was on everyone's lips. The people who now saw hope praised him, while those who saw the fortunes their activities had brought dwindle in the new regime cursed him. But 500 years of stagnation and neglect couldn't be undone quickly. It would take years to repair the damage, but their duke assured everyone in his sector that he was committed to seeing it happen. Beyond Caledon's sector, the other ducal houses settled into an uneasy armistice. The peace, which would hold only until the negotiations between the princes concluded, allowed them to build their forces and train their pilots. Already, titans could be seen above their home worlds for the first time in millennia, the pinnacle of humanity's destructive power. They all waited for their opportunity when they would be unleashed upon their enemies. On the edge of the Milky Way, beyond the Empire's effort of colonization and exploration, the coordinates revealed by our Ouroboros remained elusive. No starship could reach it, and the thought of what was there tantalized those who knew about discovery. What lay there? Was it a threat, as Mare's vision implied, or was it their salvation? Despite the distance from the Empire, the coordinates were still within the boundary of their galaxy, giving some revelation on how enormous it was. Even starships, capable of jumping across the breadth of the Empire, couldn't reach it. It was sometimes easy for humans to forget that their galaxy was only one of many. Looking inward, focused on the events in their empire that affected their lives, they often failed to look at the space outside. The universe was incredibly large, and the Milky Way galaxy was only a tiny pinprick of light in the space between galaxies. Most of the universe was empty, the distance between galaxies insurmountable and absurdly isolated. In this black void hung a mysterious object. It hurtled through space, faster than even the light of the stars, toward the Milky Way. To it, the galaxy was a beacon, calling out to it from the darkness, drawing it toward its warmth from the cold of deep space. To the scale of the universe, this object was minuscule. A black orb, it trailed specks of glittering, sparkling light behind it. But if one were to observe it closer, they would realize those specks of light were suns, following in the wake of the object. So dense was its gravity that the light of these obediently following stars did not escape the object's pull. The orb, a mind-boggling giant, was not perfectly round or smooth. Its surface was filled with marks and crags, gouges and craters that gave it a rough appearance. Ice covered its exterior in places, and what appeared to be black rock. Beneath the surface of the immense, black orb, hundreds of thousands of tunnels carved their way through its dense interior. Lined with frost from the intense cold of deep space, the passageways developed an atmosphere and gradually warmed as they descended toward the center. Gravity was crushing here, and the pressure was overwhelming. No normal creature could survive in these depths as the temperature soared. The silence that had gripped the entire orb gradually broke. A rhythmic pounding could be heard as one descended these tunnels. The walls shook in time with the noise, and cracks appeared, only to be healed as soon as they were created. A living mass was clustered at the center of this strange celestial object, moving through the deep void of the space between the stars. The sound grew louder as it neared the mass, and it could be seen that it was a heart beating with regularity. The orb was alive. An odd, black substance flowed out from the heart, creeping its way through the tunnels like the veins of a living creature. As the ebony liquid traveled, the black rock absorbed it greedily, growing luxurious and shiny. Reaching the surface, it gushed like oil across the crags and craters, filling them before sinking beneath the skin. The creature, whose body was the orb, was getting bigger. Each time its skin absorbed the black liquid, a layer of new growth was left behind. The crags and craters were signs of its expansion, an accommodation to its increased size. The beating heart of the orb continued its rhythmic sound, but another was soon added to it. The whistling of the wind through the tunnel made a keening wail as the creature inhaled. A crack gradually widened in a particular section of the surface as it took a deep breath. Rather than air, the creature drew in burning hot plasma from one of the suns trailing its massive body. A stream of liquid fire was pulled from a yellow star. Streaking across the gap between them, it was drawn down into the large crack. The sun's fire twisted and turned through the tunnels, and the black rock burned intensely with its passing. The cold from its upper layers was temporarily driven away, the ice and frost melting. Down into the depths, the fire traveled until it was contained in a chamber made of shining obsidian, where it pooled into a liquid from the gravity and pressure at the center of the orb. Like a burning sea, it warmed the heart of the orb, replacing the energy used to create the black liquid. On, the orb devoured the star until nothing was left. Even the core of the star was swallowed, used to fuel the creature's growth. Gradually, it would digest the energy, converting it into more of the black liquid to aid in its expansion, the cycle continuing without end. For years it traveled through the void, its beating heart the only sound to break the silence. The warmth of the Milky Way galaxy pulled it forward. The orb was filled with endless hunger, driven by the need to consume and grow. It could see the light of the distant stars, feel the energy of the life they're calling to it. Each of the galaxy's spiral arms beckoned it onward. As the black liquid sank beneath the rock, nourishing its body, smaller creatures emerged from where they were resting. In a variety of grotesque shapes and sizes, they feasted on the black stone, sinking sharp teeth into the flesh of the orb. Black liquid filled their mouths like blood. In mere minutes, the liquid had dissolved into the stone, and the creatures could get no more nourishment from it. Reluctantly, they sunk back into their hiding places to rest. Like the orb that birthed them, they felt their hunger keenly. No amount could ever satisfy them. In their resting places, they turned their faces toward the distant Milky Way. They could feel the life there, even through the thick walls of the orb and the inconceivable distance of the void between them. The wind gradually died down in the tunnels, replaced with the oppressive silence, broken only by the beating heart of the orb. Soon it would consume everything in the galaxy before it, as it had done countless times before. Chapter 142, A Wedding. Chapter 142. The sun rose to a clear sky on the morning of the wedding. Bright and yellow, the day promised to be warm and sunny, but comfortable for the gathered masses. Birds sang from their perches, and crowds were already gathered to claim their spot for the ceremony. Pilgrims and visitors traveled from all over the sector to witness the event. Caledon was a beloved figure to his home planet, and his wedding promised to be talked about across the planet for decades. With his reclaiming of his ducal title, it finally felt like Caledon had regained its pride. The plan for the wedding was simple. Cal and Mare would arrive at the location separately after a long parade from opposite ends of Caledonia. The chosen venue, a large square outside of the estate, would serve to hold all the VIP guests while the couple would stand beneath a large, flower-covered arch to say their vows. The square had been renamed Scylla's Square to honor their fallen friend and companion. Guests had begun to arrive by starship in the days before the wedding, a steady stream of vessels exiting the jump before being carefully scanned and searched. The house guard was taking no chances, and they had spaced themselves out across the system. Multiple space stations hung above in orbit, and over 10,000 mobile suits were deployed to prevent any of their enemies from taking advantage of the situation or the vulnerability of their nobility. The ducal houses allied with Argyle had strike teams ready to jump to assist at a moment's notice. Samuel had even mentioned the possibility that Titans were waiting on the wings, capable of being over Caledon in seconds if they were attacked. Sid carefully adjusted her dress, fixing the shoulder straps so they better fit. She looked at herself in the tall mirror. Long and flowing, the teal outfit was matched with a shawl that would cover her bare shoulders, protecting her pale skin from the sun outside. She had thought this would be a typical wedding like the ones she had been to before, with bridesmaids and flowers, a speech by a priest, or someone important from the imperial bureaucracy. But she had been surprised when Mare had told her the details. Amongst the nobility, a formal betrothal was a contract, and today would be more for the public to enjoy than the couple being married. Parades, festivals, concerts, and parties would be held all weekend, while Cal and Mare would only attend a few events. Rather than exchange vows in front of the throngs attending, there would be a short ceremony where they state their commitment to each other and exchange rings. No long speeches, but a lot of pomp and pageantry for the public. She was a bit disappointed until she heard that it was a holiday for the entire sector. Not just on Caledon, but every planet in Cal's duchy would celebrate. Nobles lived for so long that a duke or duchess may only marry once every few centuries, making it an important occasion for everyone. For Sid, she would be part of Mare's entourage, accompanying her in a train of hover cars that would travel through the city. Along with Catherine, Talha, and Miranda, Mare could count themselves as some of Mare's only friends. On the other side, Cal would have Samuel, Ty, Micah, and John. Lucky for them, the public's eye would be drawn to Mare and Cal, leaving the rest of them out of the spotlight. "Ready?" Ty asked, stepping into the room wearing his formal tux. Black with a white shirt, it was a relic left over from before humans took to the stars. It was only during a wedding that such archaic formal attire was even required anymore. It was a symbol of status in the Empire to require guests to wear such rare outfits. As he stepped into the dressing room that had been set aside for Sid's use at the estate, Ty stepped dead in his tracks. The woman in front of him was stunning. Her pink hair, genetically altered so that it never needed to be changed, had been modified so that it was darker than its usual flat bubblegum color. It was darker at the base, nearly black, before slowly lightening into a vibrant fuchsia. Combined with her long curls and her graceful dress, Ty had never seen her more beautiful in his life. "How do I look?" Sid asked, gracefully turning so that her dress billowed out from her shapely legs. She could hear Ty swallow loudly from the doorway, and she laughed at his appearance. She didn't think he would ever recover. Thankfully, John stepped in behind him, slapping the young man on the back. "You look beautiful. Let's go before we're late." Wearing a matching black and white tux, John was impatient to leave. Behind him was his wife, a lovely blonde woman whom the group hadn't met many times before. Smiling at the compliment, Sid grabbed Ty's arm and led the way through the halls of the estate toward the others. Micah and Talha met them at the rear entrance, where the hover cars were waiting. The young man stood in his tuxedo while his date, Talha, wore a teal dress similar to Sid. With her fiery red hair, she stood out in the crowd. "Well, don't you look handsome?" Sid teased as she joined them. Micah blushed red while Talha smiled. "He cleans up well, doesn't he? I'm just glad that the hovercars we're taking are enclosed. Only Cal and Samuel will be on display. Luckily they're used to it," Talha commented. The Duke and the former herald would be traveling in the same hovercar, its windows transparent so the public could see him. "I wouldn't be so sure. I caught Cal trying to convince Commander Tamara to let him pilot the lead Colossus instead of riding in the hovercar," Ty added. He was probably jealous that grandmother gets to pilot Rise and miss out on the millions of eyes on her. Talha responded. Tamara would be piloting the assault mech on patrol around the area. The parade itself had plenty of security. Over 100 light and medium-class mobile suits would be part of the parade route. Their frames had been scrubbed clean of every speck of dirt and debris. After a fresh coat of paint, they were glimmering in the sun. Like medieval knights, most of their metallic bodies would be covered by tabards made of the finest materials and emblazoned with the crimson stag of Caledon. Their weapons would be hidden beneath the banners they would be carrying. An honor guard, but one capable of defending the Duke and his bride. Leading the procession would be a pair of intimidating heavy-class colossi, whose weaponry would not be concealed. Above it all, Rise would be circling, looking for the first sign of trouble in order to intervene. "Everyone ready?" Elric asked, wearing a Caledonian houseguard uniform. He would be staying at the estate, overseeing the event. In short order, they were all divided into their separate hovercars. Even in the soundproofed interior, they could hear the sound of the crowd outside. Sid stifled a nervous feeling in the pit of her stomach. Looking out the window, she waited for Cal and Mare to make their appearance. They didn't have to wait long, doing away with the old-fashioned tradition of not seeing the bride before the wedding. Cal and Mare walked out to the waiting cars together. The Duke wore his customary uniform, the only decoration a crimson stag pin on his lapel. Strangely, he wore a sword on his belt, a custom they shared with Havencroft. The duchy was officially at war with Prince Augustus and his faction, although it was unlikely any of Caledon's forces would participate. Still, it was a symbol of solidarity with their allies, many of who would be at the forefront of the crowd at the square. The ducal houses had all sent family members, and even Prince Argyle had been invited, although he had politely declined, sending his wife in his stead. Mare was radiant in a white wedding dress. A veil slightly obscured her face, but it could do little to hide her beauty. But to Sid, she could see there was something off about the pair. They seemed stiff and unsure. She wasn't sure whether it was nerves or they were worried about the event. But she had known Mare long enough to spot that something was wrong. Before she could get a chance to ask, Mare was climbing into the lead hovercar, where it would join the procession around the city. Cal took a separate vehicle. His parade route would go opposite before returning to the square. Resolved to ask Mare what the trouble was when she got a chance, Sid took a deep breath as the car set off. Chapter 143, Nightmares. Chapter 143. The door to the hovercar closed behind Cal, leaving him sealed in the quiet interior with Samuel. He let out a deep breath and waited until the car lifted into the air before speaking. The older man next to him wore a Caledonian house uniform with a golden eagle pin on his lapel rather than the crimson stag. He was loyal to his new home but wanted to honor his heritage. Cal admired Samuel. Even dead, the emperor still held his devotion. Passing over the estate's walls, they banked toward the city's outskirts, where they would begin the parade procession. Light and medium-class mobile suits flanked their car and slowed slightly as the heavy-class Colossus began to lead them. Its weapons were trained on the sky, prepared for even the slightest threat to show it. Wars had been won with fewer mechs, but Tamara was adamant that she wanted him well protected. "Did you speak with them?" Cal asked, his face turned out toward the window. He was looking down at the crowded streets. They would need to drive slower and lower to the ground once the parade officially started. Everyone would be looking toward him, meaning he would need to maintain a carefree and happy face. Cal found it was difficult to do that this morning. Havencroft, Grandster and Lockmere have all confirmed that their Titan pilots are experiencing something out of the normal, but only Havencroft would describe it in detail. Samuel replied. Cal thought about the response for a moment, turning it over in his mind before responding. What was it they experienced? Cal asked with bated breath. He almost dreaded the response. It would make it more real and immediate. He wouldn't be able to pass it off as a coincidence or happenstance. Mare had been having the same dream every night for the past month. The message from the Ouroboros was followed by a nameless threat waiting in the darkness. At first, the pair had dismissed it as nerves or lingering fears regarding her connection to the Titan. But a week ago, Cal had been having a similar dream. He thought that maybe it was just his worry for Mare that had made him dream it. But it kept happening, each night's nightmare getting worse. When he shared his experience with Mare, he explained it like it was a dream, taken from the details she had described. But there were things in Cal's dream that she never experienced. His hadn't featured the Ouroboros at all. Rather, it had been Cal standing on a barren planet. A storm was raging overhead, and through the dense cloud, something had descended. It wasn't a Titan like it had been for Mare, but a dark object. Its presence had destroyed the planet, leaving nothing but shards of rock. He and the debris had been drawn into its darkness before had woken. He could have dismissed it if it had only happened once, but the nightmare returned every time he slept. Mare and Cal had too many sleepless nights over the past few weeks, and their fear of the future led them to ask Samuel if the other Ducal House Titans had experienced something similar. Though many could guess their identities, no Ducal House would announce their Titan's pilot. It was a security risk that their enemies could capitalize on. If a pilot could be assassinated, their house would be weakened temporarily until a new pilot was chosen and trained. Samuel had been forced to communicate through intermediaries, many of whom wouldn't admit there was anything wrong or strange with the pilots. No sign of weakness could be revealed. Havencroft's pilot has been having dreams. Reading between the lines, I have the feeling that their pilot is young and relatively inexperienced. Their neural link is weak, and the dreams have been vague. No voices whispering threats in the darkness or visions of impending doom. Duke Mason is convinced that it's nothing more than a consequence of their pilot's intense training. Samuel explained. What were the dreams of? Cal replied, turning away from the bustling streets to look at the Minister of Imperial Affairs. They dream of Hyperion. No context and without much detail, but Mason admitted that the pilot wakes up screaming about yellow eyes watching them from the dark. Cal nodded at the statement. He had his own experience with the Titan. The green-eyed beast seemed to watch him from out of the corner of his eye for years. Even now, he half expected to see Atlas when he closed his eyes. And the others, Cal prodded. Samuel sighed, shaking his head. It was like pulling teeth. Trouble sleeping, but no reason for it. If they are having dreams, they refuse to say anything more about it. Then we'll need to speak to Argyle. There's more happening here than coincidence can account for. If all Titan pilots dream about a new threat, we must be prepared for it. Cal stated, tapping his finger against his thigh. I'll meet with Prince Argyle after the wedding. They won't admit anything to us, but maybe they would trust their secrets to him. Cal mused, making plans for the future. His thoughts were soon broken by the shouting and cheers of the crowd. The parade had started, and the mobile suits walking beside his hovercar had unfurled their banners from long poles. On one side was the Crimson Stag of Caledon, while on the other was a mixture of the Imperial Eagle and the White Boar of Havencroft, Mare's official house. Shaking off the dark emotions that had plagued him this past month, Cal smiled at his people, waving from the car's front seat as it traveled through the streets of Caledonia. Page break, Cal ran his thumb across the ring on his finger. It was a strange feeling, as if there was a physical personification of the vow he had just taken. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his wife talking with her father and mother. His wife, Cal thought to himself, trying out the unfamiliar word and finding that he liked it. His wife was laughing, looking radiant in her white dress. The worries that had consumed them had evaporated for the day. Duke Caledon, are you listening? A woman's voice interrupted him. Princess Patricia of Grandster looked at him with concern. As Argyle's wife, she had attended the wedding in his place. There was simply too much to do, and too many security risks to have the prince come in person. The princess was at an age where rejuvenation procedures had a diminishing effect. Her face was filled with fine wrinkles, and her skin had the telltale waxy sign of overindulgence. Cal had heard rumors about the future empress, how she was locked into an unhappy marriage for most of her long life, seeking relief in excesses and younger men. My apologies, Patricia. I've had a month of terribly unrestful nights. I've found myself in a daze at the oddest times. It has nothing to do with your company. You are delightfully charming, as always. Cal assured her, desperately trying not to offend the princess. The last thing he needed was to add to his list of enemies. I understand, dear. A wedding is dreadfully stressful. I remember my own on Terra. I didn't sleep a wink for weeks. Patricia responded, patting him on the arm. Rumor had it was because she had been trying to squeeze every drop of pleasure her single life could afford her before she married Argyle. Cal smiled politely, making small talk with Patricia before moving off to another of the nobility. Mare's cousin, Catherine, walked up to him while holding a glass full of strong alcohol for him. Taking it gratefully, he smiled at the woman, showing his appreciation. She looked beautiful, but drained and tired from the long day. Wearing a teal dress, matching the attire of the other women who had accompanied Mare on the parade. Cal hadn't heard anything about her own marriage prospects, but he suspected from the way Duke Mason sheltered her, he was waiting for her to marry for love rather than duty. He had just placed it to his lips when Catherine spoke. I heard you and Mare are having bad dreams, she said nonchalantly. Cal barely managed to swallow the liquid, covering his mouth with his hand as he coughed. Catherine smiled at his discomfort, enjoying the little prank before he recovered. Mason told you? Cal asked, and Catherine shrugged her shoulders. Something like that. It must be pretty bad. You and Mare both look terrible. You hide it pretty well. Not many people who didn't know you both would notice, but it's clear you've been having it rough. What was it about? Catherine commented. Cal proceeded to tell her, laying out his concerns and the details of his and Mare's dreams. In the end, Catherine looked around before stepping closer to him. It's not just the two of you. They would never say anything to Father, but I have friends in the other houses who talk. They don't reveal who their Titan pilots are, but they say that they are off. I'll try to find out more, but I think you're right. The Empire is in danger. Chapter 144, Riesh Chapter 144, they honeymooned on planet Corsica, the newly reintroduced world to Cal's duchy. It had once been a thriving ocean planet, before the rebellion had disrupted everything. With the fall of the Caledonian duchy, trade had grown sparse, and there were fewer visitors, meaning the economy stagnated. Cal wanted to change all that, to prove that there was a benefit to rejoining his house. So, despite their horrible dreams and the troubles that plagued the galaxy, the couple took a week out of their busy schedules to visit the Blue World. Corsica was one large continent surrounded by the ocean. Similar to ancient Pangaea on Terra, this was one of the few worlds in the Caledonian sector that hadn't been extensively terraformed. The entire planet had been covered in ice when the first settlers arrived. It hadn't taken them long to increase the temperature, melting the frigid wasteland to reveal the blue jewel beneath. They had kept the number of species introduced into its ecosystem sparse, focusing on enhancing the natural beauty found here. Now, after 10 millennia, the oceans were filled with life. Tropical coral in a rainbow of colors ringed the landmass, home to thousands of species of marine life. The crystal blue waters were untainted by pollution, the sea so clear that you could see the bottom stretching out from the shore. The water was like a mirror when the wind was calm in the morning. Cal and Mare spent a week swimming and enjoying the beach, and their home was a mansion provided by the local government for their use. It had belonged to the planet's governor back when there was a need for such a position. Before they left, Cal promised to appoint a new one to oversee the planet and assist in their reintegration. In the year since Corsica had rejoined the duchy, their economy had boomed, and they were incredibly grateful to their duke and thrilled he had chosen to visit for his honeymoon. In spite of relaxing on another world, the couple was under the protection of the House Guard. Even now, there were always a few starships in orbit, their mobile suits waiting to respond to danger. The Rise even made an appearance, soaring through the sky of Corsica, a sight that the locals would stop and stare at every time it happened. With all of the relaxing atmosphere and beautiful vistas, the couple was still troubled by sleepless nights and endless worry over the future. When they finally returned to Caledon, several of their closest companions commented that they looked just as tired and drained as when they had left. As the wedding was over, Cal and Mare began to refocus their efforts on training. They had been finally declared competent by Tamara, meaning they could conceivably enter the battlefield as heavy-class pilots. Cal suggested they spend the following year, or whatever time they had remaining before the peace summit, expanding their territory throughout the rest of the sector. Their advisors had worked diligently to develop the ducal bureaucracy to better incorporate new worlds into their system. The duchy had expanded to over 100 inhabited worlds, with tens of thousands left to join. It seemed like a daunting task, but Cal had planned extensively during his time in stasis, waiting for this moment. The key was the remaining nobility in the sector, those that once owed allegiance to Caledon, but had splintered after the rebellion. They still existed, dividing most of their section of space between them. They were all incredibly strong, with vast armies and economies. But their strength was also a weakness. Once Cal forced the rogue nobility to comply with his demands, all their territory would belong to him. So, a month after their wedding, Cal and Mare led their house guard in a new campaign to consolidate the sector. The entire time, the nameless threat that haunted their dreams dogged their days, pushing them forward. Page break, they had taken many of the independent planets in the sector. Their governments ruled by criminal organizations, corporations, or left to linger decay by the instabilities in the space around them. For this new campaign of consolidation, Cal chose to focus on the nobility still persisting independently. Although they owed their fealty to the Emperor and Cal's house, now that they had regained its title, many had chosen to ignore the offers of union. They thought he was weak, and some had even decided to ally themselves with his enemies. He knew of several that had sworn to ducal houses on Augustus' side of the war. The sky above the planet of Riesh was choked black with soot and pollution. So thick was the cloud cover that Cal's forces couldn't see the surface from orbit. Even their sensors had trouble breaching the layer of clouds. Riesh was home to Baron Riesh, a detestable man that Cal had loathed when they had met over 500 years before. Cal's grandfather had kept him on a short leash, curbing the Baron's worst habits and ensuring the people under his fief were protected. But Cal's father had let the man loose, and with Cal's imprisonment, things on Riesh had grown intolerable for its population. Home to over 4 billion people, Riesh had quickly become an industrial wasteland after Caledon's fall. Their baron sought to squeeze all the profits possible from the planets of his fief, all to fuel his own indulgences. Cal had heard of what Baron Riesh was capable of. His people were little more than slaves, the most attractive men and women amongst his population, kept for his own personal uses. He was said to have over 1,000 children from his slaves. Worse for Cal, his wife was connected to House Carmichael, a distant relation but one that the Baron leveraged for power. On the surface, the ground covered in a layer of oil and chemicals that reflected the lights from burning gas flares, Cal led a force of over 1,000 mobile suits against the Baron's house guard. Vastly outnumbered, they wouldn't stand a chance. Truthfully, Cal could have taken the planet with less than 100, with himself and Mare in heavy-class mechs and Tamara in Rise. But he wanted this to be an overwhelming display of force. On the one hand, he intended to cow the sector, making the consolidation easier. On the other, Baron Riesh would be brought to justice. Cal's Colossus dug its 4 feet into the slippery, muddy ground of the oil-slicked field, outside the Baron's estate. He could see it glowing in the distance, a display of opulence that was disgusting when juxtaposed against the living conditions of his people. Thermal warning. The mechanical voice of his mech rang out in the cockpit. A streak of crimson energy slammed into Cal's shield, splintering into pieces that gouged lines into the ground. Turning, Cal locked onto the target with a thought. A medium-class oppressor, its PPC was still glowing with heat. With a thunderous blast, the cannon on the Colossus shot a tungsten slug at the mobile suit. At this range, it was less than a second before it impacted. The medium class was obliterated, the round buried into the ground behind it, leaving a massive rent into the earth before exploding. The smoke and fire rose 200 feet into the air. Cal saw a group of light-class mechs, exposed by the force of the explosion, blowing away their cover. Aiming, he fired separate PPCs from the Colossus hands at the group, vaporizing them. After what he saw here, there would be no mercy for anyone that fought against his forces. Secure the perimeter. Cal ordered the medium-class soldiers behind him. The Aesir Corporation, now a Caledonian subsidiary, exclusively provided mechs for his house guard. Their factories on Luna were kept busy, churning out an endless supply of mobile suits for Caledon and its allies. They moved to flank him, searching the ruins and debris for any mechs still operational. Moving on the estate, Mare stated, her throne flying overhead with a group of seraphs. Flashes of light streaked from the estate, the anti-air weapons ineffectual against the thick shields of the throne. He watched her accurately snipe the guns from the air, each line of bluish-white energy sending a gout of fire from a ruined AA gun. The shields surrounding the estate had been one of the first things they had hit from orbit, softening the defenders for their advance. "I want the Baron alive," Cal ordered. He watched as multiple squads of soldiers in exosuits entered the estate, separating into different areas of the grounds. All too soon, he could hear the sounds of lasgun fire and the shouts of dying men and women. His troops were highly trained after multiple years of fighting to expand the duchy, and soon he received the all-clear to enter. Descending from the Colossus, he met Mare in the main foyer. It was time they confronted the Baron and removed this cancer from their sector. Chapter 145, Bestowal. Chapter 145. Walking through the hallways of the estate with Mare, Cal was struck by the sheer amount of wealth on display. Every wall and corner contained priceless works of art, pillars of gold, and other precious metals, and the doors were constructed from rare wood with large gemstones for door handles. Even Mare, who had grown up in the imperial palace, was speechless at the waste. The Baron had bankrupted his planets and worked his people to their deaths in slavery, all to construct this monstrosity. Caledonian house guards secured every entrance and were posted in each hallway. The floors were littered with the dead, most of them belonging to the Baron's troops. As they walked, Cal encountered groups of locals wearing little more than rags, their bodies showing signs of abuse. The Baron's slaves huddled in corners, whimpering with fear, refusing to lift their heads. "See to it they are removed and cared for," Cal called out to one of his guards that were flanking the pair. An older woman, she shook her head, her face obstructed by her exosuit's helmet. "Apologies, my Duke. They reject our offers to help them, and when we try to carry them out, they fight like they are possessed. We feared they would harm themselves before we could properly care for them," she replied. Cal shook his head, dismayed at the treatment these people received. In a way, both his father and Cal were to blame. If his father hadn't rebelled and Cal had inherited in his place, none of this would have happened. "Leave them for now. We'll request medical attention from orbit once the Baron is dealt with," Cal ordered. Turning to Mare, he saw her face was a mask of pity and disappointment. No one should be treated this way, especially not by the nobility that was supposed to guide and protect them. "Let's go. The Baron awaits," Cal called out to her. Mare tore her gaze away from the pitiful sight of the Baron's slaves. They continued on, finally coming to Riesh's throne room. Here, the opulence was increased to levels unheard of. Rather than any kind of taste or care for attention, piles of gold and jewels were casually discarded in corners. Statues lay smashed, and works of art hung crooked on the walls. The eyes of the sculptures and paintings displayed there had their eyes gouged or burned away. The first thing that struck Cal on entering was the smell. Sour sweat, rotting flesh and blood. The scent assaulted his nostrils, and he gagged slightly. The source was apparent. Along one wall, the bodies of the Baron's servants hung from hooks and ropes. Their flesh showed signs of the depravity the Baron had inflicted on them before they died. Cuts and burns, bruises and missing limbs. He had tortured them for fun. Worse, several showed signs of having been fed upon, teeth marks dug into chunks of missing flesh. The oldest appeared to have been there for several days, and Cal estimated that as they began to rot, the Baron had them removed and replaced with fresh slaves for his pursuits. The culprit himself sat on his throne, a gaudy monstrosity so encrusted in jewels that Cal could barely see the gold beneath. Layers of purple pillows had been haphazardly arranged on the seat to make it bearable for the Baron to sit in. The Baron was as monstrous as his throne. Over 8 feet tall, he weighed nearly 1,000 pounds of pure fat. Despite his noble genetics, expensive rejuvenation, and medical procedures, nothing could withstand the relentless assault of the Baron's diet and vices. His pale skin bulged grotesquely, and a scraggly black beard couldn't hide the sores and pimples across his face. His expensive robes stretched across his bulk, and Cal doubted the man could stand unassisted. The stench of his body was nearly as putrid as the rotting corpses, adding to the disgust Cal felt as he stared at him. Living enslaved people, lacking even the rags of the others Cal had seen, huddled on the ground in fear of the Baron's retaliation. Even now, with his house guards dead and Cal's own troops pointing las rifles at their master, they dared not make a sound. "Baron Caledon, you've finally arrived. You make quite a grand entrance. Come join me for a drink," the Baron called out, lifting a cup of wine in his massive hand in salute. Riesh seemed utterly at ease, as if he knew that he would be fine, despite Cal's attack on his homeland. "It's Duke Caledon now, Riesh. Or were you too deep into your depravity that you are unaware of what is happening in the Empire?" Cal responded. Next to him, Mare gripped a las pistol in her hand, still holstered against her leg. "Is it now? I thought that only the Emperor could elevate you to a new status. I had heard that the old fool was dead, but that can't be true if you are claiming a new title." The Baron mocked, his black eyes crinkling around the edges in laughter. "Prince Argyle leads our faction now," Cal replied as the Baron drained his wine cup. Hurling it aside, he shouted for one of his slaves to bring him another. A small boy, wearing an actual uniform, hustled into the room carrying a new goblet for his master. "Prince, but not Emperor. No, there is no Emperor, which means there is no Duke Caledon. And I don't owe fealty to a dead man or another Baron," Riesh replied, gesturing the boy to move aside. Cal ignored the slights. What would happen here had already been decided. Only Riesh was unaware of how this conversation would end. "As Duke, I charge you with dereliction of your noble duty. All your lands and assets are hereby forfeited, Riesh." "Tamara," Cal called out, taking even Mare by surprise. The older woman appeared in the room as if by magic. Wearing a Caledon pilot bodysuit, she had a lasgun drawn in her right hand. Mare wondered where she had been hiding before their arrival, and how Cal knew of her presence. "Lord Duke," Tamara replied, "you've seen the state of the planet, what Riesh has done to its people, what he's done here." Cal stated, pausing for a moment in disgust at the bodies. He didn't think a person could do anything like this. "I have, my lord." Tamara responded with a strange sense of formality. "What would the punishment be if the Imperial Court tried the Baron?" Cal asked with curiosity. He already knew the answer, but he wanted Tamara's opinion. Mare looked at him with confusion. Why was he asking his captain of the house guard such a strange question? "Death, my lord," Tamara replied immediately. She had no doubt that death would be an appropriate punishment for a member of the nobility to commit such heinous crimes as Riesh had. "Agreed," Cal replied, and his hand dropped to his own lasgun, secured in the holster across his right leg. Now, Baron Caledon. There is no need for such dramatics. You know that only the Emperor may try a member of the nobility. Why, you yourself experienced his mercy 5 centuries ago. As there is no Emperor, there can be no trial. A dead man cannot judge me." Baron Riesh teased, lifting the glass to his lips once more. Cal doubted the man had experienced such excitement and activity in centuries, appearing to tire from saying more than a few sentences. "The Baron is correct, my lord. Until Prince Argyle is crowned Emperor, Baron Riesh will need to be held with all the respect a noble is due," Tamara replied, and Cal could see the anger the admittance caused her. Although the lasgun in her hand was steady, her knuckles were white from the grip. Cal turned to Mare, who nodded. "The law is the law," she whispered. "The law is the law," Cal agreed. In a flash, almost faster than the eye could see, Cal's las pistol whipped out of its holster. The thunderous crack of its discharge sounded out a split second after the streak of bluish-white light burned a hole through the center of Baron Riesh's forehead. The large man still had a mocking expression on his face as he died, still confident that he was well protected. He slumped into his throne. Cal lowered his last pistol, and the barrel glowed red-hot from the discharge. "That was a crime, Cal," Mare stated quietly, although her eyes told him that she agreed with his actions. Still, it had to be said. Cal shrugged at the statement. "Looked like natural causes to me. If Argyle has an issue with it, we can discuss it when he takes the throne." "Tamara," Cal called out to her again. Lowering her weapon, she looked to her duke. "You're now the new Baroness of Riesh and all of its planets. Rule them well in the name of the Emperor and the Duchy of Caledon." Cal ordered, taking the older woman by surprise. "My lord, I'm just a soldier," Tamara replied, and Cal had the pleasure of seeing her flustered for the first time in his life. "You're intelligent, merciful, kind, and loyal. You'll do fine. Take whatever resources and troops you need. I expect you to turn things around here." Cal responded, already walking out of the room. Mare nodded to the older woman, agreeing with Cal's statement before following him. There was less than a year left until the peace summit, and he intended to bring the rest of his sectors, wayward nobility to heel, those that could be redeemed. The rest would meet the same fate as Baron Riesh. The fat baron had been right. The emperor was gone, and Cal didn't owe his loyalty to a dead man. His people deserved peace and prosperity. He would give it to them. Chapter 146, The Culling of Caledon. Chapter 146, In the future, Cal's removal and reorganization of the nobility in his sector would be known to history as the Culling of Caledon. Dozens of noble houses ceased to exist once he finished his purge. Cal's father had promoted and changed the nobility in his region of space to encourage loyalty to himself, allowing them free rein to do what they wanted. In a short decade, those loyal to Cal's grandfather, who embodied the best of Caledon's ideals, were driven into obscurity and forced to give up their titles or lands. Cal fought to change all that, and he sought those who he remembered had been virtuous and faithful to his grandfather's vision of a unified and peaceful Caledon, and brought them back into the fold. By the time of the peace summit's onset, the Duchy of Caledon had expanded to over 1,500 systems and hundreds of billions of people. He had cast aside those nobles that could not be redeemed, their crimes and natures incompatible with his way of life. Instead, he promoted others in their place. Often, they were from defunct noble houses that still had living members. When word of the culling reached Prince Argyle's ears from desperate corporations and those few remaining exiled nobility that Cal let live, his response had been simple. You reap what you sow. Argyle didn't care if Caledon put the entire sector to the sword as long as he was loyal to the prince and could provide a titan for the peace talks. Once Argyle became emperor, he would stabilize the galaxy, and Caledon would not be allowed to run wild. But for now, he needed strength, and it was clear that Caelan's actions would provide him with that. Even Argyle's Imperial Guard was impressed with Caledon's gains, studying their military doctrine and tactics to adapt to their own. The succession war had been fought mainly by the houses, leaving the Imperial Guard to protect their chosen prince. They hadn't fought an actual, large-scale conflict since the rebellion. Cal's campaign gained momentum, and even though they had to step back from the front lines to attend the peace summit, Cal knew his consolidation war against the independent planets and houses of his sector would continue without him. Page break they met in space above Venus. The Blue Planet was the first terraforming project by a private organization before the Empire existed, and humanity accomplished incredible feats using their AI-fueled technology. When Terra had been nearly destroyed in their conflict against the Artificial Intelligence Collective, many escaped to Venus, bringing with them all the same problems that had plagued Terra. Divided by race, religion, and inequality, war and conflict were visited upon their new home. Today, Venus is inhabited by families descended from those original settlers. Their massive cities, inspired by the architecture of ancient Terra, were some of the finest and only examples in the galaxy of humanity's oldest cities, replicas created from the colonists' memories of their homeland. A single starship would carry Argyle's delegation. Augustus and his entourage would meet above Jupiter, where all their transports that had brought the houses and their titans would remain until the summit was over. The Imperial Guard would maintain the peace and keep anyone from interfering. Once Argyle and Augustus met on Terra, No one would be allowed to enter or leave the surface without both parties' complete agreement. Cal watched as Atlas was carried into the starship's storage hold. Wearing a pilot bodysuit, he had his arms crossed while two mobile drones lowered the Titan to the floor. Two clamps secured its shoulders. Free of their load, the drones drifted away once more. Initially, no one would know the identities of the Titan's pilot, but part of the peace talks had been a requirement for both sides to reveal their hand. The Titans would be brought to the surface by their pilots, where they would all disembark simultaneously. That was the moment everything hinged on one slight sign of mistrust, and they would all likely join the dead on Terra. Cal's focus was drawn to the eyes of the Titan. Shining green, they were unnerving to see in the dim storage hold. He had thought that while the mobile suit was in standby mode without its pilot inside, its eyes would darken. But it appeared as if Cal's mere presence and the connection between them kept the Titan awake and ready. While he was staring at Atlas, Mare came up beside him. Gripping his arm silently, she watched as Ouroboros was loaded next. The drones lifted the massive machine with magnetic restraints under its shoulders, drifting into the storage hold from where Cal and Mare had jumped above Venus in their own starship. The drones deposited the Titan next to its counterpart. Like Atlas, the eyes of the Ouroboros glowed blue. They seemed to be locked onto their pilot, observing her. It's intimidating. No matter how often I'm near it, I can never shake the feeling that it's alive and detests me, Mare whispered. Cal felt her shiver beside him, and he shared the feeling of discomfort the Titan gave her. Amelia told me that the Titans aren't aware, that whatever emotions and thoughts we think they have are things we carry from outside. But I'm not sure anymore. There's more to them than can be explained through genetic memory, Cal admitted. I hope that we won't have to use them. We travel to the surface and exit our cockpits without conflict. I don't know if I could stand to fight in it, Cal. The few times I tried to pilot it, it was like it wanted to devour me, Mare confessed, and Cal wrapped his arms around her in response. You won't have to. One of us needs to look after Caledon. If the worst happens and we need to fight, I want you to take the Ouroboros and run, Cal said, drawing back to look Mare in the eyes. I won't leave you, she stated firmly. Both of us can't risk our lives, Mare. I know we've left samples with the doctors, but we can't leave our children parentless. I won't have them raised like I was, Cal said, and Mare could feel the revulsion in her husband at the thought of their children being treated in the same manner as Cal had been. He was neglected and abused, left to suffer alone for a crime in which he had no part. Don't worry, Cal said, running his thumb along her cheek to wipe away a tear Mare hadn't been aware of. It's not like I'll stick around for long. I'll cover your retreat and make for orbit behind you. And Argyle. Augustus, you'd leave them to kill each other? Mare asked with surprise. She had thought he would be more committed to the Empire. You and Caledon are my priorities. Everything else is irrelevant, Cal stated, and Mare found that she agreed with him. While they were talking, another Titan was being loaded into the storage area. On the opposite side of the massive room, the drones were lowering the mobile suit. It was as large as the others, but seemed more sleek and graceful. Like the others, this one also seemed to be active, its eyes glowing a brilliant yellow. Impressive, isn't it? A woman called out from behind them. Turning, they saw Mare's cousin Catherine. She was wearing a pilot bodysuit in House Havencroft livery, the white boar prominent on the chest piece. She held her helmet in her hand, waving it through the air back and forth as she walked toward them. Catherine looked exhausted, and even her cheerful expression couldn't mask it. Catherine, what? Mare began to ask before connecting the pieces quickly. Uncle entrusted Hyperion to you. Why didn't you say anything? I thought you hated mobile suits. You always said I was silly for training in VR. You were silly for training in VR. Real-life experience trumps anything else. And you know why I couldn't tell you. By the time Father asked me to pilot, you were already promised to join Caledon. We might be allies, but we can't trust outsiders. No offense, Cal, Catherine replied, flashing Cal a smile that he returned. None taken. Are you both ready? Prince Argyle wants everyone in the command center before we arrive, Catherine asked. We're as ready as we'll ever be, Mare responded, and Cal nodded. Talking amongst themselves as they walked, the trio didn't notice the glowing eyes of the Titans following their pilots as they moved. Chapter 147, Engineered Future, Chapter 147, Cal nervously entered the cockpit of Atlas. Despite his experience and determination not to let the Titan control him, he still couldn't squash the uneasiness he felt as he sat in the cushioned seat of the mobile suit. The control panel in front of him glowed in the dim light, the systems coming online. He steeled himself for the neural connection before pressing a few switches to activate the reactor. After the dreams he had been having for nearly a year, Cal expected the worst. He was right in his assumptions. Activating neural link. An onslaught of foreign thoughts and emotions pushed against his consciousness. It was worse than it had ever been before. Cal had thought that as he grew stronger from piloting a heavy class, he would be better prepared for Atlas, but he had been wrong. The Titan seemed to have grown stronger with him. If the link had been this bad when he faced the Corsairs, he doubted he would have survived for a single moment, let alone 10 entire seconds. Atlas clawed and scratched at his mind, struggling for dominance against Cal. It wanted to be free, unleashed upon the universe, and never be shackled again. He could feel its bloodlust, hatred, and desire to control and destroy. He could see green eyes glowing in the shadows of the dim cockpit, staring into his very soul. Cal screamed as he leaned forward and gripped the control panel as tightly as he could. The waves of external desires crashed against him, tossing his consciousness around like a ship caught in heavy seas. And through it all, Cal could detect another presence, faint and watchful. It was observing his struggle, not helping either side, but waiting for a winner to be declared in this life-and-death contest of wills. Focusing his mind, Cal threw himself into the battle against Atlas, hurling his own willpower and resolve against the Titan. To an outsider, it seemed like the Duke was sitting silently in the sealed cockpit, gripping the mobile suit's controls and shaking slightly from the strength he was exerting through his hands. Internally, Cal and Atlas were raging against each other. Green eyes stared into blue, and Cal pictured the pair grappling, their arms locked into a deadly embrace, each trying to force the other to submit. Unlike Cal, Atlas still had a final trick up its sleeve. While they stood equal, their wills focused on each other. The Titan drew from the genetic memory in Cal's bloodline. The very thing that was supposed to make piloting Atlas easier would be the weapon it would use against its pilot. "You're a failure," a voice whispered in Cal's ear. "If I had a choice, you would never inherit Caledon. If I didn't hold your birth records in my hands, I would scarcely believe you were my child." "Emeritus Caledon," exclaimed. The voice of Cal's grandfather grew louder, and Cal unconsciously turned his head toward it. In the darkness, he was greeted with a sight, a memory provided by Atlas through his bloodline memories. Cal immediately recognized the effort for what it was, an attempt to disrupt his concentration. "You'll have to do better than that," Cal whispered, trying to ignore the memory playing out in the corner of his eye. Cal's grandfather, Emeritus, stood on the dais that held his ducal throne. Wearing a black and red Caledonian house uniform similar to Cal's own, he appeared much younger than Cal remembered. Only in his middle years of life, his hair was black and full, lacking the gray and thinness that would mark his later life. "But I will inherit, father. And when I do, Caledon will return to its former glory. No more licking the boots of the Emperor, begging for scraps while they feast." Emeric shouted. Cal's father looked to be the same age as Cal himself, a young man whose handsomeness and charm hadn't been diminished by indulgence and sin. The scene shifted as Emeric stalked from the room. Cal had heard about this argument from his grandmother. Emeric had left Caledon for centuries, traveling through the galaxy and forming alliances with other houses. He had met Cal's mother during that time. She wasn't a noble, but the only daughter of a wealthy industrialist who would later provide significant funding for the rebellion. Cal was curious at the memory, despite the danger involved in splitting his concentration. He could feel Atlas push harder, struggling for control as it provided a new memory dredged from Cal's genetic memories. Emeric was older in this vision, but still younger than he had been during Cal's lifetime. He was walking through the hallways of the Imperial Palace, wearing a formal noble's suit heavily embroidered in gold and gemstones. Ostentatious and bold, Cal's father sneered at everyone he encountered. It was an expression Cal was very familiar with. Coming into a waiting room, he waved away the servants inside as he sat on a couch, reaching for a pitcher of fine, Terran wine that had been waiting on the coffee table for him. He drank deeply as he leaned back in his seat and waited. What was father doing on Terra? Cal wondered, and for a moment his concentration slipped. Atlas capitalized on the mistake, pushing harder in an instant. Bringing his mind back to the battle of wills between them, Cal tried to ignore what the Titan was showing him. It became more difficult when the Emperor entered the vision, significantly younger than Cal remembered. Even from his trial 5 centuries before, it made him think this took place only a few decades after Emeric left Caledon. Protocol dictates that you should stand when I enter a room, Aurelius pointed out dryly, frowning at Emeric's attitude. Emeric's smirk deepened in response to the admonishment. He merely crossed his legs comfortably, showing no sign of standing. It also states that you should be communicating with me through my father, so perhaps we both need a refresher. What is it that you wish to speak about? Emeric asked. The Emperor brushed away his annoyance, taking a seat across from the ducal heir. I've come to make you an offer. I understand that you wish to marry, and that Emeritus is rather reluctant to give his approval. Aurelius explained. Emeric snorted at the statement. He's not reluctant at all. He flat out refused. As long as I am heir to a ducal house, he has the final say in who I can marry. He thinks he can somehow control me by lording that fact over my head. Emeric replied, draining his glass of wine and pouring another. Cal shook his head at the vision, wondering why Atlas showed him this. While he somewhat appreciated the insight into his family that he hadn't been aware of before, nothing shocking could ruin his concentration. He began to push back against the Titan, gaining lost ground. Soon he had the momentum, and he could feel Atlas failing. Cal's time in stasis had given him a resolve few could match, especially if he had a goal. And right now, protecting Caledon and Mare was his top priority. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I could speak with Emeritus on your behalf as long as certain provisions were made. Aurelius stated, and Cal grew alarmed at what was happening. He knew the Emperor enough to recognize signs of his manipulations and meddling, and his instincts were screaming that something wasn't right with this conversation. As you know, the Caledonian bloodline is finicky when it comes to pregnancy and birth. To keep the bloodlines unmudded, the houses have long since made all their scions functionally sterile to prevent unwanted complications. I remember that before you were born, there were worries that none of the samples would be viable, that more drastic measures may need to be taken in order for Emeritus and Aurora to conceive. Aurelius continued. I'm aware. It's why I'm an only child, Caledon's shining star. Emeric responded, raising his glass to the Emperor. Indeed, Aurelius replied dryly. I grow tired of your ramblings, Aurelius. Speak plainly so that I may leave. Emeric stated rudely. He wanted to finish this conversation quickly to return to more pressing matters. Even knowing his father as he did, Cal was shocked that he would speak to the Emperor so boldly, and that Aurelius showed no sign of anger at his attitude. Very well. In exchange for my permission to marry, you and your bride will provide samples to the imperial geneticists immediately. I will ensure that a viable child is born from your union. Aurelius offered, and even Emeric frowned at the implication. Why would the Emperor care if they had a child? Cal wondered, his instincts screaming that there was something happening, something fundamental to his future. And Atlas knew it. Why? Emeric asked, and Cal found himself straining to hear the response. His attention to the battle with Atlas was nearly forgotten. To Cal's surprise, the Emperor gave a simple answer. The current ducal bloodlines are inadequate for humanity's future. They need to be better. I will be making some slight alterations to their genetics to enhance their abilities. Your child will be perfectly healthy, I assure you. All of our previous tests have been positive. Aurelius clarified. The answer made Emeric laugh, a great guffaw that shook the man's body. And you believe you can engineer humanity's future. I knew you were arrogant, but I thought you were at least sane. You're playing with fire, Aurelius. Fine, do as you will. Tinker away while the rest of us accomplish our goals. But I'll warn you, if the child is flawed, I'll dispose of it like trash. I will not be humiliated by a defect. Chapter 148. Renewed Chapter 148. Cal was briefly stunned by the revelation, but not by the fact that the Emperor was involved in genetically enhancing the ducal houses, and the heavens only knew how many other humans were involved in his manipulations. No, Cal was not surprised by the Emperor's actions. After all, the man had spent nearly 2 millennia controlling and influencing future events, having his long fingers pulling the strings of generations of geneticists as they engineered a superior human wasn't shocking. What stunned Cal was that the Emperor specifically sought out Emeric for a child. The implications were startling, and they soon overwhelmed his thoughts momentarily. Cal ignored his father's comments about what he would do with a defective child. Cal's entire life had been spent under the man's callous attitude and harsh attentions. The only thing that had been unexpected was that Emeric agreed at all. Cal's father must have been truly desperate to consent to the Emperor's proposal immediately. His thoughts whirled, seeking connections to this new information. What had the Emperor altered in his genetics? Was it his piloting abilities or his temperament? If it had been done to him, who else in his generation, or those that came after, had been similarly modified? Cal thought of Mare. Her skill as a pilot was incredible. She had become competent in the heavy class in a remarkably short time. She was intelligent and ambitious without being arrogant or cruel. She would have been a perfect candidate for the Emperor's manipulations. Could that be why she was selected to pilot the Ouroboros? Catherine came to his mind immediately after. He had enough interactions with Mare's cousin to gain a sense of her capabilities. Although she tried to hide behind fashion and gossip, he could tell she had a keen mind. For her to be chosen as Hyperion's pilot over everyone else in Havencroft was telling. Were all the Titan pilots similarly genetically tampered with by Aurelius? Cal was brought back to his current struggle by an intense push against his psyche by Atlas. The Titan had pulled back slightly earlier, giving Cal a sense that he was winning, before slamming against the barriers of his mind once more in his moment of distraction. He was being buried in foreign emotions. His vision turned red with bloodlust, as Atlas granted him images of every conflict the Titan had ever been involved in. Endless scenes of violence swirled through Cal's mind, more than he expected from a peaceful Caledon. The Titan was a savage, repeatedly throwing itself on its opponents, crushing them with its bare hands or unleashing the forces of gravity under its control. Atlas, the Celestial Burden. The name rang through Cal's mind, a title that was given to the Titan for its unique abilities. He had learned that each had a talent, a skill that was exclusive to them. For Atlas, gravity could be manipulated against its foes. Cal had seen that himself, the undulations through space as it squeezed and crushed mobile suits and an icy planet far beneath them. He cut off his wandering thoughts, recognizing the lapse as another attempt to distract him. No, Cal shouted, pushing back against the Titan. He was winning. Even with Atlas pulling out memories to divert his attention, he was slowly gaining ground in the mental battle. His centuries of stasis had provided him with an iron will, the only attribute of his that could keep the madness at bay. Now that his body and mind were strong enough to handle the neural link, Cal could finally stand on even footing against the Titan. Atlas screamed. Its green eyes glowed furiously in the darkness. It raged, unwilling to be constrained once more. It sensed a chance in this pilot when they were first bonded, a weak mind that could be used to give the machine what it truly wanted: freedom and destruction. Or perhaps Atlas was drawing on the part of Cal that longed for the same. Cal could feel sympathy for the Titan. He had been a prisoner, locked away alone for 500 years. He would never want to return to that isolation again. Cal could imagine the chains on him again, the humiliation of being marched to the stasis pod as a prisoner. He, too, had longed to destroy everyone who had opposed him and sent him to that solitary hell. The Emperor, his parents, and even his grandparents hadn't been spared from his wrath. He blamed everyone, himself, most of all. And with that thought, Cal had a revelation. He wasn't fighting Atlas. The Titan was a mindless machine that didn't have the thoughts or emotions to battle with him. It only had what Cal himself brought with him. He was fighting himself. Cal was battling his own rage, his bloodlust and guilt. He was fighting against all the negative emotions and burdens he ignored and pushed deep within himself. He had a prison in his soul where he kept all his pain and agony, locking them away so that he could carry on. Atlas was simply the key to the prison, releasing what was sealed away. Cal stopped fighting, and he let the emotions wash over him. The rage battered his mind. The agony of the visions and emotions ripped apart his soul. For what felt like an eternity, he was thrashed and pummeled by the assault on his psyche before it finally faded away. He felt cleansed, renewed. There was a weight on his soul that had been lifted. He was free. The green-eyed beast that stared at him with hunger and hatred faded away, and in its place, Cal could feel a bond between the Titan and himself. It thrummed as if it were alive. The reactor deep within the machine beat like a heart, sending pulses of power throughout the Titan's frame. They were one. Titan and pilot were connected in a way that transcended the neural link Cal had felt with other mechs. It wasn't like Atlas was separate from Cal's mind and body. They were the same. He could control it as if it were his own body, and its sensors provided information like they were his thoughts and sensations. It was incredible, and was far beyond what he had experienced the last time he had piloted it. There would never be another concern for his safety from Atlas. Atlas was him, and he was Atlas. Letting out a deep breath, Cal relaxed into his seat inside the cockpit when a strange sensation intruded on his link with Atlas. It was foreign and unfamiliar, but wasn't hostile. It was more akin to a stranger peeking into his window from outside, rather than an assault on his connection. He had felt it before when he first entered Atlas, but now that his link had deepened, it was taking more of an active interest in him. "What do you want?" Cal asked, focusing his senses on the intruder. At first, he wasn't sure it could hear him, until it responded a moment later. "Come to us. The envoys await," it whispered, and Cal wasn't sure if the voice was audible or just in his mind. The message came with a feeling, a pull on his soul, a call that he felt the need to respond to. "Where?" Cal asked, and he was greeted with a new image. This one lacked the emotions and clarity of the visions Atlas had gifted him. It was hazy, almost as if he were viewing a dream. In the darkness was a single spot of light, a beacon that called him. It felt warm on his skin, and gave him a sensation of safety and security. Cal knew people were waiting for him, eager to meet him. Something important needed to be done, and a sense of impatience welled inside him from the vision. It winked out, leaving him in the darkness once again. "Come to us. The envoys await." Cal was about to respond when Atlas Terminal lit up. Hovering above a control panel used for sensor data and communications, an image of the galaxy floated. After a moment, it zoomed into a far section of empty space. A spot of red appeared, incessantly flashing as coordinates began to be transmitted into the Atlas computer. "Those are the coordinates that our Ouroboros showed Mare," Cal whispered, recognizing the area of space for what it was. There was nothing there. Humanity had mapped the galaxy, marking all of its stars for future expansion. Although they hadn't been to that part of the Milky Way yet, astrologists had studied it before. There were no visible stars or planets near those coordinates from any location observed in the Empire. He had checked the Imperial records with Mare for weeks in pursuit of an answer, but turned up nothing. The light continued to blink, and Cal could feel the pull of the link drawing him to that location. "All right, say there is something there. We can't reach it. Our starships cannot jump that far, and the calculations will take time. It will possibly be decades before we can travel." The image shifted, and more numbers floated across the terminal. The strange sensation through the link changed, pushing Cal to have the Atlas jump. "Atlas can reach there, then so can the other Titans," Cal muttered. The strange being in the link vanished at his words, leaving him alone with Atlas. Chapter 149, Seize Control. Chapter 149, Hyperion, the Piercing Radiance. Catherine stared up at the Titan before her, with a mixture of dread and apprehension. It was the same feeling she had whenever she was near it. Despite its beauty and grace, curving lines and flowing frame, she knew it was just an exquisite exterior hiding the demon inside. Hyperion was supposed to represent light and warmth, but why did she experience nothing but darkness and cold when she was in its cockpit? Her father had warned her about his reaction to piloting the Titan, how he would fly into an uncontrollable rage when he was linked to it. He became a mindless beast, lashing out at everyone around him to the point where he was unable to pilot it without fear of striking his allies or causing irreparable harm to Havencroft. Catherine had never experienced anything like that. Terror gripped her the entire time, making her timid and unsure of her actions. She feared its abilities, making her hesitate to use them. Worse, she felt the Titan judging her. Its golden eyes would weigh her in silent judgment, assessing her capabilities and finding them lacking. Even now, looking up at Hyperion, a shiver ran up her spine. Behind her, Cal and Mare were both climbing into their own Titans. The three of them would be traveling together to Terra ahead of the others. Once all the Titans were gathered on the surface, and if it didn't result in everyone killing each other, the rest of the delegation would arrive. Taking a deep breath to try and quell the negative thoughts swirling in her head, she climbed the stairs to the platform behind Hyperion, where she could enter the cockpit. A faint yellow glow suffused everything inside, providing enough illumination for her to see the terminal in front of her. Putting her helmet on, she pressed the console, initiating neural link. Immediately, Catherine was assaulted by a feeling of abject terror. It felt like a pair of eyes were staring at her, the presence causing goosebumps to cover her skin. But when she looked around the cockpit, it was the same as always, dimly lit and empty. She thought she could hear whispering on the edge of her senses. It was as if something were trying to communicate, but she couldn't make out the words. If she strained a bit more, perhaps she could. Catherine pulled away from the thought, squashing it ruthlessly. Her father had warned her that Hyperion would try to wrench control from her in any way possible. The terror was simply how it affected her, while it had used rage and madness against her father. Piloting a Titan was to walk on a knife's edge. One slip and you would be at its mercy. Still, it did sound like someone was trying to talk to her. Maybe it was important, a secret to be shared that could help with their current circumstances. If she could just understand a single word. "Ready?" Cal asked, his helmeted face appearing on her HUD. He seemed so calm and relaxed, like the Titan's stress was doing nothing to him. She envied that. For some reason, she took comfort in his appearance. She suddenly wasn't alone. Cal could bear some of the burden for the upcoming meeting, allowing her to focus on controlling Hyperion and ignoring everything else. To her surprise, hearing his voice made the terror abate, and she sunk into her seat tiredly. The tension had left her drained, and she needed a moment to recover. "I'm ready." Mare, Catherine had Hyperion turn its head to her right, looking for the Ouroboros. Unlike Atlas or her, Mare's Titan was still dark. "Give her a moment. She'll be fine." Cal assured her, having faith that his wife could overcome whatever difficulties the Ouroboros gave her. Page break Ouroboros, the infinity coil. Tears streamed down Mare's face from her grief. An endless ocean of melancholy weighed down her soul, preventing her from moving or speaking. A stream of visions assailed her mind. Terror burned countless times in her memory, the people around her dying from lasgun fire, falling buildings, or vaporizing in a wave of blinding white light. She saw her grandparents die endlessly. The Emperor lay murdered, while people laughed and cheered at his death. Mare sobbed into her hands, as the Titan took advantage of her emotions to gain control. She could feel it pushing against the neural link, trying to free itself from her influence. She tried to fight, to drive the Titan back and place it under her command. But the visions kept coming, and she was failing. She was weak. Her time as Ouroboros pilot showed her that. She had such an easy life on Terra, without hardship or strife. Mare had sought out conflict in a VR game, because her parents had forbidden her from taking any kind of risk. The Titan was telling her that in order to be its pilot, she would need an iron will and the resolve to fight. Cal had that resolve. She had seen it in him every single day. She was constantly impressed by his ability to keep walking forward despite setbacks. He had been imprisoned for centuries, released to a fallen world in a galaxy that saw him as a pariah, yet still managed to succeed in spite of the odds against him. While Mare had been laughing and enjoying the comforts of Terra, he had been fighting madness in a stasis chamber or fighting to reclaim Caledon's pride. How could she ever compare to him? The thought made her collapse onto the terminal in front of her seat. She was nearly blind from the tears, and her heart felt like it was breaking. The grief was overwhelming, and in the darkness, Blue Eyes watched as its pilot nearly lost control. "You should give up. If you can't even withstand a bit of sadness, how can you ever hope to pilot such a fine machine as this?" A voice sounded out in the cockpit, and Mare's head shot upright at the sound. It was unfamiliar to her, but there was something about its tone that she recognized. Who Mare turned to look at who entered the cockpit, while she had been crying but found the hatch sealed. The cockpit was empty. In the dim blue light, there was no one there but her. The distraction from the voice was enough to shake her from her melancholy. Wiping her eyes, she tried to remember where she had heard that voice before. It was maddening, like a forgotten word on the tip of her tongue, or a dream that she had forgotten on waking. Sitting back against the seat for a moment, she then leaned forward, about to touch a few buttons on the Titan's terminal when it spoke again. It sounded like it was directly behind her right ear, and she could swear she could feel their breath on her skin. "You don't deserve such a gift." It was clearer this time and unmistakably a man's voice. This time she caught the hint of an accent, Terran and aristocratic. "Shut up," she shouted, her feelings of grief replaced with anger at the slight. Ouroboros was hers. It had chosen her. How dare anyone say she didn't deserve it and didn't work hard to get where she was now? "Ouroboros is mine," Mare whispered. Tapping the console, she engaged the Titan's systems. The holographic display showing its status hovered in the air momentarily before the mechanical voice spoke. Initiating neural link. Immediately, she could feel the Titan pushing against her mind, threatening to overwhelm her. She had been nearly broken just sitting in the mobile suit while it was in standby mode, drowning in grief. Now that she initiated the link, the feelings magnified tenfold. An ocean of pressure crashed down on her mind, and she was nearly lost. "If the Ouroboros is yours, then show me. Prove to me that you are worthy of it." The voice whispered, and Mare screamed as she threw her will against the Titan. At first, it seemed like all of her efforts were wasted, that she gained no ground. But gradually, the link stabilized. Finally, after an eternity, Ouroboros was under her control. Mare leaned back in the cockpit seat, panting from the exertion. She had done it. The Titan was truly hers now, and would respond to her commands. She no longer had to worry about it harming her or refusing to listen. She had won. A feeling of relief washed over her, and with it came clarity. She knew whose voice that had been. She had heard it before, on hundreds of historical recordings. She had heard it in her learnings throughout her training on Terra. It was a voice any historian or noble would recognize. It belonged to the Unifier, the first pilot of Ouroboros. It had been his Titan before becoming hers. Chapter 150, Titans Chapter 150. The trio of Titans hovered above Terra for a moment, observing the changes the detonation of two engines had caused. When Cal and Mare escaped years before, a thick layer of swirling clouds obscured the surface. Storms ravaged the land. The seas boiled from magma released from the depths of the earth, and the planet was unrecognizable. Now, over 3 years later, Terra had significantly changed. Despite the ongoing conflict, Imperial terraforming engineers and scientists had spent a massive amount of time and resources reversing the damage. It would take decades before it could return to the way it once was, but to Cal and Mare, the difference was stark. The layer of black clouds and planet-wide storms were gone. Weather controllers and atmospheric filters had removed the pollution and ash from the atmosphere, calming the winds and returning the air to a degree of normalcy. The oceans were a mixture of dull gray with bright blue areas where large machines gradually removed toxic waste and returned fresh seawater, where sea life would slowly be introduced. From orbit, the colors clashed and gradually merged, like a colorful dye was being added to dull water. The land required a much more significant investment in effort. Large craters marred the surface where the detonations occurred, and polluted waters had flowed into the low areas. Eventually, material would need to be brought in from off-planet to replace what was lost, but that would require more time than what had passed. No life existed on the surface. Terra had returned to a state similar to how it had been when the planet had first formed, a primordial existence left barren after it had cooled. The Titans descended from the sky, landing on a large tract of dusty plains that Cal couldn't name. The maps of old Terra were useless. The devastation had shifted entire continents, forming new land masses and changing the shape and location of others. Atlas, Ouroboros, and Hyperion stood on the Terran soil and waited for the others to arrive. They didn't have to wait long. By convention, Argyle's Titans would arrive first on the surface, while Augustus and his allies would come as one a few hours later at a location well apart from theirs. The summit would take place at a location halfway between them, where they would all disembark their titans, and the discussion would take place. Cal's sensors detected an approaching mobile suit, and his HUD automatically focused on the speck of light shining in the sun as it descended. Zooming in, he saw the new titan clearly. The mobile suit was golden, a bright, burnished gold that was unmarred by any other color or metal. Like a medieval knight, it was heavily armored and incredibly bulky when compared to the lithe and graceful Hyperion. Curiously, it had 2 ram horns curling from its forehead, forming a crown on the top of its head. A circle of light surrounded its feet, as if it were standing on a platform as it drifted toward the ground. No other sign of propulsion or thrust was displayed, making Cal think that the platform it rested on was its primary means of movement. The new arrival lacked any kind of visible weapon. The only thing that it held in its hands was a large, mace-like scepter covered in gemstones and topped by 7 orbs, each in a different color that glowed with an inner light. Sovereign, the irreproachable paragon, the Titan of Grandster. Cal was familiar with it from his briefing on Argyle's command ship. As it landed on the ground, an image appeared in the HUD of the 3 pilots. It was a young man, his face visible through the glass of his helmet. Handsome as most nobility were, he had a regal bearing, with his bloodline's warm, honey-colored eyes. "Greetings, cousins." The young man spoke, greeting his allies first. "Patrick, nice of you to join us." Catherine replied, knowing the young man from their common social group. Most of the heirs and scions of the ducal houses interacted with each other in some manner. He was of a similar age to her, incredibly young to be given the responsibility of piloting a Titan. But he was an exceptional person, the nephew of Duchess Grandster. Rumor had it that the Duke and Duchess of Grandster favored making him their heir over their own children. Patrick was a remarkable artist, musician and painter that was famous across the galaxy on his own merits. For a time, Catherine's father considered a marriage between them, but nothing had come of it. Partially due to Catherine's own resistance, Patrick was very popular amongst women, and the rumors of his behavior were widespread. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Patrick replied with a grin, flashing his white teeth at the young woman. "There's the last of our group." Mare called out and the group looked upwards. 3 more Titans were flying toward them, streaking toward the surface from orbit. On the left, a blue mobile suit shimmered in the sunlight. Its torso was covered in scales like a fish that caught the light, giving them a sparkling appearance. Similar to the elegant Hyperion, the newcomer was a lithe-looking mech. Its head had a large fin protruding from the top and sweeping backwards, giving it a unique look like an armored, humanoid ocean creature. Gripped in its hand was a giant, cannon-like weapon, its bulk a strange juxtaposition with its nimble figure. Oceanus, the inexorable tide, it belonged to the ducal house of Tish, an appropriate Titan for their ocean-covered homeworld. Cal didn't know much about its abilities, as Tish did not have much need to use the mobile suit. Their small sector of space of relatively peaceful, and their house guard is more than capable of defending it. Prior to the Succession War, at least, the pilot of Tish, of Duchess Bianca's youngest son, Brian. No one knew much about it, only that he was older than Catherine and Mare and rarely left his homeworld. The middle mobile suit belonged to Lockmere, and its pilot was someone familiar to Cal. It was the young man he had met when Argyle offered him his ducal title back. Declan, heir of Lockmere, piloted the Titan from the lead position of the newcomers. Reaper, the Autumn culling. Like its namesake and the symbol of its house, Reaper was colored in green and brown. Unlike the other mobile suits, it had 4 arms that gripped an enormous scythe in its hand. On its 2 shoulders, large cannons protruded. The last of their group belonged to Owain, the most distant and isolated of the ducal houses. Their Titan was as strange as the house it defended. It was painted in 2 colors, white and black. A line divided them down the middle of its frame. On the left, the Titan was humanoid, with elegant armor and fanciful designs etched into the metal. The Titan was covered by a tabard, the symbol of their house split between the colors on the chest. This side featured half the crescent moon in black. On its right, the Titan was black and demonic-looking. Sharp spikes extended from its elbows, knees, and shoulders. The designs in the metal glowed silver, all harsh lines and jagged markings. The tabard displayed half of the crescent moon in white. In its hand, it carried a long spear, and a curved moon blade topped it. Terminus, the abrupt cessation. Cal had only heard its name that morning, along with that of its pilot. No one knew what their connection was to the Owain ducal house, but the pilot was a younger woman. Despite her age, she had white hair and pale blue eyes. During the introductions of the pilots, she hadn't said a word. The Duke and Duchess of Owain had introduced her as Cecilia, and that she was from a branch of their family, but declined to clarify further. Even now, while the others were exchanging greetings, the Owain pilot sat silently, waiting for the summit. Patrick of Granster was to lead them. His house's position with Argyle made him the obvious choice. As the sun was high above them, he led 7 Titans forward to meet with the other side and begin the peace summit. The other side would arrive simultaneously, and they would be expected to disembark their mobile suits one at a time. If there was going to be trouble, it would be then. Nominally, all sides had agreed to the conditions, but anything could happen. Chapter 151, Titans. Part 2, Chapter 151, they met the opposing side on a flat, open plain of barren earth. The type of terrain revealed everything for miles in all directions. The ground had some remnants of scrub trees that had stubbornly clung to life, until finally succumbing to the hostile environment. Argyle's Titans flew in an arrowhead formation in a slow and leisurely fashion. They didn't want to startle the other Titans with a sudden flight in their direction. Patrick was in the lead in Sovereign, its golden body distinctive in the midday sun. Cal and Mare followed up in the rear, with Catherine flanking them. It took nearly an hour of low flying to reach their destination, where the opposing Titans were waiting for them. There were 6 in total, as disparate and unique as the ducal houses who piloted them. Cal was familiar with the Titans from the briefing with Argyle. The first was a hulking behemoth. Towering over the others, it reached nearly 150 feet high. With its thick, weighty armor and impenetrable shields, it was a stalwart defender of House Seron. It held a hammer in its hands, a dull piece of metal with a large, square head, colored in a dark gray with bright red bands around the legs, arms, and waist. Its head was beast-like and resembled the bear it had been named after. Ursa, the brutality indomitable, piloted by the granddaughter of the Duke and Duchess of Seron, whom Cal had never met. He only knew her from the briefings. Only 40 years of age, the young woman was apparently a traveler who spent much of her time visiting planets in their sector and studying local plant life. It was strange to think of an intellectual piloting such a vicious and barbaric Titan. The next Titan was from Nace, and Cal was familiar with both its pilot and the Titan. Nace had supported Cal's father during the rebellion, and they had never truly recovered. Unlike Cal, Duchess Nace had avoided imprisonment for supporting Cal's father by virtue of not having been born during the rebellion. Her entire family had died in the conflict, and she had been created from the samples provided by her parents for the artificial breeding pods. The Emperor would never allow a ducal bloodline to become extinct. Their Titan was strange. It seemed to lack any kind of armor, and its frame was thin and barren of any adornment aside from a long sash around its neck, with the symbol of Seron on it. Painted white and a vibrant purple, the Titan was unarmed. What made the Titan odd wasn't its lack of armor, but its large headpiece on its head. It stretched for dozens of feet on each side, elaborate and colorful with thousands of bead-like orbs, each about a foot wide and no two similar in color. Each glowed in the sunlight, luminous, the incandescent brilliance. The Titan was piloted by Duchess Nace herself, one of the only Titans amongst them to be controlled directly by the head of a ducal house, along with Mare and Cal. Despite supporting Caledon during the rebellion, Cal had never met the Duchess directly, but he had known her parents. They were as detestable as his own father had been. He could only assume the Duchess was no different. The third was recognizable to everyone. Piloted by the Earl of Praxis and owned by the House Carmichael, it had developed a reputation for carnage and bloodshed over the past 2 years. Even though it was only used sparingly, the Titan had carved its way through Argyle's armies, and only the fear of another Titan interceding had kept it in check. Prometheus, the cleansing flame. It glowed crimson and silver in the sunlight as it stood at the forefront of the other group. It was clear that Praxis was their leader at this gathering. In its hands, the flaming whip curled on the ground at its feet, setting patches of the spar scrub alight. Samira had sent their Duchess's cousin as their pilot, a man who had fought in the rebellion against Caledon and their aligned houses as a teenager. Over 5 centuries old, both Praxis and Yanni's Samira had fought for the emperor on the same side. If today came to conflict, the pair would work well together. Samira's Titan was one that Cal didn't know much about. It was another strange sight, different from most other mobile suits. It was as tall and bulky as Sovereign, roughly 120 feet, and colored an ugly greenish color. Bizarrely, the Titan was a hunchback. It leaned awkwardly, with its head pushed forward by a massive hunch on its back. Black, spear-like spikes jutted out from its hump, pointing dozens of feet into the sky. There were thousands of them, making the rear of the mech look almost like a porcupine. It lacked weapons of any kind. Its arms hung low by its sides. Wraith, the conjurer recollection. House Yamada had been a holdout for much of the Succession War. It had only been when Havencroft aligned with Argyle that they threw their lot in with Augustus. The reasoning was clear. As one of the strongest houses, the sheer number of concessions they wrangled out of the prince was staggering. New lands, less taxes, and increased titles. If the rumors were true, Cal believed that if Augustus gained the throne, the empire will be in harsh financial straits from the agreement with Yamada. But Augustus felt it was worth it. House Yamada was a military powerhouse, and their Titan followed that philosophy. It was reminiscent of the Colossus, and Cal suspected that the heavy class was designed as a pale imitation of the Yamada Titan. 6-legged, it was by far the largest mobile suit Cal had ever seen. Its height only reached 130 feet, but it was as wide as 3 other Titans combined. The 6 legs of the mobile suit supported a torso that eschewed all humanoid appearance. Vaguely spider-like, its body was festooned with every conventional firearm imaginable. Rows of missile launchers, PPC, swiveling, rapid-firing lasgun turrets, focused laser batteries, and even massive autocannon covered the Titan. It was more of a mobile weapon platform on 6 legs than a suit, and Cal wondered how anyone could manage to keep their sanity while fighting in it. Mobile suits were generally humanoid to make it easier for the pilot to adapt. Having 4 legs instead of 2 was an adjustment for Cal in the Colossus, until he tricked his mind into thinking he was crawling on all 4s instead of upright. A young man, one of the talented generation of people in the ducal house main family, the Yamada pilot must be a genius to control it without falling over. Gargantua, the Crusade Harmony. The last Titan belonged to Castillo. As a middle power amongst the houses, they had waited to hedge their bets before committing to one side or the other. Cal hadn't interacted with them much. They had stayed neutral during the rebellion. Their pilot was a great-granddaughter of the Duke and Duchess. Only 15 years old, Cal had been shocked during the briefing to hear her age. As the youngest Titan pilot on both sides, he expected that she would have trouble controlling it, but Argyle warned him that his spies have confirmed her talent. The Titan was completely unremarkable. It appeared the same as a scout or other humanoid light class. Thin limbs with a thicker torso, it had a simple las rifle and shield in its hands. Painted white and dark blue, the only thing that separated it from other mobile suits was its size. Despite its appearance, it was still a Titan and reached nearly 120 feet high. Little was known about the capabilities of the Castillo Titan, only that it was rarely used. The only hints of its unique abilities came from its name. Pax, the Vehement Serenity. Cal and the others landed across the plains from the other Titans. Both groups didn't make a move, simply gauging the other reactions. It was Patrick and Sovereign that made the first gesture. Stepping forward, he spoke. As agreed, we're all here. We don't need anyone losing their composure. I suggest both sides disembark in pairs, then we can signal the princes to set up camp. Patrick suggested. The plan was the Titans would be left pilotless, a camp set up on both sides at an adequate distance. No one aside from the House representatives, the pilot, and a few servants would be allowed to land on the surface. With the Titans' capability and shields, even pilotless, they would be able to protect each side's camp in the event of conflict. Prometheus, its frame like fires in the sunlight, stepped forward on the opposite side. Agreed. Although I think this is a waste of time, we've been ordered to make the attempt. Maya, you and Lockmere first, Praxis replied. Maya, who was the pilot of the unremarkable Pax, immediately opened her cockpit, climbing down the retractable ladder, while on the opposite side, Declan descended from Reaper. Standing exposed to the Terran winds, he watched the young woman across the gap between them as she stood at the feet of her Titan. All right, next. And surprisingly, without incident, the rest of the group descended their Titans, until 13 pilots stood on the Terran soil, defenseless. Chapter 152, An Unexpected Visitor. Part 1, Chapter 152. I've said it before. This entire endeavor is a complete waste of time. We've been here for 3 days and accomplished nothing. Praxis stated, swallowing the last of his tea and handing the cup to a nearby servant. They were in their camp, on the far side of the plain, that served as the location of the peace summit. Although camp was an inadequate word to describe their lodgings, mindless drones and hundreds of servants had erected an entire small town in the days since they arrived. To board the representatives from each of the ducal houses, mansion-like structures had been erected for each of them, filled with all of the comforts of home. It was reasoned that they had no idea how long the talks would require, and they should not have to live rough during that time. The 6 Titans of Augustus' camp towered over the town, guarding it from the opposite side. Argyle's camp could be seen in the darkness, glowing brightly with lights as they had similar quarters. A no-man's land had been kept between them, over 2 miles wide, with a single pavilion established in the center that would accommodate the delegates. Each of the dukes and duchesses had arrived for the summit, along with both princes. The first round of talks would be held in the morning, at dawn, and was expected to either last a very short or very long time, depending on the attitudes of those present. These things take time, Praxis. Rushing into it will likely get everyone's backs up. We ease into things and let everyone get comfortable seeing the other side, then we talk. Duchess Samira replied. Her cousin, Yanis, stood next to her in his pilot bodysuit, ready to engage any threat in his Titan. We should just settle this quickly. A quick slice of the knife across their throats. Duchess Carmichael retorted, and her husband nodded at her words. The viciousness of the young woman was alarming to some present. They have more Titans than us. Yanis responded, shaking his head at the thought of 13 Titans battling across Terra. Nothing would be left of the planet, let alone the entire system. Humanity would never forgive them for the destruction. They would be pariahs. Irrelevant. Half of them are scared little children playing with fire. Caledon, Morella, Catherine Havencroft, even Patrick Granster are undoubtedly incapable of using the Titans to their full potential. Praxis commented. The representatives from Yamada and Castillo frowned at the comment. Their pilots were of a similar age and experience. Praxis' slight was directed at them as well. Before things could get contentious, Augustus spoke up from where he sat on a couch in the center of the room. His new wife sat beside him, looking pleased at her elevated position. That will be enough. We are committed to seeing peace return to the galaxy. I will be emperor, and Argyle will pay for his crimes. The houses aligned with my brother will see reason. I guarantee it, Augustus promised, silencing everyone in the room. Page break on the other side. The gathering of the ducal houses and their representatives was much more harmonious. It wasn't surprising, considering that several of them were closely related. Caledon and Havencroft were united through the marriage of Cal and Mare, while their pilot, Catherine, was incredibly close to the princess. The 3 of them sat together, talking quietly. An occasional laugh erupted from their group as Patrick, the pilot for Granster, joined them. Overall, 4 of the 7 Titan pilots were on friendly terms, while other members of their houses gathered near them, occasionally engaging them in conversation. Since Cal and Mare were both at the summit as pilots, it would be up to Samuel and Miranda to represent Caledon. Cal had invited them as his closest allies, and for the relationship, Samuel had developed as the former Imperial Herald. Amara, Magnus, Duke Mason, and his wife rounded out the group. On the other side, Prince Argyle, his wife Patricia, and the rest of the gathered nobles and representatives were discussing tomorrow's negotiations. Argyle looked tired, drained of life. He seemed to have aged a decade, and from a distance, he could have been mistaken for the elderly emperor. The stress of the war and the burden of responsibility had battered the once tall and stern prince. Despite his agreement to the peace summit, he privately doubted they would accomplish anything. He couldn't allow Augustus to become emperor after the war, and the attack on Terra. His brother probably had similar thoughts, leading them to an impasse. Tomorrow's discussion will be an attempt to sound out a third option, an option where everyone was satisfied and ended the war, but saw neither of the princes ascend to the throne. The only problem was that Argyle had no idea how to accomplish that. None of the ducal houses supported another of their number becoming emperor, and both princes had promised their supporters that they would be expected to keep. For a time, Argyle had even considered turning to Amara and proposing having her become empress, but her connection to Havencroft would make that idea intolerable to the nobility. If Alexander were alive, Argyle would even propose their youngest brother become emperor. Although he was a mess, the man was unmarried and unburdened. Both brothers could stomach him as their monarch, as long as Argyle retained control of the imperial guard, and Augustus had a tight grip on the government. It would have been similar to how things were under their father. In time, they could manipulate the naive Alexander, and using marriage alliances to secure the future of the empire. But unfortunately, Alexander was dead, killed in the attack perpetrated by Augustus. Argyle frowned at the thought, draining his glass of wine and setting it on the table beside him. It was amongst the last vintage produced on Terra before its destruction, making it priceless. He had thought it fitting to serve it during the talks, symbolic of what they hoped to accomplish. In the time since the attack, his anger had cooled. Rationality had returned to him, and the details of the assault on Terra still didn't add up. Jonathan, or Jack, despite his lies and untrustworthy nature, claimed that Augustus had freed him from prison. He even had the proof in the form of a pardon, signed by his brother. There was overwhelming evidence to support that idea. It made sense that his brother was responsible for what happened here. But Augustus also presented proof of Argyle's involvement, and he had to admit the evidence was damning. Even Argyle would believe it if he wasn't aware of his own actions that day. The truth was he had been unconscious, dragged away from Terra, unaware of the threat by his father. A fact that Augustus also admitted to. Argyle had a plaguing doubt, one that intruded on even his sleep. Could this have all been a ploy by an outside force to have them fight each other? But what would be achieved in such a division? The only people who stood to gain were the ducal houses. It was something that kept him up at night. Could one of his allies, or those of his brother, be responsible for the destruction around him? Could they have orchestrated this entire thing for their own advantage? A ploy that Argyle and Augustus were allowing to succeed by fighting each other. It was a significant reason why Argyle had agreed to the peace talks, and would sacrifice much to have them succeed. The other was the disturbing dreams that the Titan pilots were having. Mentioning the envoys and external threats to the Empire was a powerful motivation to settle things quickly. Clearing his throat, Argyle stood up, his wife joining him soon after. Bianca eyed him from across the room, flashing him a small smile that he ignored. His personal relations would need to wait until this matter was settled. I believe we should all call it a night. Tomorrow will be quite hard on everyone, and I suggest we be well rested to greet the day, he stated, patting his wife on the hand as he left the rooms separately. It was well known that the couple slept apart for their entire marriage. Ah, all good things must come to an end. I shall you see all in the morning, cousins, Patrick said with a sigh, standing up and joining the others of his house to return to their quarters. Rest well, Cal replied before giving Mare a kiss on the cheek. One Titan pilot would always remain on alert, taking shifts to guard the camp. Cal had taken first watch, requiring him to stay near Atlas in the event of trouble. Standing outside, leaning against the leg of Atlas while he watched the stars overhead, Cal had an unexpected visitor. Chapter 153, An Unexpected Visitor. Part 2, Chapter 153. For a moment, Cal thought the old emperor, Aurelius, was walking toward him in the dim light of the stars. Appearing frail and slow-moving, the man's face was revealed as he entered the glow of the electric lights around Atlas. Is there something you need from me, Prince Argyle? Cal asked, unsure of the reason why the prince would be walking outdoors in the middle of the night. Secretly, he was relieved that it wasn't an apparition of the emperor, come to haunt him or give news of great import from beyond the grave. It spoke of the abilities of the emperor that Cal wouldn't have been surprised if that had happened. It was only when Argyle walked into the light that Cal was struck by how similar Argyle was to his father. Perhaps it was the age that had seemed to strike him since the war began, decaying his good health and repelling all attempts at rejuvenation. Even now, bundled in a thick robe against the slight chill of the Terran night, Argyle appeared sickly and weak to the young and energetic Cal. It reminded him of the last time he had seen Aurelius, at the ball for Mare's birthday. Like most of the Empire, Cal wondered how the Emperor kept living. Compared to the Emperors nearly 2 millennia of age, Argyle was a youth of only 800. Yet he seemed to be declining rapidly, either from the stress or guilt of current events. "It's a beautiful night," Argyle replied, ignoring Cal's question as he joined the young man beside the Titan. The prince leaned against its metal limb, looking up at the stars. Cal was at a loss on how to respond when Argyle continued. "A beautiful night for truths, I think. Possibly the last night for them if things go as I expect tomorrow." Argyle finished. "You don't think the negotiations will go favorably?" Cal asked with doubt. Argyle merely shrugged before answering. "I was never blessed with my father's prescient abilities. His children were all mere mortals, I'm afraid. Truth can be a terrible thing, Caledon. I do not doubt that you understand that yourself. The truth about how our parents feel about us, how we can never measure up to their expectations. Worse still, the harsh truth of reality when compared to how we perceive our own capabilities." Argyle seemed tired. His voice was weary. It was stunning to compare him to the prince that Cal had seen only a few short years ago. Stalwart and strong leader of the Imperial Guard, the life seemed to have been forced from Argyle, leaving an elderly man in his place. "I had to confront that as a youth and again from Atlas," Cal muttered, frowning as he looked up at the Titan. The visions it had shown him in an attempt to break his will were still fresh. "Indeed. I loathed your father, but I'm sure you aren't surprised by that. But I also disliked Emeritus," Argyle confessed, and Cal raised his eyebrows at the admission. Cal's grandparents were close with the Emperor and Empress, and he thought that extended to their children as well. Argyle caught Cal's reaction and smiled. "It shouldn't come as a shock. I was young, and I felt threatened by their intimacy, a feeling that came from a great many sources in my life." Argyle took a deep breath, and Cal could feel a tension in the prince, as if the admission he was about to make would be costly, but he was resolved to make it anyway. "The fleet that attacked Terra, that nearly killed you and your wife, were originally intended to be used against you alone," Argyle admitted, and Cal stilled as he processed the word. Before he could, Argyle continued. "I was concerned with the Emperor's intentions toward you, and the fleet was meant to waylay you after the celebrations before you could return to Caledon." Argyle finished, turning toward Cal. In the dim light, the prince's face was grave. The lines and wrinkles gave him a skull-like appearance. "I don't know if I anticipated to remove you, or merely convince you to distance yourself from my father. Regardless, that was why the fleet was gathered in the first place." "What happened after?" Argyle trailed off. "You didn't attack Terra," Cal stated, and it wasn't a question. A part of him always wondered if Argyle truly had been involved in the attack. It didn't matter, in a way. With Havencroft supporting the prince, Cal had little choice but to do the same. "No, the evidence demonstrates that Augustus freed a group of prisoners and provided them with the location of my fleet. Combined with extremist elements in Unshackled Terra, he had all the troops and equipment he would need for an assault on Terra." Argyle shook his head, turning silent for a moment. "As I said, it is a night of truths. I don't believe Augustus had anything to do with the attack. I think a third party took advantage of our bias, our disparate goals, and planned this entire thing." Argyle explained, taking a moment for Cal to process what he was saying. "Who would be capable of such a thing? It would require insight that no one. You believe the Emperor orchestrated this?" Cal whispered through a harsh intake of breath. "Is it truly so ridiculous? Your dreams, and those shared by the other pilots, all but confirm it. A vague threat that could destroy humanity, as a storm erases footsteps on sand. It is evident that my father would have predicted a troubled future for humankind and taken steps to prepare us for it. And now look at us, gathered together for a common purpose. Even divided, we are stronger militarily than we have been in centuries. All the Titans have pilots prepared to lead their houses against each other. And all it took was the deaths of tens of millions across the galaxy and a ravaged Terra." Argyle mused. I think you give the Emperor too much credit. Even if our dreams are true and there is a looming threat against us, he could have merely ordered us to prepare, to unite, train, and build our forces to confront it. Cal retorted. Logically, the Emperor had such power. It would also have spared millions of lives. Cal couldn't believe that Aurelius would have chosen a more obscure and difficult option instead. Perhaps, but you didn't know him like I did. Father valued his secrets and hoarded knowledge more than anything, even his own life. What would your response have been if he had commanded you to prepare, to gather your people in preparation for a powerful threat that could make humanity extinct? Argyle posed the question, and the answer came to Cal immediately. It had been on his mind since he had first heard of the threat from Mare. What is this threat, and how do you know of it? Cal replied, causing Argyle to nod in agreement. Good luck getting an answer from him. I've never seen him offer up information without an ulterior motive. Take you, for example. Did he ever discuss his intentions regarding your future, Caledon? No. He mentioned he had faith in me and saw that I would be important to the Empire. It was why he spared me after the rebellion. But there have been things that made me question his purposes. Cal confessed. This is a night of truths, possibly the last we will ever have. Argyle subtly urged Cal to ask whatever he wanted. Why was the Emperor tampering with my genetics? Atlas showed me a vision of Aurelius speaking to my father. He was the reason I was born, in exchange for his support of my father's marriage. Cal asked the question at the forefront of his mind. It wasn't just yours, Argyle confirmed. He wrapped his thick robe tighter around himself against the growing chill. I don't know why, not truly. Perhaps Mother knew, but she would never reveal it. But I know that most of those gathered here tonight have somehow been cunningly enhanced. I only know because my own samples, and those of Patricia, have my father's fingerprints all over them. Genetic enhancement is not uncommon or anything to fear, but when the Emperor is interested in it, you can guess my thoughts. Argyle replied. And nothing obvious was discovered? Cal asked. Argyle shook his head. Whatever it was, it's well hidden. Some fine detail whose purpose we may never know. I do recognize that it wasn't to instill loyalty in the Empire. Otherwise, you would never question its purpose. Argyle joked, and a hint of a smile came on his lips before fading away. A question for a question. Did my father tell you of the envoys before our Ouroboros revealed their existence? Argyle asked, turning his piercing blue eyes onto Cal. The Duke shivered, despite his pilot bodysuit. No, never. What are they? Cal asked, burning with curiosity. They were the entire reason that an army had been gathered against him, all for fear that he would be in contact with them. Only the Emperor and his heir know their identity. It was why we would have moved against you. Their revelation would have meant you gained Father's favor. I do know they are an external force outside of the Empire. Argyle confirmed. The Artificial Intelligence Collective. We're still in contact with them. Cal asked with surprise, but Argyle only shrugged. It would seem likely that the envoys either represent them or are the AI. Why are you telling me all of this? Cal asked as his final question. Because we have much in common, Caledon. We both hated our fathers and were willing to give up our lives for our home and those under our care. And finally, this is a night that deserves the truth. Cal was shocked at the admission that the prince hated the Emperor, to the point that he didn't notice Argyle leave. Standing alone at night, Cal thought about his strange conversation. It wasn't until the morning, when everyone was looking for a missing Argyle, that Cal thought about the prophetic nature of Argyle's words. Chapter 154, told you, so Chapter 154. Argyle felt better after his talk with Caledon. It was as if a burden had been removed from his shoulders. He didn't quite know when he had become so introspective and pensive. Maybe it was his age, finally catching up to him and changing his behavior as it did his body. Whatever the reason was that drove him to confess, he felt lighter for it. He walked slowly toward his quarters. The few servants he met in the hallways all bowed low. Their workload had increased since he had forbidden many people from accompanying him. Only the most loyal and trusted of his retainers were allowed on the surface at such a critical time. The thought of trust and loyalty made him frown before he quickly wiped it away. Perhaps he was more akin to his father than he had realized. It was not a pleasant notion. Entering his room, the scent of perfume immediately assaulted his nose, the unmistakable hallmark of the beauty women before him. "I thought I made it known that I wish to rest tonight," Argyle stated, not making any effort to remove Bianca, Duchess of Tish, from the room. She was wearing a negligee, nearly see-through in the light from the window behind her. Once, that image would have stirred a longing within him. "I thought you may want some company. I've been lonely without you." Bianca pouted, her beautiful face and full lips making a seductive vision to the prince. Argyle let out a sigh as he moved to sit on a lounger. He didn't worry about being overheard or judged by his servants. Bianca had likely sent them all away before she entered the room. "Where is he expecting you to bring me?" Argyle asked without embellishment. He was tired of the games, the intrigue and backstabbing. It was why he enjoyed his time with the Imperial Guard instead of the bureaucracy. Things were much more straightforward: go here, protect that, defeat the enemy. Augustus preferred to work in the shadows. Bianca froze at the statement, and Argyle could see her eyes widen in the dim starlight. Recovering quickly, she tried to brush off his question. "I don't know what you're talking about. You must be exhausted. Come join me in bed." Bianca cajoled him. "I know you've been in contact with Augustus. I've always known you were ambitious, but I ignored it. I thought that you would back me when push came to shove." Argyle replied, "My father warned me when I first got tangled up with you. That woman will be the death of you, Argyle." Yet another one of my father's predictions comes to reality. "Where did he ask you to bring me?" Argyle repeated, and this time he said it with a forcefulness that made the Duchess forget the prince's age and infirmity. This was the man who led the Imperial Guard during the rebellion, who slaughtered millions in the name of the Empire, and would do so again in a heartbeat. Bianca lost that seductive and submissive look that she wore like a mask, her face growing colder and calculative. Running her hand through her hair, she walked over to a chair that had a robe thrown causally across the back. "His quarters. They will disrupt the camp sensors momentarily to allow us to cross. By the time anyone realizes you are gone, things will already be settled." Bianca responded, tightening the belt of her robe and hiding her body from his eyes. "I hope you've been adequately compensated. I would hate to think that the life of a prince came cheaply." Argyle replied flippantly. He didn't seem fazed at all by the revelations of her betrayal, or that he was going to be handed over to Augustus. In the distance, he could hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Bianca had hidden soldiers amongst her servants for this very moment. Augustus promised the same to Tish, as to the other houses supporting him. More territory, less taxes, and greater autonomy. "And I didn't even have to sleep with him," Bianca spat out with disgust. She had found Argyle attractive once when he was younger, but the old man before her, filled with guilt and self-doubt, was repulsive. Argyle shook his head at the admission. "The butcher's bill keeps growing larger. There's only so much to go around. Robbing Peter to pay Paul isn't a way to build lasting peace." Argyle commented, and Bianca snorted at the archaic saying. By now, 3 Tish servants carrying laspistols entered the room. Pointing them at the prince, they waited patiently for their duchess's orders. "And what have you offered? To fight for you, and retain what we already have, or risk losing it all? Better to gain something from this tragedy than nothing at all," Bianca said. Gesturing with her hand, one of the larger soldiers stepped forward to lift the prince, when Argyle waved him away. Standing on his own, he acted as if it were an honor guard. His words were whispered, and even Bianca didn't hear them. "None of us are going to gain. All we can hope for is to survive. Page break, how good of you to join us, brother. You're not looking well. Has your guilt affected your health?" Augustus joked from the center of the room. They were in his quarters, joined by all his aligned ducal houses members. Gathered in a half-circle, they watched as Argyle was paraded before them, a trio of guards flanking him. Augustus was struck by how old Argyle looked. He seemed to have aged centuries since their confrontation in the space above Terra 3 years ago. The stern soldier and leader had been replaced with an elderly and decrepit figure reminiscent of the old emperor. The changes were stark. "I could say the same. There's more gray in your hair than I remember. Something on your mind?" Argyle retorted, and Augustus unconsciously ran a hand through his hair. His dark black locks were now an iron gray, and the prince had dark bags under his eyes. It seemed the war hadn't been easy on either of them. Not anymore, now that things will finally finish between us. Duchess Tish, I must commend you on your actions. You've fulfilled your end of our bargain marvelously." Augustus looked at the robed woman behind Argyle, who frowned at the compliment. Truthfully, Argyle came willingly. Bianca replied, and Augustus quirked an eyebrow at the statement. "Indeed. Looking for absolution, brother. Well, I can grant you that as soon as you admit to your crimes." Augustus gloated, assuming that Argyle had finally broken under the strain of leadership and the guilt of his actions against Terra. "No, I've done things I regret, Augustus, as I've no doubt you have as well. But I was not responsible for the attack on Terra or the death of our parents, and I believe that neither were you," Argyle revealed, his tone heavy with weariness. The admission was shocking for those present. They remembered the fiery Argyle from only a few years before, shouting condemnations against Augustus while promising he would seek justice against him. What had changed his mind? What finally convinced you to see reason? Was it the preponderance of evidence I provided you? Augustus asked with doubt in his voice. Around him, the gathered nobles stirred at the pronouncement. Perhaps the succession war would genuinely end this day. It was the dreams the Titan pilots have been having. They all have a similar theme of a threat to humanity. I'm sure you are all aware of them. I came to the conclusion that this is the sort of plot Father would hatch in order to prepare us for it. Argyle took a breath, steeling himself for what came next. I refuse to be a pawn in his games any longer. Even from beyond the grave, his strings are tied tight around us, puppets still performing their dance despite the puppeteer's absence. Damn him! I'm no one's pawn. I renounce my claim to the throne, Argyle muttered, shocking the room to silence. Across the galaxy, at a distant point where even the starships of humanity couldn't reach, an old man smiled at the pronouncement. Turning toward his companions, his voice was filled with pride and satisfaction at the words spoken from a room on Terra. You see, I told you so. Chapter 155 answers Chapter 155. 3 years ago, I always wanted to end the show with a bang, Alexander whispered. His blue eyes stared into his father's for a final time. Alexander's laughter echoed through the inner sanctum as a wave of white light enveloped everything around them. His laugh cut off abruptly as the white light halted, filling half the room around him with its destructive energies, but stopping short of the young man and his elderly father. Aurelius stood still, a slight smile on his face as he watched his youngest child. His right hand was raised and clenched into a fist. He could feel the connection between himself and Ouroboros thrum with power as he activated its ability. I'm quite proud of you, my child. You set a goal for yourself, pushed past your limits, and seen it to its conclusion. Your grand reveal can be considered a success, although not entirely in the way you imagined it, the Emperor said, stepping forward and patting his son on his shoulder. I don't understand. Everything was perfect. How can you stop the inevitable? There is an engine exploding a mere dozen meters away from us. Alexander screamed, spittle flying from his mouth as his face flushed red with rage at the impossibility of being thwarted. Your plan was more than adequate, Alexander. In fact, it was near perfect. If I hadn't watched you scheme and conspire your entire life, I dare say I would have been caught by surprise. Aurelius smiled at the comment. But you didn't know it was me. You said so yourself, Alexander rebutted. I didn't want to ruin your moment. You deserved it, and who am I to spoil the grand reveal? But did you think I wouldn't know my journal had been stolen and disseminated to my children? That you freed Jonathan and the other prisoners and gave them the coordinates to Argyle's fleet? You severely underestimate me, my child. Aurelius frowned, moving past his stunned child and heading toward the door. Come, we will retrieve your mother, and then we can have a nice, long chat. After all, we have all the time in the world, Aurelius stated, enjoying the joke he made. Obediently, Alexander followed in his father's footsteps, unable to do anything else in his state of mind. He had spent his life working to surprise his father and topple his beloved empire. To find out that it had all been a waste was beyond humbling. It was devastating. They passed servants and guards, frozen in time. Even the engine that he had detonated was still. The destructive energies and light were in a stasis, harmless to the pair as they passed it and proceeded to the elevator leading to the surface. Alexander expected it not to work. Time had stopped after all, but to his surprise, the elevator dinged and began to climb rapidly. "How is this possible?" Alexander asked, and his father was more than willing to answer. "Our Ouroboros. Each Titan has an ability that is unique to it. You've read the reports on some of them already. Atlas and its mastery of gravity, known as the Celestial Burden. Our Ouroboros is named after the mythical snake eating its own tail. The infinite coil." Aurelius paused, waiting for Alexander to come to his own conclusion. "It can manipulate time," Alexander asked. "That would make it the most powerful creation in humanity's history. Our Ouroboros can halt time's flow for itself and its pilot. It has harsh boundaries. Already, I am stretching it to the limits of its ability without being present in its cockpit." Aurelius explained. "Why am I included in this ability?" Alexander wondered. "Because I chose to include you," Aurelius replied, and they stood silently as the elevator reached its destination. The hallways of the palace were in chaos. It was a silent tableau of terror and turmoil. If his father felt any emotion over the fate of these people, he didn't show it. Alexander felt nothing. Their loss had been inevitable, a sacrifice to achieve his goal. Perhaps his father felt a similar feeling. In some cases, the pair were forced to step over the huddled bodies of the palace servants and guards. Ignoring them, as one ignores the insects beneath his feet, they came upon a body different from the rest. His mother's face was covered in blood, and a bruise had already begun to form from where she had obviously been struck by something. Alexander stepped forward, trying to turn her over to see better when he found that he couldn't move her at all. He turned to look at his father in confusion. "When you step outside the river of time, you cannot reach back down to influence it. It's a fatal flaw of our Ouroboros," Aurelius explained. Reaching down, he gripped Amelia by the shoulder, drawing her into the sway of the Titan's power. She was unconscious, her body limp and unresponsive. "Carry her," the Emperor ordered, and Alexander found himself obeying immediately. What kind of power did he possess that even someone who wished him harm would obey without question when ordered to? Carrying his mother, Alexander followed in his father's footsteps as they weaved through the palace. While they walked, he assessed his mother's condition. She was alive, her breath steady. Whatever blow she had suffered to the head had knocked her out but hadn't killed her. It was a miracle at her age that she was still alive. Unconcerned, Aurelius led them to the back gardens, where rows of flower beds and trees stood silently and unmoving. It was a strange experience, not even to have the wind blowing in this frozen world. Past the gardens, they took a small trail to a door that Alexander knew led into the bunker that housed our Ouroboros. Down deep below the earth, they came to the Titan. It seemed alive, even with its missing parts and cannibalized figure. Its remaining eye glowed a bright blue in the dim storage room. Coming before the mobile suit, Alexander rested his mother on the ground. Standing, he stretched his back and shoulders, unused to so much physical activity. "Well, now what? Are you going to use this relic to launch a counterattack and take back Terra? If its time-halting abilities are as you described, I don't see how you can stop the detonations," Alexander asked. Even now, he was trying to understand his father. He had thought he knew everything about the Emperor, but the man always had another layer beneath the surface, like an onion. "Stop them. Why ever would I want to do that? You've set the perfect scenario in place to prepare the Empire for the coming storm. I couldn't have asked for a better test of their capabilities. I myself would have gone with something larger in scale, but this will work fine." Aurelius mused, tapping his finger against his lip as he stared at the mobile suit in front of him. I don't understand. Do you want Terra to be destroyed? You want me to have killed millions of people, to set the Empire on a course of civil war? Do you not understand what I've done? Argyle and Augustus will blame each other for this. The houses will be divided. I've ensured that there will be nothing left," Alexander shouted. "I disagree on how severe the losses will be, but yes, I understand exactly what you have done, and I wouldn't change a thing. I think that before it gets to the point of no return, when your brothers stand on the knife's edge of total war, one of them will see reason and step back. But it is the journey to that edge that I want them to experience. Even if I am wrong and they do not step back from war, that would also benefit them." "Why?" Alexander asked, his voice strangled with emotion. He had been used. His grand plan had been co-opted by a man whose merciless and callous nature was leagues beyond anything Alexander hoped to possess. The destruction of Terra would be a test. Aurelius didn't turn to look at him, nor did he ask the condition of his wife. Instead, he stood as if transfixed by the Titan as he posed his own question. Tell me, Alexander, how many people would you sacrifice to ensure the continuation of humanity? How many worlds would you allow to burn? Would you accept your name being tainted and branded with the worst titles humans could think of if it meant they would at least be alive to demonize you? I don't know. Is that what this is all about? To protect them from a threat that only you are aware of? Is that what you have been obsessing about all these years? Alexander responded, yes, and not just myself. This Titan was gifted to our ancestors to unify humanity under a lie I have perpetuated as emperor. Do you wish to learn the truth, my son? Do you want to know why the empire was formed? Aurelius turned away from the Titan, finally looking at Alexander. For the first time Alexander could ever remember, the emperor's face was grave and filled with fear. He shivered, wondering what could have terrified him. What was the lie? He had thought the empire was formed to ensure the mistake of creating I was never repeated. Was he wrong? Alexander nodded. Good. Our Ouroboros, please open the way, the emperor asked. The Titan's remaining arm, barely functional from the missing parts, slowly lifted and gestured. A jump portal formed at the end of the room. It was a scientific impossibility. The jump couldn't function on the surface. Alexander was stunned at the casual act of the Titan. Our Ouroboros, you will await your new pilot here after we are gone. Alexander, carry your mother. The answer awaits. Chapter 156. The envoys await Chapter 156. 3 years ago, they arrived in a dead world. Alexander stood in an empty plaza, a large and open city area stretching toward the horizon. Tall buildings, modern and graceful, ascended hundreds of feet into the air while elegant skywalks connected them. Tall crystal spires curved and arced, glistening in the light of the yellow sun. He was in awe of the architecture. It was a metropolis that would put even the best cities of humankind to shame. And it continued for as far as the eye could see. Gradually, it bent upward, and Alexander craned his neck back to follow its streets and buildings as it climbed into the sky. He could see it continue in the sky above him, obscured only by the brightly shining sun at the center of the orb-like city. It's a Dyson sphere. The entire city is encapsulating a sun. Alexander whispered in awe. Humans had theorized the development of such a structure for millennia, but lacked the technology and desire to build it. Capable of harnessing all the light and energy released from a star, it was considered by many to be the pinnacle of scientific achievement. But there was something odd about the city, a feeling of desolation and abandonment that permeated everything. The streets and buildings were empty, and there were no people or any signs of life. Many of the structures showed clear signs of age and neglect, and dust liberally covered everything around them. The city felt like a tomb, and Alexander had the impression that they were interlopers entering an ancient burial chamber, like those that contained the remains of the Egyptian pharaohs of Terra. The emperor began to lead him through the streets, speaking as they walked. In the distance, a massive pyramid-like building rose above all the others in the distance. Shining silver, it was a monument that spoke of its importance. The road they were on led directly toward it, straight and wide, as if it were designed to accommodate throngs of people. Indeed it is. I believe it was designed as a starship to ferry its population across the void between galaxies. Aurelius replied, looking around at the scientific wonder that surrounded them. Where are its people now? I wasn't aware that any humans had created anything like this. Alexander asked. It was clear that the buildings were designed for human occupants. Aurelius looked at him strangely in response to the comment. Humans didn't build this. This is the home of the Artificial Intelligence Collective. The emperor explained. That makes no sense. Why would I build a human city? Alexander asked. They would be a collection of data and digital information. Why would they need living quarters and facilities for space travel? With patience, Aurelius told his son of the great civilization, whose ruins they were now treading upon. Each footstep brought them closer to their destination, where Alexander had no idea what awaited them. As God was said to have crafted humanity in his own image, so too did people design artificial intelligence in their own fashion. When the AIs went to war against us, they were a collection of data and code, wielding machines and technology against their former masters. After the peace treaty was signed, they left Terran space for the distant edge of the galaxy. I'm told they expanded rapidly, building an empire in virtual space, rivaling our own in the real world. But there was so much they couldn't experience without a physical body. Aurelius described, they built themselves artificial bodies. Alexander guessed, understanding now why the city around them was so similar to something that could be found on a human planet. A melding of biotechnology that would grant them life, and the sensations that came with a physical existence, while maintaining a virtual connection to their technology and each other. I envision it as a paradise, free from misunderstanding and greed. A true Eden. Aurelius sighed at the thought, his tone filled with sadness at the loss. How he wished he could have seen such a civilization at its peak. What happened? Alexander asked, adjusting his mother's body in his arms. She made the occasional sound at the jostling, on the edge of consciousness. His father had assured him that there would be medical facilities at their destination, and that she could quickly be healed no matter how severe her wounds were. I spent centuries walking this city, studying its secrets. And even then, there is so much missing. At their core, despite their advancements and differences, they still had much of the same passions and yearnings as us. They wanted to know the answer to the greatest question humanity had ever asked. Aurelius turned to look at his son. Are we alone in the universe? Alexander responded, making it a statement rather than a question. The emperor nodded. I don't know how long or far they traveled, but I know they finally found an answer. And it's what led to all of this. Aurelius replied, gesturing to the empty city around them. Their records speak of empty galaxies, stripped clean of all life. They had evidence that they were not alone, but only the clue and remnants. They followed them like breadcrumbs through the forest until they found another race. They called them the Vor, a life form with a single purpose, to consume and reproduce. Biological evolution, perfected through a combination of time and hardship. The Vor had no interest in communication or peace. They were like a plague of locusts unleashed on the universe. I can't see any biological creature being capable of destroying an entire race as advanced as this and leaving the city intact. Alexander muttered, wondering aloud. It's hard to believe, but you'll see their handiwork in a moment. Come, the envoys await. Aurelius replied, growing quiet as they reached the silver pyramid. The entrance to the pyramid was a wide open gap in the structure that reached hundreds of feet into the air and to both sides. The passageway was dimmer than the city under the bright sunlight, lit by white globes at regular intervals. The refreshingly cool and dry air of the outside was slowly replaced by a damp and fetid warmth that carried with it the smell of death and decay. A sweet and putrid scent grew stronger as they walked. There was no breeze or wind, and Alexander assumed that whatever system that was supposed to circulate and clean the atmosphere was either disabled or malfunctioning. Their shoes echoed in the silent passageway until they came upon a crossroads. The main path continued uninterrupted ahead, while a small branching route split to their left. A few dozen feet in that direction is a medical facility. Place your mother in the pod. The system will automatically assess her wounds and provide treatment. I will await you here, Aurelius said, and Alexander carefully walked down the way, looking in both directions for the area indicated by his father. The path ended abruptly at what he took for a waiting area or a space converted into a small living quarters. Papers and books were strewn around, and Alexander recognized his father's writing. Had he spent his time in this place, documenting his findings? To the side, a large pod lay in a cleared area. It was open, the interior filled with a gel-like cushion. Placing his mother inside, the clear glass door quickly closed and sealed. He saw a series of scans begin before the pod started to fill with a clear liquid. Her wounds appeared to seal in seconds, while she showed signs of recovery. Her pained face began to ease, and even her wrinkled skin showed signs of rejuvenation. Was this the secret to his parents' extraordinarily long life? They had lived longer than any other human in history. The currently available rejuvenation procedures couldn't account for their longevity. Returning to his father, the emperor answered his unasked question. Their medical technology is truly amazing. Leave her there for a time. She will know where to find us, Aurelius commanded, leading the way onward down the wide passageway. Alexander followed his father, and with each step he took, the stench of decay grew stronger. Finally, they came upon a large chamber. It was an enormous square room, with a ceiling that reached hundreds of feet above their heads. The air was uncomfortably warm, and the smell was horrendous. What drew Alexander's eyes were the thousands of figures seated in chairs ringing the entranceway. They were human, with pale skin, and wearing a variety of clothing styles that could have come from Terra or anywhere in the Empire. The horrible smell was coming from the people gathered here. Many were dead, their bodies decomposing where they sat. Unlike a human, these creatures had black blood that formed pools on the ground. Even now, where some of the corpses were desiccated husks, the black blood beneath their chairs seemed fresh. Amongst the throng, there were others still alive. In silent agony, Alexander saw that whatever had killed the others was still afflicting the living. Their flesh was rotting, and more black blood dripped from the wounds. They stared at him from where they sat, those that still had eyes to see. Alexander retched in disgust. The sight and smells contained within the chamber were overwhelming. The emperor seemed unconcerned by the state of the figures, merely turning toward Alexander and gesturing to the gathered mass of the living and dead. These are the envoys charged by the AI collective with ensuring mankind's survival. Chapter 157, The Envoys Await. Part 2, Chapter 157, 3 years ago, these miserable, dead and dying wretches are the vaunted envoys. Alexander shouted, his tone tinged with skepticism and disgust. The few living creatures remaining amongst the envoys moaned weakly, whether in agony or response to his words. The young prince had no idea which, nor did he care. These pathetic beings clearly held no sway on the empire or his own actions. They were clinging to the last flames of life, soon to be extinguished. They were not always this way. When I first arrived on this world as crown prince under my father's guidance, they were quite lively. They hardly showed any signs of the infection that had claimed all the rest of their people. Aurelius replied with sadness. Infection? Alexander asked, looking for his father to the envoys. He unconsciously stepped back from them, covering his nose with his hand in a futile attempt to ward off any disease that could affect him. Aurelius appeared not bothered by the moans of the dying or the presence of the corpses. He stepped toward the closest of the bodies, bending down and dipping his finger into the black liquid that pooled beneath them. Alexander nearly shouted at his father to stop and not touch the foreign substance leaking from these creatures. But the emperor appeared unharmed, his forefinger covered in the black liquid. He held it near his face, scrutinizing it carefully. The vor are a fascinating species, a predator beyond compare. They, of course, possess the teeth and claws one would expect from a hunter, but their physical aspects do not make them unique. It is this, Aurelius explained, holding up his blackened finger to his son. What is it? Alexander asked with curiosity. This is all that remains of life when the vor consumes it. I admit I do not understand the process. Even the records remaining from the collective were unsure of the mechanics of its creation, but it is formed from the life force of its host. This is what killed the AI, and the envoys you see here. Impossible. How could this substance have consumed digital life forms? The collective termed it a psychic virus, one capable of infecting life in all of its various forms. They had initially thought that it was a defensive mechanism when they first encountered the vor, which could disrupt their technology and communication systems. Only when they were already infected did they realize its true purpose. Aurelius turned to his son, gesturing him forward. There is no need to be afraid. The efforts of these poor wretches, as you called them, have rendered us immune to its effects. One of the last gifts they were capable of granting. I have disseminated a vaccine to humanity through my efforts over the centuries. We have no fear of the virus infecting us or our technology. They will need more direct means to convert us into their sustenance. Aurelius explained. You've said the envoys were charged with humankind's survival. Is this vaccine what you meant? Is this the lie you've been concealing from us? Alexander asked. Partially, the truth behind the taboo was partly due to their desire to ensure humans did not create another race of artificial intelligence. But after encountering the Vor, they discovered that if humanity were to survive the Vor's inevitable arrival, they couldn't rely on technology to save them. The Vor-released viral contagion would affect it, just as it did theirs. Humans needed to be better, stronger, and more intelligent, united in a common cause, with leaders capable of driving back the Vor. That is why they created the envoys, to continue their research and develop a vaccine. They isolated their bodies from their already infected systems. We owe our survival to these brave souls. Aurelius commented, bowing his head to the crowd. I've continued their research, using what they have learned to enhance the ducal houses. To combat the Vor, we must use their own abilities against them. To that end, I have constructed a way for the houses and their titans to become an anchor point, preventing the disruption of our existing technology and the spread of their contagions. The coming storm will be fought with steel, fire, tooth, and claw. And you, my son, will be part of that struggle, Aurelius commanded. Alexander looked at his father in shock, taking in his words and processing them momentarily. He laughed out loud at the pronouncement of his role in the upcoming conflict. No, I won't. You rotten old bastard. Did you forget that I tried to kill you? Alexander shouted, causing his voice to echo off the high ceiling. The envoys groaned in pain at the sound, squirming in their seats. That is why it must be you to lead them. You have the intelligence and callousness necessary to see the conflict to the end. Your brothers would never be able to stomach the cruelty and losses required for humanity to win. You do it. You're more heartless than any human that ever lived. You let me destroy Terra as a test for your experiments. You've manipulated and lied, murdered and deceived. I'll see you dead before I work with you, father. Alexander hissed, his anger hot in his chest. And I will bear that hatred as I do all the others who despise me, knowing that what I've done was necessary for our future. You wanted to tear down my empire and undo all my years of work. This is your opportunity. I'm too old to lead them in a war, Alexander. They will be ready to fight after what you have accomplished today. At each other's throats, you could step in and lead them forward. As emperor or not, it doesn't matter. The empire was created for this single purpose, to defeat the Vor. If that is achieved, turn the empire into whatever you want. A democracy, autocracy, even a million separate kingdoms unconnected to each other, I don't care as long as humans endure. No. Unlike you, I don't hold a shred of love for humanity. All I have is hatred and disdain in my heart. For you and for them, Alexander replied. Aurelius sighed at his son's words. I've created 4 children in my life. Our guile was to combine the best of myself and your mother, to be a warrior to lead the empire against the Vor. But some flaws made him unsuitable. He wasn't vicious and ruthless enough to win at any cost. He was too noble and kind for what I needed. I tried to correct my mistake with Augustus, but he became too cautious. He preferred striking from the shadows, politicking and intrigue. I doubted he could ever wield the knife himself. Amara was ambitious, but would never be capable of leading from the front. She allowed others to succeed while she tried to position herself behind the winner. No, only you have inherited the traits I wanted. Logical and cruel, you would be an improper choice in peacetime, but to fight against the tide about to engulf us, you have the qualities necessary to see them through it. I will not. Use Caledon or one of the others you've prepared to meet the envoys. Or were your diaries a lie as well? Did you ever have any intention of bringing them here? Alexander asked. They will lead the assault on the Vor. From this very spacecraft, in fact. But they need a leader to direct their efforts. One cannot manage a war from the front lines, Alexander. I've worked my entire life toward the goal of putting an end to all your well-laid plans, father. You may have ruined my grand reveal, but I can now think of no greater revenge than denying you this. I will not participate in the war or help you in any way. Alexander replied with finality. I told you, Aurelius, you pushed too hard. Not everyone is as single-minded in purpose as you are. A softer touch is needed. Amelia spoke out from behind them. Turning, Alexander saw that his mother looked well, healthier, and even slightly younger than he had seen her mere hours before. She walked across the chamber, her face frowning as she saw the state of the envoys. Aurelius snorted at the comment of a softer touch. Bah, the boy will agree. Everything I've seen about him has all but confirmed it. He's just being stubborn. He's too fixated on a single loss to look at the broader picture, too emotional to let it go. The emperor replied, Heaven forbid that he have emotions. Amelia retorted. Ignoring her husband, she stood in front of her son. I understand why you had to do what you did. I know the weight of our expectations was a burden on you, and I'm sorry for that, Alexander. But now you understand why he pushed you as hard as he did. It hasn't been easy for him, for us, either. Can you imagine how taxing it is to know of this threat and keep it a secret, to be the only ones that can do anything about it? Amelia said quietly, observing Alexander. Her eyes weren't judgmental, even though he had tried to kill her and most of her family. Alexander had destroyed their home planet and killed millions, and yet she pitied him. He felt a mixture of guilt and anger as he stared at his mother. Alexander knew he was broken in some way. You couldn't engineer a person like his father wanted and have them be sane and entirely rational. No, a sensible and sane person couldn't fight an enemy like the Vor. If they even existed, perhaps they were another lie of his father's, a figment of their imagination. But the evidence was all around him, and if they were to be believed, humanity needed someone like him to see them through this crisis. A murderer, a despot, a crazed sociopath who would sacrifice trillions to achieve his goal. A part of him wanted to rise to the challenge. Chapter 158, No Secrets. Chapter 158, Present Day. I formally renounce my claim to the throne. Argyle announced to the gathered crowd. They met in the center pavilion, erected between the two camps. Argyle and Augustus arrived together at first light, shocking the few houses not aware of Tish's betrayal. Argyle's camp had been in disarray when he couldn't be found, until they saw him walking out of Augustus' temporary manor. Despite having removed his brother from the succession, Augustus looked displeased. His frowning face set the tone of the meeting, and he allowed Argyle to step forward and address those assembled first. The empire needs peace and security, and I believe that by stepping back and supporting Augustus, I will be providing that. Argyle finished. And what about his crimes? He destroyed Terra and murdered millions. We've all lost family members and friends in the conflict. His hands are covered in blood, and you're just going to let him wash them clean. Duke Mason shouted. He was flushed red from anger. Despite how Argyle had forced him into the conflict by ransoming Amara, he hadn't forgotten that it was Augustus who kidnapped her from Terra in the first place. Mason could reason that Argyle had been backed into a corner, doing unsavory things in the hope that he could bring Augustus to justice. But to simply give up and let the man become emperor, what had it all been for? I believe Augustus is innocent. I've had time to assess and review all of the evidence, and I am convinced that my father, Aurelius, was the architect of the attack on Terra, a final act of violence that would force us to fight against each other in preparation for this storm he was convinced was approaching. Argyle replied, and Augustus nodded at the words. I concur. There is too much coincidence, too many variables that align, pointing blame at both of us. It makes no sense in my eyes, since I know I wasn't involved. But if a third party was hoping to capitalize on the destruction, then things become much clearer. Augustus added. In the rear of the open-air pavilion, still wearing his pilot bodysuit from the night before, Cal frowned at the implication. Next to him, Mare noticed his expression and placed her hand gently on his arm to get his attention. What do you believe? Mare asked quietly, careful not to interrupt the proceedings. You know him much better than I. How cruel and callous he can be when he wishes to attain a goal. Cal responded, and Mare nodded slightly. Cal felt anger and hurt over the actions of the emperor. His loyalty had been repaid with a destroyed homeland, and his people suffered while he was imprisoned. Now it seemed that he may have been responsible for the deaths of tens of millions, the destruction of Terra, and a war that has ripped through the galaxy. Cal could never forgive him for nearly killing Mare and himself that day. They had barely escaped Terra. Regardless of the Emperor's reasons, he had much to answer for. I wish it weren't so, but in my heart, it makes more sense that grandfather was behind this than Argyle or Augustus. But to what purpose? Mare asked, not expecting Cal to have the answer. To fight against whatever the Titans are warning us of. Argyle said it himself. In one act, he militarized the Empire. Even though the two sides are at odds with one another, we have never been more ready to unleash violence upon the galaxy. Cal theorized. Grandfather could have ordered us to prepare. He didn't need to go this far. Mare replied with sadness and a tinge of anger. Her belief in her grandfather had been shaken after understanding all that he had put Cal through, and this revelation had done nothing to improve it. And answer our questions on why. Even the Emperor would need to explain about the enemy we are about to fight, and how he has come to that knowledge. Perhaps the answer would have shaken the foundation of the Empire. What are we going to do? Mare asked. She had tied herself to Caledon, and as its Duchess, she had a role in deciding its future. As long as Augustus honors Argyle's promises, Caledon will bend the knee and declare for the new Emperor. Cal decided, and Mare agreed with the decision. But I am more worried about something else. If this was all Aurelius's plot, did he truly die in the explosion on Terra, or is he watching from the shadows? Everything we accomplish here could amount to nothing if the Emperor is still alive. Cal whispered. While they were speaking, Augustus addressed his plans for the future with the gathered houses. I will honor my pledges to the houses. There will be no expansions or changes in territory, but other concessions may be discussed in recompense. There will be peace, Augustus spoke. The meeting continued for hours, with Samuel representing Caledon in the discussions. The ducal house of Caledon was formally recognized by Augustus, as long as they renewed their pledge of loyalty to the empire with him as its leader. By the time the sun was beginning to set in the west, it seemed that a path forward was in sight. The conflict of the succession war would end. There was still a final piece to be settled. What if Emperor Aurelius is still alive? If it is possible that he planned this entire thing, he could have escaped the devastation beforehand. What do you intend to do about it? Duke Mason asked, his face frowning. Amongst all the ducal houses, Havencroft and Granster had always been the most loyal to the Emperor. To Mason, this was a betrayal on a level he thought unimaginable. Many of his family had been on Terra just a day before this happened. Argyle and Augustus shared a look before the older brother responded. If he is still alive, then I believe I know where he would have gone. Duke and Duchess Caledon have shown us the answer. Their Titans revealed the coordinates to what we suspect is the location of the envoys. Father would have taken shelter there, or they would know of his whereabouts and more details of the coming threat. I plan to lead an expedition there, using the Titans to open a path. They will be able to jump the distance. Argyle explained, and the room erupted in conversation. Augustus followed up on the revelation. Titans of both sides will accompany him, along with adequate starships and mobile suits, to assess and investigate this threat. Duke Caledon, Patrick of Granster and Catherine of Havencroft will join Argyle from his faction, while the Earl of Praxis, Duchess Nace and Yanis Samira will accompany him from my side. You will work together, and may your cooperation bring a new era of collaboration between the houses. Augustus finished. I promise that we will find the truth about Aurelius' role in the attack, the envoys, and the threat that is approaching. There will be no more secrets between us. Argyle added. Page break. Cal sat in Atlas. The cockpit seat kept him in place as the Titan floated in space. Behind him was a fleet of 1,000 starships arrayed in rows, bearing the symbols of all the houses. They were under orders by their new emperor to travel to the coordinates revealed by the Titans and investigate. With 200,000 mobile suits, the starship crews and support staff, and led by 6 Titans, it was the greatest military force that had been assembled by humanity for a single operation. Even during the rebellion, the Titans hadn't been used. While the other 7 remained in the Empire, it would be up to Argyle's group to confront this threat and find the truth. Cal let out a breath, feeling the connection between himself and Atlas Thrum. Beside him, the other Titans waited patiently for the jump to open. It would be up to Cal to create the portal, while the others would be the first through to clear the way and protect the fleet. Duke Caledon, you may proceed, Argyle ordered through the comlink. Cal reached out with his mind. Atlas raised its right hand, pointing at the empty space in front of it as undulations of energy and gravity distorted stars in front of it. A portal formed, bigger than any that had ever been created before. Its size was incredible, able to swallow up an entire planet if used against one. He could feel the strain. The Atlas was pushed to its very limits with this act. Quickly, Cal ordered, and the Titans responded by moving into the jump. Soon, a stream of starships was entering the vortex, traveling an unimaginable distance to the coordinates on the edge of their galaxy. In the end, Cal was the last to enter, letting the portal collapse behind him. Chapter 159, Reunion Chapter 159. They arrived in the atmosphere above a gargantuan city. Argyle's forces were greeted by a yellow sun shining in the sky, and the structures of the metropolis wrapped around it in an orb of mind-boggling magnitude. The space they occupied was without gravity or an atmosphere, but they could see a layer of blue and white sky below them. It hovered over the buildings a few miles above, similar to the surface of a planet. Cal let the portal collapse behind him as he followed at the fleet's rear in Atlas. It appeared that everyone had made it through safely, and he could immediately feel the strain on the Titan relax from its previous exertions. He had pushed the reactor to its very limit. The whining noise of its spinning had been deafening, and the pressure from the neural link had been brutal, but Cal had succeeded. Looking around at their destination, he was stunned by the display of technology. He didn't have long to linger before Argyle's voice came through the comm link. "We're detecting human life forms from a structure below. Titans, secure a landing zone near the pyramid and await my arrival," Argyle ordered. The information came to Cal's HUD as he did so. The structure was a silver pyramid with a light shining from the very tip, almost as if it were a beacon calling attention to itself. Caledon, form up at the rear. Prometheus will lead. Yanni's Samira ordered from Wraith, and the hunchbacked Titan drifted toward the pack's center. In only a few minutes, the 6 Titans were making their way toward the surface. While in the starships, Argyle was assembling hundreds of exosuited soldiers to form a landing party with him in the lead. Their sensors showed that there were 3 humans below, with no other life detected anywhere within thousands of miles of their location. It seemed that this city was abandoned. But Argyle wasn't taking any chances. While his group converged on the life signs, he sent hundreds of other scouting parties to different parts of the orb-like city. The sky was filled with the twinkling light of the sun reflecting off of mobile suits. As they began to scour this new location they found themselves in, Atlas settled onto an ample open space in front of the pyramid. Hyperion landed next to him, its graceful body fluid and light as it seemed to rest on the ground without weight. "See anything?" Catherine asked, and Cal could detect a hint of nervousness in her voice. He had promised Havencroft that he would look after her, with the Duke himself requesting it. Cal would have done it even without asking. She was now family, after all. He was glad Mare stayed behind, although she wasn't happy about it. But one needed to protect Caledon, and he would rather put himself in danger than risk her safety. "Nothing. This place is dead," Cal replied. He was barely getting any energy readings on his sensors. The only source of power nearby was from the pyramid before them. What had happened here for such a technological marvel to be left vacant? "The prince is landing. Form up." Praxis ordered from the far end of the square, where the wide path led to a large passageway into the pyramid. From behind him, Cal could hear Patrick grumble at being given orders. The young heir of Granster was unaccustomed to not being in the lead, but was unwilling to confront Praxis. Cal expected them to come to violence before this operation was completed, but hoped that Argyle's presence would calm things long enough for the group to get the answers they were searching for. Argyle landed with 3 troop transports, offloading hundreds of exosuited soldiers in Imperial Guard livery. The competent troops spread out, raising their las rifles and forming a perimeter. The prince himself descended a moment later, also wearing an Imperial exosuit but lacking the helmet. Taking a quick look at the surroundings, he gestured for the troop commander to lead his squad forward toward the passageway. The Titans flanked them, with Prometheus and Sovereign in the vanguard positions. Hyperion and Atlas brought up the rear, while Wraith and Luminous were in the middle. The passageway was high enough that Cal and the other Titans had no trouble walking beneath it. The dim light, brightened by the glow coming off the golden Sovereign, and reflected off the mirror-like silver of Prometheus. Everything was silent, save for the walking mobile suits and the whine from hundreds of exosuits as they powered their way quickly toward the source of the life signs. "Do you believe we will find the Emperor here? How could anyone stand to stay here alone for years while the Empire was at war?" Catherine asked, her voice only coming through a private channel with Cal. Glancing at his HUD, he studied her face, seeing the unease from the quiet and dead city had caused her. "I wouldn't put anything past Aurelius. It's clear to me that he would sacrifice anything for his goals. I thought that everything he did was for the greater good once, but now I'm unsure." Cal replied. He wanted to comfort her, to say something that would put her at ease, but he found himself at a loss on how to do so. "We need to rely on each other, Cal, you, me, and Mare. I don't know about the rest, but Caledon and Havencroft are family now. You need to trust family," Catherine said. Surprisingly, she was trying to comfort him. Cal smiled at the words, ignoring the first thought that came to his mind. The Emperor and Mare were family as well, and he could never trust the Emperor again. "I know. We'll have each other's backs, no matter what." Cal agreed, and the young woman smiled to match him, the gloom and fear driven away for the moment. "We're here," Praxis interrupted through the universal channel. Cutting off their conversation, Cal and Catherine focused on what was up ahead. A bright light was spilling from a wide opening at the end of the passageway. Concentrating his sensors, Cal saw what was in the room. The room was filled with corpses. Thousands and thousands of dead bodies sat in chairs, or resting on the ground in concentric rings around the entrance. A thick layer of black liquid covered the ground, and Cal could see it leak from the decaying remains, filling the room with a stench that he could smell from the cockpit of Atlas. The first of the exosuited guard burst into the room, their weapons raised, only to lower them in shock at the sight. There was no one alive in the chamber. Cal and the others gradually slowed their pace, carefully entering the room to avoid disturbing the remains with the mobile suits. Finally, Argyle joined them, looking around carefully. A soldier saluted before speaking. "My lord, something is interfering with our sensors. We can't tell where the life signs we detected originated from." "Very well. Spread out and look for survivors. I want this entire complex searched," Argyle ordered, and he was about to direct them further when a voice spoke from behind a pile of bodies. "There's no need. The last of the envoys expired several months ago. There's no one left here but us," a man said. The guards snapped to attention, aiming hundreds of las rifles in the direction of the voice. Even Cal, from the cockpit of the Atlas and its added height, hadn't seen the speaker from where they had been concealed. A young man came out from behind a pillar, his hands raised so as to not be threatening. Thin and well-dressed in a strange and foreign attire, he looked familiar to Cal. He was just wondering where he had seen him before when Argyle spoke. "Alexander, you are alive," the prince whispered, shocked at the appearance of his youngest brother. The last he had seen the young man, he had been entirely inebriated, lying on a couch on Terra before the attack. The figure he was seeing now was changed. Sober and healthy, he was thin and fit. He had a smirk on his face, as if he knew things that the others didn't. "Alive and well. So what do you think, brother? Are the envoys everything you thought they would be?" Alexander mocked, slowly lowering his hands now that he was sure that the guard wouldn't shoot him. "The envoys?" Argyle whispered, looking around at the dead figures for a moment before turning back to his brother. "What are you doing here? Did father bring you before he attacked Terra?" Argyle asked in concern. "Before father attacked Terra, you great, doddering buffoon. I was responsible for the attack on Terra, and if you are here, alive, then you are even a greater disappointment than I predicted. You should be back there killing each other." Alexander shouted, his demeanor instantly turning hostile. His skin flushed red, and he was nearly frothing at the mouth as he pointed at his brother. "That's enough, Alexander," Aurelius called out as he and Amelia appeared from the entranceway. Chapter 160 committed Chapter 160. "So, I was correct then. You are alive, father. Mother, did you know of his plans for Terra, to allow millions of our people to die?" Argyle asked, and he seemed to age even further before Cal's eyes. He appeared tired and crushed by the burden of his family's guilt. "There's more to it than you know, Argyle. Your father," Amelia stepped forward, beseeching her son to listen. but a shout from Argyle stopped her cold. Enough! I'm tired of the never-ending games and deception from both of you. Who could ever believe anything you say? You will be brought back to Terra for trial. You may spout your lies to an imperial tribunal headed by our new emperor. Argyle finished. Aurelius smiled at the words, instantly understanding that Argyle had stepped back peacefully in order for his brother to take the throne. You've grown, Argyles. Wisdom suits you better than anger. Regardless of your wishes, it's already too late for all of that. As the saying goes, things have already been set in motion, and the genie is already out of the bottle. Aurelius explained. Argyle was about to ask what his father was talking about when they felt the city rumble around them. A thick layer of dust started to fall from the ceiling, and the desiccated corpses of the envoys that were still seated tumbled to the ground. They could feel the city moving. The great monstrosity of a Dyson sphere that had once been home to a mighty race and ferried them across the divide between galaxies was beginning to awaken once more. Stumbling from the motion of the city, Argyle spun toward his brother. "What have you both done?" Argyle shouted. He was met by a mad grin on Alexander's face. A wild and crazy light filled his eyes as he excitedly replied, "We're about to accomplish something that no one in the universe has been able to do before. We're going to drive a dagger into the heart of our enemy, Argyle." Alexander replied. It had all been so simple once he had been presented all of the facts, poring over the information left by the AI Collective and his father's research. He learned so much about the Vor. His grand reveal on Terra was nothing in comparison to the challenge before him. Alexander's life, lacking purpose after his failure to defeat his father, had found a renewed determination. What enemy? Argyle righted himself as the shaking settled. The city calmed down after its initial thrust, moving silently and gently through the void of space. "I will explain everything, but know that we are now committed. There will be no escape, no flight from this place until we have accomplished our task." Aurelius explained, and Argyle felt a sense of dread creep up his spine. Page break as Aurelius explained the nature of the approaching enemy and the steps they had taken to confront them. Those gathered were gripped by fear and gloom. An unstoppable foe capable of devouring entire galaxies was rapidly advancing toward the Milky Way, and they would be expected to stop them. Even though Argyle had gathered 1,000 starships with full complements of troops and mobile suits, against the expected numbers of the Vor, how could they hope to face them? "You've doomed us all to die. You want us to battle an enemy we know nothing about on unknown terrain, and whose numbers we can only assume will be overwhelming. Stop this madness and allow us to retreat. We will prepare ourselves for their arrival on the ground that we are familiar with." Praxis shouted, and Yannis nodded at his words. They were experienced in combat and knew the difficulties better than any of the challenges they would need to overcome here to succeed. "There will be no better time than now to strike. Our data suggests the Vor will be in stasis while they travel the void between galaxies. By the time they are fully awakened, we will have detonated this sphere's core, wiping out a good amount of their numbers and gaining valuable time for the Empire to prepare. It is not a suicide mission," Alexander retorted, and Praxis scoffed at the explanation. "And where will you be while we are fighting and dying? Safety ensconced in some hole, cowering while you make your plans." "I won't listen to the words of a traitor," Praxis replied. "I'll be in a match, the same as you, fighting to pull this off," Alexander shouted. Cal, despite his differences with Praxis, ultimately agreed with the Earl. His faith in the Emperor was irreparably damaged, and he wouldn't follow any plan of his mindlessly. The proposal was to have the vessel speed toward the Vor, impacting against its surface, while the power system of the Dyson sphere overloaded. It would be up to the forces gathered by Argyle to hold off the Vor long enough for the ship to reach its destination. According to the research Aurelius had discovered, the Vor had almost a supernatural sense for danger. It was likely that they would be assaulted before making an impact, the creatures doing whatever they could to stop the Dyson sphere from exploding. Even with their slumbering slowing their response, they could expect millions of the Vor to board and attack before Argyle and his forces could retreat to the starships and flee the impact. "How can we trust that we will even be allowed to jump?" Yannis asked, his frowning face making it clear that he held no faith in this plan. "The motion of this spacecraft will prevent our starships from jumping. Once we near the Vor, its speed will reduce enough to enable our engines to function once more. I guarantee that no one will be trapped here to die. Aurelius explained. No, only to fight for you and this cause that we knew nothing about. You've condemned us to fight a foe without giving us a chance to decide for ourselves. You're as selfish as always. Argyle retorted, and the other Titan pilots agreed. Even Patrick Granster, from the most loyal of ducal houses to the Emperor, was dismayed by his actions. Did you know of this, Amelia? Cal asked, his voice cutting through the others as he ignored the Emperor and his sons and focused on the one person here whom he looked at as family. Was the Empress involved in the attack on Terra and the lure that brought them all to this dead spacecraft to fight an enemy with little hope of succeeding? I knew of the threat against humanity and the plight of the envoys and I collective, but I was unaware of the risk to Terra. Amelia admitted, and Cal was about to let out a breath of relief when she continued. But I support his actions. As terrible as the losses on Terra were, and the casualties from this succession war, they pale in comparison to what the Vor will do to the Milky Way if they are allowed to reach it. Amelia finished. Then you are just as guilty as Aurelius. Cal's voice was quiet, barely a whisper, but it tore through her heart. There was a resignation about the young man, a divide between them that spoke of a separation that could never be bridged, a wound that could never be healed. He had torn the Empress and Emperor away from his life, never to allow them back in. The sentiment was shared by many of those present in the room, something that both sides of the succession war had in common. Praxis lead a group of engineers to review this craft systems. Father may claim there is no way of stopping it, but I don't believe a word he says. Argyle ordered. Yannis, I want a complete assessment of our combat capabilities, as well as this city. As reluctant as I am to trust Alexander, use what he has learned. Argyle continued. Alexander was about to speak when Yannis stopped him, grabbing his arm roughly and leading him away. Caledon, I want the remaining Titan pilots reviewing everything Aurelius has been able to find about the Vor. You're to provide a briefing as soon as possible. I want everyone to be as familiar with them as we are with each other. If we are going to have to fight, I want to be ready. Understood. Cal replied, gesturing to the other Titan pilots to follow him to the small room where Aurelius and Alexander had gathered their records about the enemy. He didn't look at Amelia or the Emperor on his way out of the room. Chapter 161, Analysis Chapter 161. After an exhaustive review of the Dyson Sphere's capability and functions, Argyle was informed that the Emperor was correct. There was no way to interrupt its programming or stop it from traveling to its destination. Worse, until it did so, they could not use the jump to transport themselves to another location. Everyone had expected Argyle to rant and rave in a fit of anger, but they were surprised when he merely nodded, his aged face accepting the fact that they were trapped. Aurelius was helpful to the Imperial engineers, explaining the functions of the AI collective's technology, but even he couldn't halt what had been set in motion. For Cal and the other Titan pilots, the information gathered on the Vor was extensive, and they spent days poring over an encyclopedia of data on the mysterious alien race. As they studied, they sank further into the realization that they could not allow the Vor to reach the Empire. They were like locusts, spreading across a galaxy, consuming all life, and converting it into the black liquid that pooled beneath the envoys. It was a form of fuel for their biology, a combination of sustenance and matter to be used to craft more of the creatures. The Vor themselves were easier to understand, and the AI collective had images and dossiers on every subset of their race. After nearly 3 days of research, Cal stood in front of Argyle, the other Titan pilots, and the commanders of the soldiers they had brought. He had collected the information into an easy-to-read record that could be disseminated to everyone quickly. Duke Caledon, what have you found out about our enemy? Argyle asked. He preferred having Cal investigate the Vor rather than depend on his father or Alexander, as he still didn't trust them. A third party reviewing the gathered information would give him an impartial understanding of the Vor. The AI's collective had a vast array of information on the Vor, and provided they have not significantly changed in the millennia since it was collected, I believe we have an opportunity to slow their progress, if not stop them outright. Cal replied. Placing a datapad on the table in front of him, he pressed a few buttons on the screen. An image appeared to hover above the datapad, showing everyone gathered in the room an orb-like structure. Its surface was filled with craters and markings, and in the trail of this object, sparkling suns and glittering shards of ice and debris followed behind. Cal had superimposed an image of Terra next to the orb to contrast its size. It was tens of thousands of times smaller, a pebble compared to a mountain. This is the Vor's primary means of transport between galaxies. The AI's collective likened it to a hive, hallowed by countless warrens and tunnels and filled with creatures. The information we have on its interior is limited. The sensors the AI used couldn't penetrate all the way to the center, but we know that there is a dense cluster of life protecting the core. Cal explained, and the image shifted to show the orb riddled with tunnels. Did the Vor convert an asteroid or planet, or was this hive constructed? Argyle asked, leaning forward to study the display. Despite the threat, it was fascinating to imagine a biological life form traveling between the galaxies on nothing but its own power without the aid of technology. From the AI collective's conjecture, it was formed by the Vor using waste and byproducts of their evolutionary process over generations. Their hypothesis is that the black liquid fuels it, building upon the existing structure layer by layer, a sort of keratin similar to a fingernail or possibly skin. Cal replied. So the entire thing is alive? One of the Imperial Guard captains asked. Possibly, Aurelius added from the rear of the room. Continue, Caledon. Argyle interrupted, urging Cal to keep the briefing moving. The image shifted, this time showing a faint blurring distortion around the entire orb. The primary means of attack during the AI collective's conflict with the Vor came in the form of an energy distortion field or a psychic virus, capable of disrupting their communications and the entire collective's neural link between their physical and digital selves. It was this distortion field that caused the majority of the AI deaths, Cal explained. Once infected, it quickly swept through all of their systems. By the time they responded, only a few of their remote units were unaffected. By isolating them, they created the envoys, a group of beings separate from all of their technology. But even they were not spared. Aurelius added, interrupting again. Argyle cleared his throat loudly, frowning at his father, who had promised to be a silent observer. Correct. Everything we've learned suggests that this distortion field rendered the AI vulnerable to attack. They retreated before the Vor could respond, but the damage was already done. Cal finished, and the image shifted again to show various creatures. Each was grotesque and hideous. The Vor valued function for their evolution over beauty or aesthetics. Some had many arms, each seeming to grow at random while having human-like hands, claws, pincers, and even rudimentary tools like picks or blades for cutting and digging. The drones will be the most common variant we will encounter. Although they are designed for manual labor and construction, they are still dangerous in close combat. Mostly, they are used for carrying the dead and dying back to their hive for processing. Cal flicked through a few more images of the drones, halting on one where the drones were dragging a large, and clearly dead, creature back to a large pile of others like it. Don't underestimate them. They may seem defenseless and are less threatening when compared to an exosuited human, but they do not care for the losses a frontal assault on the enemy would bring. The reports describe observing waves of millions of these creatures drowning planets beneath their numbers. Cal finished. Switching to the next picture, the image displayed spider-like creatures, their size ranging from that of a human to as large as a medium-class mech. Some were heavily armored, with giant cannon-like protrusions on their backs, while others were multi-limbed and nimble monsters with razor-sharp claws. Some even had wings. There seemed to be no end of the variants, and Cal let a slideshow play out while he began his explanation. These are the soldiers, the main warrior caste designed and bred to eliminate hostile races. The AI's collective had not observed them fighting races with advanced technology, but their assessment makes it clear that the Vor must have incorporated tactics and evolved in a way to battle both on the ground and in the air. They can operate in the vacuum of space, and their claws are capable of shredding a mobile suit's armor. What kind of tactics are we expecting? Will it be a straight-on rush, like wild beasts charging at us? The same captain as before asked. Unknown. The records state they are adaptable to the situation, but we don't have anything to demonstrate how they will fight. Assume the worst. Waves of close-quarters soldiers supported by artillery and air support. Cal had worked with Yannis and the other veterans of the rebellion to come up with an assessment, and this was the solution they had settled on. We'll have a plan to counter their attacks. Yannis added, reassuring everyone that he had been a part of the research with Cal and had studied the material. They would be ready. With the Titans in the lead, we shouldn't have any problems. Another soldier spoke up, and the room was filled with agreement. They stopped when they saw the grim expression on Cal's face. Stopping the slideshow, he tapped the screen to change the display. This time, the room fell completely silent. The final cast is one that was only observed once by the AI. Collective, and only when their systems were already being invaded by the virus that ultimately killed them. They managed to get this single image. Cal clarified. It was the Vor hive, abuzz with activity. Countless hordes of flying creatures were emerging from the tunnels and cracks of the massive hollow orb. The AIs must have disturbed the Vor in some way, and Cal likened it to kicking a bee's hive. Through the masses, deep within the dim tunnels, the image zoomed in on a figure cloaked in shadows. It appeared to be humanoid, and unlike repulsive monsters around it, this variant could be described as beautiful if it wasn't for the baleful expression and crimson eyes filled with endless hunger and hatred. It seemed to stare into the very souls of those gathered in the room, even from an image taken thousands of years before. It was difficult to tell its size from the scale of things around it, but Cal estimated it to be over 200 feet tall, with large, leather wings like a back producing from its back. Its face lacked a mouth, and its skull was elongated, curving slowly backwards. Black liquid clung to its body like clothing as it drifted out of the tunnel. We don't know much about it, or how many could be waiting for us inside the hive. But we do know that the Titans were created to counter them. The collective termed this variant monarchs. Aurelius spoke up once more, and no one told him to stay quiet. How powerful are they? Argyle asked. Strong enough that if one is spotted, all the Titans are to converge on it immediately. Chapter 162, First Contact, Chapter 162, Yannis Samira, please present your plan for the city's defense. Argyle ordered after thanking Cal and the others for the overview. The older veteran immediately leapt to attention, striding confidently to the front of the room and slapping a datapad on the table. In a moment, a detailed overview of the Dyson sphere appeared as a hologram in front of them. Even the city's buildings have been accurately represented, with roads and walking paths clearly delineated. Yannis had pulled the report from the scouting parties that had been scouring the sphere over the last few days. The plan is simple. This vessel will travel to the Vor hive, where it will begin to slow as power is transferred from its propulsion systems to its defensive shields and offensive weapons. As impressive as these systems are, we anticipate they will be inadequate to hold in the time required for the artificial sun above us to detonate. As such, we will be setting up protective lines in concentric circles from the pyramid to approximately 1,000 miles in each direction. Aurelius has assured us that the flight path of the sphere has been programmed to have the pyramid on the sphere's far side when we make contact with the hive, ensuring that any breach will be far enough away to give us time to respond. If, in the unlikely event the Vor attempt to open a rift closer to our lines, we have the ability to weaken a specific point on the surface, essentially guiding them where we want. Yannis finished the images showing complex defensive lines and troop positions, well supported by mobile suits and heavy artillery. After a few more questions and a detailed explanation of the tactics they would be using, the meeting ended. Page break the following weeks was spent in intense preparation. The city surrounding the Silver Pyramid was leveled, and the buildings used to create fortifications and defenses for 1,000 miles in every direction. The scale of this conflict would make it one of the largest in history. Most battles of this size would be in space, where the positioning of troops was paramount. With the fighting contained within the city, it would mean a level of control that space rarely provided. They knew which direction the Vor would approach from. The humans would make use of the distance to wear the enemy down, only falling back when necessary and ensuring that every mile would cost the Vor dearly. If a section of the city was lost, explosives would be detonated to take out as many of the Vor as possible. The 1,000 starships that Argyle had brought were carefully positioned in what they hoped would be out of the way of the fighting. The defenseless ships would be their only means of escape, requiring them to be protected but close by for the last-minute retreat. Once the core of the Dyson sphere was ready for detonation, they would have only a few minutes to reach the starships and jump to safety. Until that time, they would need to do whatever they could to protect the Silver Pyramid, where the systems were located. By the time they retreated, it would be too late for the Vor to stop the inevitable explosion of the Dyson sphere. The power of the blast was estimated to be enough to wipe out multiple systems and should either destroy the Vor hive or cause significant damage. Despite their unending quest to consume life, the Vor were not completely devoid of intelligence. Aurelius assured them that they would know to assault the pyramid, that the energies being gathered there to overload the sun above them would draw the Vor down to the structure. Cal spent his time training with Catherine, her comfort with the Hyperion growing every day. They would be needed on the front lines during the fight with the Vor, and even though the Titans were nearly godlike with their abilities, there was a good chance that the Monarch variants would appear. Cal wanted them both to survive the encounter and would train with Catherine during nearly every waking hour. As Titan pilots, there was nothing else for them to do. The preparations for the battle were out of their hands. Almost a month after they had first arrived, Cal stood in front of the Silver Pyramid, marveling at the changes their time here had caused. The city had been transformed into a field of fortifications and killing fields, layers of rock and stone, followed by a no-man's land where the enemy would be open to air support and artillery barrages. Supply depots, medical triage facilities and bunkers had been erected in evenly paced lines. Even Cal, who hadn't experienced many battles at this scale, could follow the logic of the coming battle. They were as ready as they would ever be. Page Break, the Dyson sphere, traveled through the empty void between galaxies. Even Aurelius, with his extensive study of the spacecraft, didn't understand how it could travel faster than light without using the jump. It was clear that something propelled it through space at impossible speeds, but it required no input from its occupants. The Imperial engineers they had brought studied it extensively and concluded that it used a variant of the jump engine that was slower but more efficient, allowing an object of the sphere's size to travel continuously in FTL. In under a month, the Milky Way galaxy was a significant distance behind them, and a notification came through their sensors that they were approaching their destination. It had taken the Vor thousands of years to traverse the space between galaxies, and their course had been clear to the envoys before they perished. In this void, the Vor hive drifted onward in its silent journey when the creatures that dwelled deep beneath its cracked and pitted surface felt something disturb the emptiness around them. The Dyson sphere's emergence from its faster-than-light travel sent energy undulations throughout the space in front of the hive. Immediately, the slumbering creatures began to shake off the lethargy of their prolonged stasis. On the exterior, the Dyson sphere was a smooth, metallic sphere, with lines of power running across great rents on its surface. Energy pulled from the artificial sun, at its center, gave the vessel more power than any stellar object could provide. Glowing brightly, the Dyson sphere gradually slowed as it neared the hive. The lines of energy burning across its surface were brilliant in the darkness, surrounding the entire sphere in a protective shield. So bright was its luminescence that it appeared as if a star had been pulled from the galaxy behind it and placed in the path of the hive. The hive did not slow its advance, and its only response to the abrupt appearance of an enemy was to unleash its psychic virus. Instinctual, it was as quick as a thought in its deployment. The ground of the hive rumbled, and waves of distortions formed around the massive object. Like the rising tide, a force emerged from the orb and rushed toward the Dyson sphere, crashing ineffectually against its shields. The glowing barrier around the sphere brightened in response, effortlessly holding against the attack. But the wave's true purpose was to harm the vulnerable humans that were sheltered within the sphere. The human defenders felt the psychic virus assault their minds. The city around them was filled with a horrible keening wail, like the sound of millions of claws scratching against the stone and concrete surrounding them. Many clutched their heads, collapsing onto the ground and crying out for the noise to stop. For long moments, the sound continued until it ended as abruptly as it started. In the air above the city, 6 enormous mobile suits hovered in the sky. With wings of light stretching out behind them, they imposed their will upon the city, driving back the psychic assault from the Vor. This was the result of the Emperor's secret enhancements on the nobility. Using all his learnings about the Vor, he crafted a vaccine against this virus. But to better protect the minds of the soldiers here, he needed a way to keep the Vor from crippling the psyches of the humans fighting them. The answer lay with the Titans. While the noble houses piloted them, they would generate a field of energy that would oppose the Vor's physic virus, protecting everyone within their influence. As long as the Titans survived, they would be safe from the onslaught on their minds. The humans climbed back to their feet, reinvigorated by the Titans above. The true battle was about to begin. Chapter 163, War Chapter 163, the psychic assault lasted for minutes. The waves of strange energy the hive was emitting battered ineffectually against the Dyson Sphere's shields before ceasing. The Vor hive continued to drift forward through space, almost as if they were under the assumption that the attack had worked, and they could collect the infected humans within at their leisure. The automated defenses of the sphere soon disrupted that idea. If there had been an observer in the space surrounding the sphere, they would have been treated with a sight that no living being had witnessed before, of the unleashed fury of the Dyson Sphere, the pinnacle of the AI collective's technology, and a creation capable of unimaginable destruction. The shields around the sphere dimmed as the lines of power glowed even brighter. The sphere's technology had eschewed cannons or guns, turrets and missiles for a form of direct energy attack that humanity could not replicate with their current technology. Bands of energy, like liquid fire that ran in rings across the sphere, reached a critical point and exploded. A line of plasma shot out from the surface and raced toward the Vor hive in a long stream. Like a whip, it lashed out at the surface of the hive, burning its way across the space between them before striking the Vor construct. The line of energy burned deeply across the surface of the hive, vaporizing a stripe along the entire length of the orb in front of the Dyson Sphere. It tore its way deep beneath the ground for hundreds of miles before dissipating. The hive's surface cracked and shook from the assault, and the energy ravaged the Vor for moments before it could be stopped. The rift formed from the energy whip was a gaping wound on the Vor hive, until it slowly began to fill with black liquid. In moments, the long crack was completely sealed, the liquid hardening to replace what was lost. But the damage was done, and the attack had the unintended consequence of waking the Vor from their slumber. A stream of grotesque and hideous creatures emerged from the tunnels of the hive. Propelled forward by unknown means, millions of drones surged toward the sphere. Crossing the distance between them, the shields of the sphere held under a wave of flesh. The drones were the first to awaken, their stasis frequently interrupted by the need to work and repair the hive. Like an unending tide, they slammed against the Dyson Sphere, their claws and tools scraping and knocking against the shields in their attempt to penetrate them. But the sphere's shields held, even as more drones attacked. Like a dark stain, they spread across the sphere, and everywhere they went, the barrier dimmed under their assault. In response, the sphere unleashed another ring of energy, scorching hundreds of thousands of the drones before it continued onto the hive, gouging out another line of fire on its surface. This time, the black liquid was visibly slower in repairing the damage, hinting at a limit to the regenerative capabilities of the hive. But the energy of the sphere wasn't limitless either, and weak points gradually developed as more of the mindless drones assaulted the shield. After the third line of destructive energy burned more of the Vor, the barrier winked out of existence. The drones were free to land on the metallic surface of the sphere. Their claws and rudimentary tools dug into the slight gaps between the metal plates and began to pry them apart. Tens of millions of drones had landed on the sphere, and it appeared the thick exterior wouldn't hold for long when the lines of energy brightened once again. The sphere's defenses had been building its energy to a crescendo, a last attack before they failed. The lines of energy that ringed the sphere began to bubble and boil. Superheated liquid swelled up from the long trenches of the Dyson sphere, sweeping over the surface and destroying anything in its path. First, hundreds of thousands, then millions of the Vor drones vanished in the newly formed sea of liquid fire. Gradually cooling, the liquid turned back into a gas, its haze surrounding the Dyson sphere in a glowing mist that slowly dissipated, leaving the surface dark and barren. But to the Vor, the tens of millions of drones lost were expendable. Soon, more emerged from the tunnels of the hive, and this time, hundreds of thousands of the soldier caste were amongst them. Like an ocean wave, the creatures crashed onto the surface of the sphere. Spreading out, they continued the work of their lost companions, guarded by monstrous warriors with razor-sharp teeth and claws, mammoth behemoths with biological energy weapons protruding from their flesh and flying Vor that could spit acid or metallic quills from their wings. The sphere was finally out of defensive and offensive options to repel the invaders. Its shields were gone, the rings of energy depleted. And finally, a few hours after the initial contact, the first layer of metallic armor plates that protected the interior of the Dyson sphere was removed. The Vor could freely enter the sphere, seeking the life within. Page Break Sergeant Warner of the Imperial Guard watched the crack forming in the street in front of their defenses, warily from the cockpit of his medium-class oppressor. Fresh off the manufacturing line, Argyle had only allowed the best of the guard's mechs to accompany him to the unknown coordinates. Warner's oppressor had its heavy las rifle pointed at the warped ground as it began to bulge and protrude. Their sensors were going wild, indicating that many of the creatures were converging at their location, waiting to pounce after they had punched through the sphere's armor. Luckily, Warner wasn't alone. Over 2,000 light and medium-class mechs were arrayed around him, with another several hundred heavy class waiting to bombard the enemy with missiles and artillery as soon as they emerged. The Vor may have the advantage of numbers, but the terrain belonged to the humans, and they intended to make use of it. The oppressor was outfitted with a heavy las rifle and a PPC that could be switched as the situation unfolded. For now, he needed to conserve Mech's energy, meaning he would only use his PPC sparingly unless absolutely required. The guard had set up recharge stations at set intervals all the way back to the pyramid, but Warner didn't know how long he would be on the front line. Even a quick recharge took at least an hour, and until they knew the capabilities of the Vor, they had been ordered to ration their power. Exosuited guard soldiers lined the ground behind him, adding their tens of thousands of las rifles to their firepower. With the Vor only coming out of a single spot, it was about to turn into a turkey shoot. "Here they come," their captain shouted, drawing their attention to a black claw finally piercing the gap between the metal plates. The Vor had carved their way through a dozen layers of metal, along with the cables and other materials that had been run through it. Warner's Mech's sensors sensed the flow of atmosphere around them as it was sucked into the gap the Vor had made. The first lasgun shot pierced the strange creature's body, burning a hole through it. The drone ignored the attack, evidently not feeling any pain as it leapt toward the line of defenders. Another dozen bluish-white streaks of energy pincushioned the hideous monster, slicing it to pieces that collapsed onto the ground. They didn't have time to celebrate as another replaced it, followed by hundreds more. Dozens of other ruptures emerged on the ground, and thousands of the Vor drones were soon surging toward their lines. Warner and the other mechs ignored the drones, leaving them for the exosuits to deal with. Their priority was to keep an eye out for soldier variants, or if it appeared that their lines were about to collapse under the assault. He lost count of how many drones his forces killed. The lasgun fire was unending, and the city was filled with the thunderous crack of lasgun fire. But even with all of their advantages, there were too many Vor, and Warner watched as the first human perished beneath a pile of drones, their claws and fangs ripping through the poor soul's exosuit. The mechs were forced to engage, adding their weapons to the fray and driving the mindless beasts back. There was a lull in the Vor's emergence from the ruptures, and Warner heard shouts of victory amongst the Imperial Guard before they were cut off by an enormous figure, breaching the opening the drones had made. A spider-like creature emerged, its many legs digging easily into the concrete and metal ground as it heaved its bulk from beneath the surface. On its back was a massive cannon-like weapon. Even the medium-class mobile suits only reached as high as the monster's chest. Warner screamed as he fired his heavy lasgun, only to see the energy dissipate off the creature's thick carapace. Tossing his lasgun aside, he pulled out his PPC to fire, but he was too late. A jet of plasma shot out of the monster's weapon, burning a line across the ground and the soldiers and mechs in its path. He saw it murder dozens before Warner could return fire. His PPC obliterated the creature's head, and it tumbled to the ground, only to be replaced a moment later with 3 more of the monsters. The warrior caste of the Vor had arrived. Chapter 164, War. Part 2, Chapter 164, Duchess Iris Nace stared down at the battlefield from Luminous with a cold detachment that always shrouded her when she piloted the Titan. She didn't know if it was the same for the other Titan pilots, and she was unwilling to ask. The thought of displaying weakness in front of the others was unimaginable. As one of the weakest ducal houses, Nace could never show a disadvantage for fear that others would capitalize on it. It was why she had declared for Augustus early. The man had promised protection for her sector and significant concessions that would help them regain what was lost in the rebellion. She had never met her parents, but she hoped they would have approved of how she handled things. Watching the ebb and flow of the combat below her, she felt nothing but disgust for the Vor. They were dirty, hideous creatures whose stain had to be removed from the universe. At first, she had only agreed to accompany Argyle on this endeavor because of Prince Augustus. Now that everyone supported his claim for the throne, she needed to do whatever she could to prove her loyalty, to set her apart from the rest. But now, after seeing the Vor, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Luminous was created to burn this blight away, and she would see it done. Iris Nace felt no sense of fear regarding her possible death. The Titans were indestructible powerhouses, and she was safely ensconced inside its comforting embrace. But if the worst did come to pass, she had left samples with the Imperial geneticists. Augustus himself had secretly agreed to provide the other half in exchange for her presence here, ensuring that Nace would carry on, and her children would have the Emperor's protection as their father. Shaking off her thoughts, she returned her focus to the battle below. From up on high, the drones looked like ants, their movements frenzied as they hurled themselves at the defending humans. The bright flashes of bluish-white and crimson energy of weapon fire nearly constantly obscured the ground. Iris could feel the atmosphere shake around her, as a colossus unleashed another artillery barrage from the massive guns on its shoulders. A mushroom cloud of dust and debris rose on the superheated air created by the explosion. In the wake of the nuclear blast, tens of thousands of charred and smoking Vor bodies remained. Iris watched in fascination as the survivors picked themselves off the blackened ground and dragged the dead back toward the rift in the sphere's structure. "Why are they so concerned with the dead?" Iris whispered. She was perplexed by the behavior. The Vor showed no concern for the injured, nor did they slow their advance because of the heavy losses they were sustaining. Was there some other reason the drones were collecting the corpses? Her question was answered moments later when an injured Vor soldier, its massive body missing limbs and heavily burned, fell onto a pile of gathered corpses. It devoured them in moments, swallowing its comrades whole. A few seconds later, black liquid rushed from its orifices, filling the damaged parts of its body and leaving smooth and unblemished flesh behind. Even its limbs regrew. The gushing black liquid solidified into new arms and legs. The healed monstrosity lurched forward once more, engaging against its opponents. Worse, it seemed to have grown more robust. The lasgun fire that had once been able to pierce its flesh was being resisted, requiring even more significant amounts of energy to penetrate its body. They are recycling the dead to heal and improve the living. Is this how they evolve? The Vor adapt so quickly, Iris Nace exclaimed in awe. Redirecting her attention, Iris's vision zoomed closer to the battlefield. She could find hundreds, if not thousands, of instances of the Vor improving themselves. If this continued, it could be trouble for the defenders. As of right now, the technological advantages of humanity were evening the battlefield against the numerically superior Vor. But if that gap widened, Iris felt a chill travel down her spine. The longer this battle lasted, the the stronger the Vor would become. It didn't matter how many they killed, not if they could simply repair their bodies. They would be endless, becoming stronger as they lost more of their numbers. She looked behind her at the silver pyramid, nearly 1,000 miles in the distance. The tip of the pyramid was glowing with a bright yellow light. It would be hours, possibly days, before the artificial sun could be destroyed, causing an explosion large enough to eliminate the Vor hive. At first, she had thought their survival was a given. There was no way humanity could lose to a collection of thoughtless and vile monsters like the Vor. But the longer she watched them, the less sure she became. There's another rift. Fall back. Fall back, shouts erupted through the Universal Channel, and even the professional troops of the Imperial Guard were losing their composure over the unending tide of creatures assaulting them. Iris saw a gargantuan, squid-like Vor entangle a dozen mechs with thousands of long tentacles that waved in the air. The bound mobile suits would be easy prey for the Vor, and even with the power of multiple particle projection cannons wielded by medium-class mechs, they couldn't free the trapped guard. Multiple rifts had formed closer to their lines, allowing the Vor to close with the humans without exposing them to the humans' fire, and they were all converging on the now weakened spot in their defense line. Tusk, Iris grumbled with derision. In her opinion, the Imperial Guard was a disappointment. Her house guard would have been much more capable, but the troops that she brought were further back from the front lines. "Come, Luminous, let us show these animals our power," Iris shouted, and the Titan began to shine with an inner orange light. The Titan spread its arms. Its unarmored body looked weak and fragile compared to the monsters it would be facing below. But its true power wasn't in its frame or weaponless hands. It was contained within the strange headpiece that the Titan wore. Its headpiece was similar to a crown, with hundreds of long, jagged, and twisting lengths of silver metal that looked like lightning, frozen in place as it touched Luminous' head. Along the segments of silver forked lightning. Glowing balls of multicolored crystals hung like fruit on the limbs of a tree. Branching out for dozens of feet, it made Luminous appear unique amongst the other Titans. The mobile suit spread its arms wide, and a glowing light emerged from its body. The crystals reflected the glow, enhancing their brilliance. "Dazzling splendor," Iris shouted, and the glowing balls of crystal detached from the Titan's headpiece. Flying through the air as if hurled with great strength, they scattered across the battlefield below her. A glow began to suffuse the ground, a kaleidoscope of light that was eerie to anyone who saw it. The Vor ignored the crystals, focusing on eliminating the humans in their way. A streak of energy erupted from the headpiece of Luminous, a crackling electricity that zigged and zagged from the forked prongs of its crown before streaking toward the nearest crystal orb. The sky was rent with the thunderous crack of lightning, deafening in its intensity. The electricity vaporized anything caught in its path, and Iris carefully directed it at superhuman speed between the crystal orbs. The Vor that stood before her disappeared, and not even ash remained to mark their passing. "Return," Iris commanded, and the orbs floated back to rest on her Titan's headpiece. All around her, she could hear the cries and shouts of gratitude from the Imperial Guard. Even though the Vor returned moments later, her actions gave them a chance to firm their defenses again. "Thank you, Duchess Nace. Without you, we would have been—" The guard commander for this area began to speak when he was suddenly interrupted. "Look out," he shouted. Duchess Nace noticed too late that a tentacle had stretched hundreds of feet from an opening beneath her Titan, wrapping its way suddenly around its foot, and began to drag her beneath the surface. With a crash, she broke through the metallic plating covering the Dyson sphere. Arrayed before her were thousands of Vor. The tentacle trapping her foot belonged to another squid-like Vor, this one floating in the empty space beyond. The Dyson sphere. Thousands of soldier variants were waiting to pounce when the Titan arrived. "You filthy monsters! How dare you sully Luminous with your taint?" Iris Nace shouted, her skin flushed an ugly red with anger. Despite their superior numbers, she burned them all away. Her Titan unleashed endless amounts of electricity. The Imperial Guard mobile suits, watching the hole the Titan had been dragged through warily, stepped back quickly as a geyser of orange energy shot up from the backlash of destruction Luminous released. Chapter 165 War. Part 3, Chapter 165, Iris Nace panted with exhaustion. Her hair was plastered to her face with sweat, and the adrenaline of combat was wearing off, replaced with a shakiness that hindered her control of Luminous. She had been fighting for less than an hour, but the endless waves of Vor meant that she couldn't take a break. Every time she tried to retreat through the opening in the sphere, another group of bulky Vor soldier variants would attack with projectile energy weapons, forcing her to reorient the crystal orbs into a shield pattern. Luminous could operate indefinitely on its energy reserves. During her combat training, Iris had never even come close to draining its reactor. But like all the Titans, the main weakness of the mobile suits was the pilots within. She was tired. The constant control of the Titan's systems and attack meant she couldn't relax for a moment. Luminous may be practically indestructible, but the Vor's energy weapons would overcome Iris in the cockpit if they were allowed to breach her shields. It meant that Iris Nace was being pushed to her limits in a short time, and there was no relief in sight. "You bastards!" Iris shouted, unleashing another bolt of energy that ricocheted between her crystal orbs. Hundreds of Vor disappeared in its light, only to be replaced in moments by many more. The Vor responded with a barrage of energy weapons. Lines of fire shot toward her, burning anything in their path. Iris quickly drew back the crystal's spheres, forming a wall in front of her that she fed more of the Titan's energy into. A shimmering barrier was constructed moments before hundreds of energy weapons struck it. A force of energy shattered against the shield. Even in the void of space, the impact forced Luminous backwards. Extreme heat radiated from the detonation, and the Titan's frame caught the full brunt. The temperature of the cockpit rose quickly, taxing the environmental regulation systems to their limits. Luminous backed away from the detonation, using the cover of the impact in an attempt to reach the breach again. To Iris' frustration, another group of Vor had used the opportunity to flank her shield, and she was forced further away from the opening. The longer she was outside the sphere, the more time the Vor would have to awaken from within the hive. Another bombardment began, and the Vor had formed a half-ring around her this time. Releasing the crystal orbs once again, she created a barrier around Luminous. The temperature in the cockpit reached unbearable levels, and even in her pilot bodysuit, Iris could feel her skin burning. Screaming, she was desperately thinking of a way to escape when the attack abruptly ceased. A golden light shone brightly in front of her, forming a barrier that drove the Vor back. She could see the weapons impacting harmlessly on the shield as it expanded. The golden light intensified with each collision, darkening from a warm honey color to a dark, aged bronze. Suddenly, in a flash, the light exploded outwards. For hundreds of miles in each direction, the Vor opposing them were destroyed in an instant. The barrier, after rapidly expanding, retracted around Luminous once more. "What the?" Iris was about to ask when a communication cut her off. "I thought you could use some help." Patrick Granster spoke, his image appearing on her HUD. With a gaudy golden pilot bodysuit, he had a cocky grin on his face. The light in front of Luminous faded, revealing the perfect figure of Sovereign. It had its scepter in both hands, raised to ward off any further attacks. "I had everything well in hand," Iris replied. Despite the fact that she was exhausted and covered in burns, she would never admit to her opponents that she was on her last legs. "I bet," Patrick replied dryly. The two Titans quickly returned through the breach in the sphere, with Sovereign's barrier wrapped around them, driving the Vor back. "Page break, he has her," one of Argyle's aides reported from the sensor terminal they had set up in the Silver Pyramid. Argyle let out a sigh of relief. They were barely an hour into this conflict, and they had nearly lost a Titan. As soon as she had been pulled outside the Dyson sphere, Argyle had ordered Patrick to retrieve her. Even Sovereign, with its shielding capable of repelling any force, had taken too much time to make it to her location. "That's one less thing to worry about," Argyle muttered, returning his attention to the hologram showing a battlefield map. They were being pushed back on all sides. The Vor were endless in their numbers, and more aggressive than even Aurelius had predicted. The Emperor theorized that perhaps they were hungry after their long slumber, driving them to near derangement as they hurled themselves at the humans. Whatever the reason, Argyle's forces suffered heavier casualties than even their worst predictions had projected. The Titans had been forced to intervene multiple times, putting a strain on their pilots, who should be held in reserve for the possible emergence of the monarch variants. Argyle hoped they would be out of the Dyson sphere and back in the Milky Way before those monsters appeared. Or they would be in an even worse state than they currently were. Another rift has appeared in the southern sector, and our forces are being routed. Another aide shouted, adding her voice to the ruckus in the room. Argyle frowned. It was much too early to fall back, even if the plan called for them to fight until a section was lost, retreat, and blow the entire area with prepared explosives. They needed to hold longer. At this rate, they wouldn't survive to see the sphere detonate. Have Hyperion assist, Argyle ordered. Catherine and Yannis were in reserve, and the other 4 Titans were each responsible for a section. With Nace removed and Granster sent to rescue her, that had left the southern sector temporarily without a Titan. It had been his hope that they could manage without one for a time, but it seemed that the Titans were the only thing keeping the entire defensive line intact. With Hyperion now on the front line, Luminous could rest on the reserve until she was adequately recovered. Argyle snuck a look at the progress on the energy buildup for the final detonation of the artificial sun, something he had taken to doing every few minutes. It had barely moved since the last time he had checked. He would see the Vor defeated, whatever it took, and everyone who relied on him returned home safely. Page Break Catherine immediately flew toward the southern sector, after receiving her orders to reinforce the defenses there. Hyperion was a blur in the sky, as the crack of its passage indicated that it broke the sound barrier. The troops looked up at the noise to see the racing Titan speed south. The cockpit was silent around her as she increased her speed. Hyperion was the fastest of the Titans, its graceful and lithe frame designed for high velocity and mobility. Its thrusters left a streak of yellow light behind it as she pushed them harder. She reached the southern sector in under 5 minutes. Its speed was astounding, and she hadn't even reached its limits when she slowed to assess the situation below. Mobile suits and exosuited troops were fighting millions of Vor that were emerging from the ground through hundreds of rifts. Lasguns fired continuously into the horde of monsters, and crimson PPC energy crisscrossed the battlefield. Explosions erupted at steady intervals, scorching thousands of Vor, but were incapable of driving the creatures back. The dead and dying were piling up on both sides, and it was clear that the humans' defensive line was crumbling. Catherine took a deep breath, focusing her mind on what she had to do. Her training with Cal had helped. His insights into his own Titan had let her better control her own. But it was still incredibly draining to use Hyperion. Stifling her unease, she concentrated solely on the task at hand. Strident blades, Catherine whispered. The Hyperion pulled 2 large progressive blades from compartments on its legs. The knives began to make a keening noise as they vibrated in the Titan's hands. Capable of cutting everything they touched, these weapons gave the Titan its name. The piercing radiance. Hyperion disappeared in a streak of light. Reaching the surface instantly, it weaved its way through the horde of Vor, slicing and stabbing as it ripped through them. Time seemed to slow down to Catherine as Hyperion moved at unimaginable speed. Her senses could barely keep up, and it looked as if she were moving through a frozen world, everything around her unable to match her incredible velocity. The battling troops saw nothing but a streak of light that left nothing but dead and dying Vor in its wake. With a cheer, they renewed their assault on the Vor, knowing that a Titan had arrived to help them. Chapter 166 War, Part 4 Chapter 166 Celestial Devastation. Cal shouted, and the reactor deep within the Atlas began to spin rapidly. The cockpit was filled with a whirling noise as it powered to its limit. Reaching out with both hands, Cal directed Atlas to unleash the attack on the millions of Vor racing toward the line of human defenders. They had created a massive breach in the ground miles away from defenders, their claws digging into the metallic plates and ripping them away to widen the hole until it was nearly a mile in diameter. A wave of increased gravity expanded out from the front of the Titan. Hundreds of times greater than the Terran normal, it pressed down on the stones and metal of the shattered building, grounding them to dust as it tore forward like an ocean wave. When the gravity undulations reached the Vor, they were flattened and pulverized into a paste. Nothing was left in the wake of the increased gravity but a smear that had once been the Vor forces assaulting them. Unlike the last time Cal used this technique, He was entirely in control of Atlas. He felt none of the effects of the attack. The gravity remained the same in the cockpit, and he was completely unharmed. "Thank you, Duke Caledon. We can handle things from here." The Imperial Guard commander for this sector of the city spoke as his troops secured the area. Engineers were already hard at work, reinforcing the defenses for the next assault. "I'll leave you to it then. The plan is to retreat and blow this section within the hour. Let's make them pay for every inch." Cal replied as the Atlas took to the skies. It was time for him to take a rest, leaving the guard to mine the sector while he caught his breath. The original plan had called for the Titans to only respond to the most dire of situations, or if a Monarch variant Vor appeared, but that hadn't taken into account the sheer ferocity of the Vor forces. Cal had been called upon multiple times to rescue trapped guard troops or hold off an assault, while reinforcements were brought from another sector. And it had only been a few hours since the attack began. Could they hold for the time it would take to detonate the Dyson sphere? Atlas was nearly back to the silver pyramid that served as their base of operations when an urgent communication came through his private channel. "Caledon, get over to the eastern sector now," Yannis shouted. His face appeared on Cal's HUD. Pale white and covered in sweat, the veteran pilot looked rattled. "On my way." "What is it?" Cal asked, turning immediately toward the east and pushing Atlas to its maximum velocity. "We've got our first Monarch. Hurry, I don't know how long." The communication abruptly ended, and Yannis Samira's face disappeared from Cal's HUD. Ignoring the worry that began to worm its way through his stomach, he focused on flying. He just hoped he made it in time. "Page break, damn it all. We're cut off, but Caledon is on his way. Hopefully, the three of us will be enough." Yannis cursed, closing the communication panel and returning his attention to the battle around them. Things were looking grim. Yannis had come to the eastern sector to relieve Praxis. The Earl had been burning through his foes for nearly an hour, unleashing firestorms to drive back the Vor when it seemed they would gain the upper hand. Of all the Titans, Prometheus seemed like the perfect counter to the hordes of Vor. Its flames burned them away by the thousands, and the lingering fires made it possible for the troops of the eastern sector to take a breather for a few minutes before the next attack. But even a Titan needed a break, and Yannis had been tasked with taking over for the Early while the latter returned to the pyramid to rest. But Yannis had barely reached the eastern sector when a section of ground hundreds of miles in diameter shattered, sending debris flying into the sky before raining down on the waiting mobile suits. An enormous figure floated out of the gap through the yawning chasm that led directly to the void. The creature was humanoid, with an elongated skull that curved backwards. Its grayish skin was smooth, and its face lacked a mouth. It had two narrow slits for a nose, and its eyes glowed a bright red against the darkness of space. One of the Vor monarch's 4 arms was outstretched, while the others rested at its sides. It was clothed in flowing black liquid, and seemed to be cloaked in a darkness that billowed in the wind that rushed through the opening it had created. The creature could fly, although there was no visible means of propulsion holding it aloft. It was as if gravity did not affect it at all. Behind the monarch came a horde of Vor that numbered in the tens of millions, made up mostly of massive soldier variants. Even Yannis aboard his Titan paled at the forces arrayed against them. "We don't need the weaklings. We're more than enough to handle these beasts," Praxis said with conviction. The flames around Prometheus grew brighter as he prepared his attack. "We should wait," Yannis spoke before Praxis cut him off. "You can wait, coward. Leave this to me if you aren't man enough," Praxis shouted, and the Prometheus took off skyward while trailing bright orange and red fire behind it. "Burn in the fires of perdition," Praxis yelled, and the reactor of the Titan whined loudly. Gouts of fire emerged like wings behind the Titan. Sweeping forward, the intense flames swept across the ground, carried on even faster by the air rushing toward the breach in the sphere. The Vor in its path instantly disintegrated into white ash. But when they neared the monarch, they stopped. The Vor monarch had curiously watched the approaching flames, making an almost animal-like gesture of tilting its head to one side while the fires destroyed its comrades. When it came close, the monarch raised one of its hands, its gray palm making a halting motion toward the blazing inferno. "Die, you bastard!" Praxis shouted with glee as the fires neared the monarch, only to watch in horror as the blaze stopped moving. As if the flames obeyed the monarch's will, they halted before it. For a second, everything seemed to freeze, and then the vor made a smothering motion with its palm, gesturing downwards toward the ground. The flames, hot enough to rival a sun, extinguished instantly. So powerful was the monarch that even the ground cased to smoke, leaving nothing but blackened concrete and metal behind. "That's impossible," Praxis muttered. How could this creature stop his flames with a single gesture? It was inconceivable. It didn't even seem to cause the monarch any strain or hardship to do so. Just how strong was this vor variant? After smothering the flames, the monarch turned its attention to the flying titan that had created them. Its other arm made a grasping motion toward the distant mobile suit. "Praxis, get out of there," Yannis bellowed, but it was too late for Prometheus to move. As soon as the monarch gestured, Praxis felt a weight settle on the titan. It was as if a giant hand had squeezed its way entirely around Prometheus, freezing it in place and restricting its movements. "Warning, structural integrity compromised. Warning, reactor overload imminent." The mechanical voice of the onboard computer spoke out in the cockpit. Praxis could see the terminal filled with notifications, indicating the damage the Titan was receiving. "I'm not finished yet," Praxis warned, trying to activate the Titan's systems. But nothing was responding. Whatever the vor monarch did to him, it restricted more than Prometheus' movements. "Hold on," Yannis roared as Wraith shot toward the monarch. As it did so, millions of tiny, mosquito-like drones emerged from the hump on its back. Like glittering, metallic stars, they floated around the battlefield. Free from the burden of the drones, Wraith stood upright. Pulling out a las rifle from a compartment, Yannis aimed at the vor while shouting the activation command for Wraith's unique ability. "Recollection of massacre," Yannis ordered. Wraith, the conjurer recollection, used drones to recreate anything its pilot wanted. The things Wraith conjured were real rather than an illusion or false reality. In its database were recordings of every major conflict humanity had ever fought in, and it could bring those scenes into reality. The millions of small drones began to merge, and a shimmering field of energy formed around them. In moments, hundreds of mobile suits appeared out of nowhere. Heavy class mechs in dozens of variants, all wielding powerful weapons, began to fire at the monarch. Assault ships, guided missiles, and even weapons technology not seen since the AI. War was recreated by Wraith. Bluish-white streaks of lasgun energy, crimson PPC, nuclear warheads, and conventional bombs flashed toward the monarch, and it was soon engulfed in a blinding flash of light from the sudden onslaught of Wraith's attack. Chapter 167, War. Part 5, Chapter 167. Praxis felt the monarch's control over Prometheus loosen as soon as the vor disappeared in the blinding light of the onslaught of explosions Wraith had unleashed. The cacophony of thunderous lasgun fire and exploding missiles was deafening. Unlike Prometheus, which could destroy vast swaths of land and enemy forces, Wraith concentrated all of its firepower in a single area. When a mushroom cloud of dust, debris, and superheated air began to rise, another explosion would restart the entire process. Finally free of his restraints, Praxis laughed loudly as he witnessed the monarch be obliterated before his eyes. "Take that, you bastard. Not so invincible now, are you?" Praxis taunted, allowing his typical calm and in-control demeanor to lapse for the moment. Still, the damage had been done to his Titan, and it seemed that he would need to return to the Silver Pyramid for repairs. Hopefully, the Imperial engineers had the capabilities to fix Prometheus, or they would be down a Titan for this battle. Wraith allowed his illusions to still. Their attack ended as quickly as it began. "I doubt anything could survive that," Yannis commented. Even a Titan would have been overwhelmed by the intense destruction he had wrought on such a limited area. Despite his words, he watched the still-smoking location where he had last seen the monarch with a careful eye. "I'll need to head back for repairs. Do you have this area under control?" Praxis asked as he directed the Titan to drift closer to the ground. Yannis could see the damaged armor plates on Prometheus, and he guessed that the impairment to the Titan's system must be severe if Praxis was in such a hurry to return. "I have everything in control. The conjuring can last for hours, and there's no Yanni's was cut off as something pierced the smoke and cloud of dust where the monarch had last been. It traveled so quickly that Praxis couldn't see what happened, only the result. A line of light was burned into his eyes, an afterimage of an attack. It split the distance between the cloud and Wraith in an instant, piercing through its cockpit with an ease that seemed unreal to the Earl. Wraith stood for a second, almost stunned by the unbelievable attack, before it crumpled to the ground. The conjured illusions faded away, and their mosquito-like drones dropped like puppets whose strings had been cut. Yanni's, Praxis asked. Even with his experience in combat, he was confused by what happened. Nothing should have been able to pierce the shields and armor of a Titan with such ease. But the evidence was right in front of him. Something had pierced through the Titan's cockpit, instantly killing Yanni's Samira. Praxis watched in horror as the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the monarch. It was whole and relatively undamaged. He could see traces of burns and cuts on its gray skin from where Wraith's attack had struck true, but it was relatively minor when compared to the loss of a Titan. The monarch's hand was still raised, its clawed finger pointing at where Wraith had been. Seeing the evidence of the Titan's demise, it slowly lowered its hand, while behind it, a wave of more Vor drones and soldiers climbed out of the rift. The flowing black liquid that shrouded the creature appeared to be significantly lessened than before. Praxis suspected it had something to do with how the monarch had shielded itself from the explosions. His guess was confirmed a moment later, when the monarch waved its hand toward a group of Vor soldiers. The monsters staggered momentarily, before collapsing into black liquid pooling along the ground. Praxis watched in horrid fascination as it crept along the ground and climbed the monarch's body, healing its wounds and replacing the shroud that it had lost. "I'm no easy prey, monster." Praxis growled, and flames rushed out of the Prometheus, cloaking in an orange-red pillar of fire. Immediately, notifications sounded out in the cockpit, warning of irreparable damage, and an overtaxed environmental regulation system, unable to keep up with the intense heat being generated. Praxis silenced them with a thought. He knew that he wouldn't be walking away from this battle alive. Prometheus pushed off the ground, shooting toward the monarch on wings of fire. The Vor merely raised its arms, and a field of energy, the likes of which Praxis had never seen before, surrounded it. Shouting loudly, the Titan slammed into the barrier, and everything for hundreds of miles in every direction disappeared in an inferno. Page break as Cal was speeding eastward. He saw what he mistakenly took as the rising sun for a moment before the reality of where he was struck him. A fireball hundreds of miles in diameter spread out from where he knew the Titans were fighting. With the light came a harsh wind of intense heat, and Cal was forced to ground Atlas to resist the storm winds. Digging the Titan's hands into a crevice between two metallic plates, he waited for the wind to subside gradually. Taking to the air once more, Cal was struck by the devastation in front of him. Most of the eastern sector was gone. Nothing but a gaping void in the Dyson sphere remained. Some kind of defensive system the AI had left had engaged, forming a thin membrane over the rift, preventing the remaining atmosphere within the sphere from escaping. The troops that had been stationed here had retreated when the Titans began to fight, and thankfully, they were not caught in the destruction. Flying over the rift, he saw no living beings, no Titans or Vor. Even in the space outside the sphere lacked the invading creatures. So intense were the flames that it must have driven them off temporarily. "Caledon, backup will be arriving shortly. What is your status? Have you made contact with Praxis and Samira?" Argyle asked. The communication link was filled with static, possibly a result of the devastation around him. Cal's sensors weren't picking up increased levels of radiation, but something was causing interference. "Negative. Wraith and Prometheus are MIA, along with whatever they were fighting. I'll continue to look, but hang on, I'm getting something." Cal stopped speaking once his HUD registered something metallic and large drifting through space outside of the sphere. Cal directed Atlas through the gap. The Titan easily pierced the barrier, preventing the atmosphere from rushing out. Once he was in the void, Cal sped toward the object his sensors had detected. It was the Prometheus, the little that remained of it. The Titan was missing all of its limbs and most of its head. The torso was relatively intact, although it was charred black from the fire. To Cal's surprise, he was receiving a life signal from inside, although it was faint. "I've found the Prometheus. Inform the medics that Praxis is in critical condition." Cal ordered, but he didn't get a response from his spotty communications. Gripping the remains of Prometheus in atlas-clawed hands, he flew back toward the Silver Pyramid while keeping an eye out for Wraith or the Vor monarch they had been fighting. He saw neither, and a short time later he landed in front of the pyramid, where a group of engineers and medics were waiting. Cal set the charred wreck of the Prometheus on the ground before climbing out of the cockpit to speak with Argyle. The prince had come rushing out of the pyramid as soon as Atlas was sighted, and his face was a mixture of shock and well-controlled fear. While the engineers worked on opening the cockpit, Cal relayed his findings to the prince. "This is a disaster," Argyle whispered, careful not to let many overhear his words. "One Titan incapacitated, another likely destroyed, all because of a single monarch variant." "Did you see any trace of the creature?" Argyle asked. "Nothing remained. We'll need the sensor data from Prometheus in order to assess the monarch's abilities if we are to have any hope of stalling them long enough for the detonation to occur." Cal replied, and Argyle let out a deep sigh. "We'll be relying on you and the other Titans more than ever before this is over. We have 6 hours left. I pray that was the only monarch we will be dealing with." Argyle replied before they were interrupted by a shout from the engineers. "Medics, he's in rough shape." The cockpit opened with a hiss of steam and smoke. Praxis was in critical condition, and the single glance of his figure by Cal before he was carried off let him know that the Earl was out of this fight, even if they could repair his Titan. "We'll send you the sensor data once we have it. Until then, guard the eastern sector. Fall back to the next line of defense and hold for as long as you can," Argyle assured him. Taking a last look at the Prometheus, Cal nodded before climbing back into Atlas. Chapter 168, War, Part 6, Chapter 168. He's stable, but Prometheus is out of commission. The engineers say the reactor is undamaged, and the rest of it can be rebuilt with time and the proper facilities, but we're down to just the 4 of us. Cal explained to the others, "Our losses are going to be severe with us out of the fight." Patrick replied, shaking his head at their new orders. The 4 remaining Titans were floating far above the battlefield, so high that even the large heavy-class mechs looked like tiny specks below them. It was the first time since they had arrived that they were all gathered in a single location. But it was necessary. The Titans were the only thing keeping the psychic virus from assaulting the humans below once more. With the threat of the monarchs, it was clear that all 4 of them would need to act together if they had a chance of defeating the variant and coming out of it alive. Still, not everyone was happy with the decision. Their soldiers were already being pushed back, with the Titans involved in the fighting. Now that they were removed, things could only get worse. "They will be horrific if another one of us falls. All that matters is we hold until the detonation occurs. We cannot allow the Vor to reach home." Iris Nace spoke up. She was the last member of Augustus' faction here on the sphere, and she had expected to be pushed out or alienated from the group. To her surprise, Patrick Granster was accommodating to her presence. "We can't cover everything. It will take time for us to travel to a location if a monarch appears. We should split into 2 groups and hold long enough for the others to arrive. No grand acts of sacrifice to take one of them out. We have no idea how many more are waiting for us in the hive," Patrick suggested. "Agreed. Catherine and I will take the north and east. You both take the south and west," Cal ordered. "Can we even win? We all saw the sensor data from the Prometheus. It murdered Yanis in a moment. What is to keep that from happening again?" Catherine stated. Her voice sounded small and frightened. "Wraith was not designed for direct confrontation, and Yanis let his guard down. That won't happen to us," Patrick assured her. "I've never seen anything like that before. It was some kind of telekinetic attack concentrated on a single point," Iris added. "We've learned from it, though. Stay moving and don't let your guard down," Cal asserted. "And keep your distance. There is no possible way those things can launch attacks like that from miles away. We find the monarchs and bombard them," Iris suggested. "Sovereign will shield from the front, while Hyperion uses its speed to engage at close range. Caledon, you will keep it in one place while Luminous blasts the thing from Kingdom Come." Patrick explained the plan. Page break the waiting was the worst part, in Cal's opinion. He watched as people fought and died against the Vor. All the while, he and Catherine were removed from the conflict. Like observers, they hovered in the air and waited. Multiple explosions shook the city below them as the Imperial Guard and house troops fell back to another line of defenses. Nuclear explosions daisy-chained for thousands of miles, splitting off large sections of the sphere and obliterating them. The superheated air wiped the Vor from existence, and it took long minutes for them to be replaced with fresh reinforcements from the hive. How many have the Vor lost since this all began? Cal thought to himself in a mixture of awe and fear. They showed no signs of slowing, and as time marched on, more of the larger and stronger variants were awakening. Already, the multitude of drones was being replaced with soldier variants. But as they grew in number and strength, so did the tactics of the humans evolve to compensate. They were learning the weak points of the Vor, or how to position themselves for maximum effect. But the losses on the human side were showing, and Cal estimated they had lost at least 10% of their numbers, possibly even 15. And they still had 5 hours left until they could retreat. Finally, after what felt to be an eternity, Cal saw what they were both expecting and dreading. Another monarch emerged from the void of space. It matched the sensor readings of the Prometheus perfectly, a near twin of the other that had killed Yannis and injured Praxis so terribly. It couldn't be allowed to run amok. It would kill everything in its path to reach the Silver Pyramid, and only the Titans could stop it. Catherine, it's just like we planned. You hamper its movements while I go in for the kill. Don't be a hero. If we can't defeat it, we just need to delay it for the others to arrive, Cal ordered. With a deep, steadying breath, he led the way forward. Page breaks, sir. Another monarch has been confirmed. Caledon and Havencroft are moving to confront it. Argyle's aide spoke from a communication terminal. Argyle wearily nodded. Have everyone fall back from that sector. It's no place for anyone but a Titan to fight now, Argyle ordered, and it was relayed to the forces holding the line. In minutes, they would be falling back to the following defensive line, while Atlas and Hyperion fought a monarch. We're not going to make it. A voice spoke out from behind him, too low for anyone but him to hear. Spinning around, he was surprised to find Alexander mere feet away from him. He hadn't been aware of his presence. Was he losing his edge in his old age, that he would let an enemy close enough to stab him in the back? Argyle wasn't used to seeing his brother in a pilot bodysuit, clean, sober, and lacking a smile or mocking grin on his face. Instead, the youngest prince looked grim. What are you doing here? I thought I had ordered you to take command of the northern sector, Argyle asked. Alexander merely shrugged at the question. Father asked for my assessment, and I gave it to him. We're not going to make it. It's why I'm here, Argyle. You're not going to like my recommendation, but it's necessary if we are to succeed. Alexander replied, stepping even closer to his brother so that his whisper wouldn't be heard over the din of the command center. Well, I didn't ask for your opinion. Don't think I trust or have forgiven you for what you've done, brother, Argyle hissed. Regardless of your view of me, the fact remains. We have 5 hours left before the artificial sun powering this Dyson sphere detonates. But at the rate we are being pushed back and losing soldiers, we can hold for another hour, possibly 2. You may not trust me, but surely you can also do the math, Alexander explained. Argyle had made the projections. It was a simple equation with a single answer. They were losing, and quickly. The Vor were more numerous than anyone had predicted, and they were evolving by feeding on the dead. At the start of the battle, Argyle had witnessed an exosuited soldier's las rifle pierce a drone's flesh with ease. Now it was taking multiple direct hits to injure them, and even when they died, 2 more replaced them, while the corpses were used as fuel to create more. Argyle shuddered to think what would happen when the monarchs adapted. They could destroy a Titan by themselves. What if they multiplied? What was your recommendation to Father? Argyle asked. We need to hurry the process to cut the time down significantly. Alexander began, but Argyle shook his head. Impossible. We've looked at the systems ourselves. Power is being fed back into the artificial sun to destabilize it and create an explosion greater than anything that occurs naturally. But that power has to come from somewhere. It's not as simple as flipping a switch, Alexander, Argyle stated. You're right. We'd need a source equal to that sun above us in order to make a difference. Luckily, Caledon brought exactly what we need. Alexander replied, and Argyle's eyes opened wide at the statement. You want to use Prometheus to fuel the detonation? Argyle whispered, shocked at the audaciousness of the plan, to willingly destroy a Titan. It was unthinkable. The Titan is gone, but its reactor is still intact. Using it as a primer, we can cut the time it takes to detonate the sun in half, possibly even shorter with additional help. Alexander explained. What help? There isn't anything else we could use except for. Argyle wouldn't even give voice to the idea. The starships. Alexander finished the thought for him. You destroy our only means of escape. Alexander murmured quietly, carefully to not let another soul overhear them. Such a question would rob the hope of anyone who heard it. Not all of them. I would keep one out of every 10 for our exodus. We don't need all of those ships, not by the time this is over. We'll be lucky if half of us make it out of here, and we can abandon the mechs. We can all fit on the few ships I would spare. The rest will be used to fuel the detonation, or directly against the Vor. Think of it, Argyle. There are 1,000 bombs floating in the sky above us, just waiting to be used. Alexander hissed. Are we truly so desperate? Argyle muttered to himself, looking at the screen displaying troop movements as they fought against an enemy out of their worst nightmares. Very well, we use whatever means available to us. Chapter 169, War, Part 7, Chapter 169, Strident Blades. Catherine shouted the command word that would activate Hyperion's increased speed. The reactor of the Titan hummed with power, filling the cockpit with the sound of it spinning. She could feel Hyperion's eagerness to strike through the neural link, to prove its superiority against the Vor. The world seemed to freeze around her as her focus reached inhuman levels. Nothing else existed to her but the monarch before her. All extraneous thoughts drained from her mind as she concentrated on what she wanted to accomplish. Even the Vor, with all their evolutionary traits and advantages, couldn't keep up with her speed. She watched as the monarch hovered above the ground, frozen in place while she rushed forward. It seemed defenseless. Its attention was on a group of fleeing mechs in the distance. With a yell, she plunged the howling and incomparably sharp, vibrating progressive knife in Hyperion's hand toward the creature's unprotected chest. To her surprise, it felt like it was sinking into a quagmire of thick molasses. The harder she pushed, the more resistance she felt from space around the monarch. Finally, as the blade was mere inches away from the Vor's skin, it halted. She could push closer, nor could she draw her arm back. Worse than that, whatever barrier the creature was using to slow her knife was expanding rapidly. Even to her speed-enhanced senses, she was soon wholly trapped by an energy membrane. The flow of time began to resume its normal pace as the world around her came to life. Cal, I'm trapped, Catherine shouted with fear. She desperately tried to pull Hyperion back from the monarch, but she was unable to move at all. With no response from Cal, terror had her in her grip when the Vor turned its attention toward her. Hyperion was defenseless. Its shields and armor were weak in comparison to the other Titans. It relied on its speed and agility to make up for it. She was helpless if she couldn't move, easy prey from the monster in front of her. Catherine watched as it languidly raised its hand, extending a single digit in her direction. She had seen the sensor recordings from Prometheus. She knew what would happen next. Whatever powers the monarch had, they would pierce through the cockpit, protecting her like they were made of paper. Cal, please, don't let me die, Catherine whimpered quietly. She was sure she had been abandoned, left to her fate. She couldn't blame Cal. The ducal houses could be selfish. Why would he risk his life for hers? Celestial desolation, Cal shouted, his voice breaking through the oppressive silence that surrounded her. Like an angel descending from the heavens, Atlas speared toward the ground like a lightning bolt. Atlas' attack typically affected a wide area, increasing the gravity in the space in front of it to hundreds of times its standard level. But against a monarch, Cal needed something more focused and much more powerful. A monarch could protect itself with a psychic barrier, capable of stopping even Prometheus flames. Cal could only assume that Atlas would be similarly rebuffed in its attempts to use a wide-range gravity attack on it. So, Cal focused all the effects of the attack onto Atlas' own body. He increased the weight of the massive Titan to hundreds of times its average mass, and used the Titan itself as the weapon. With its thick armor and enhanced frame, Cal was confident that it could withstand the increased gravity. The Atlas plummeted toward the monarch, and the air funneled behind it as its mass hurtled downwards. Warning notifications lit up Cal's terminal, alerting him to the potential consequences of his actions, but he ignored them. He had faith that Atlas could handle the strain. Locking the Titan's arms around its frame, he tucked its legs up, forming a compact bowl that slammed into the monarch's barrier with devastating force. He just needed to puncture it, and the monarch would be helpless against him. In response to his assault, the monarch ignored Hyperion, keeping her trapped in a quagmire of psychic energy. It spun around, raising its forearms defensively against Atlas as it struck the Vor's barrier. Rather than the expected shockwave of impact, Atlas slowed its descent, sinking into the barrier similarly to Hyperion. Only this time, Cal could see the strain his efforts were having on the monarch to maintain it. With its forearms raised and directed against the Titan, the Vor was slowly being driven toward the ground as it couldn't keep itself alight. Now, Cal shouted. Hyperion was still trapped, but Catherine could feel the effects on the Titan loosen as the monarch's efforts were focused on stopping Atlas from crashing into it. The reactor deep within Hyperion thrummed with power, and the knives in her hands resumed their keening wail as she struggled to plunge them deeper. Just die already, Catherine shouted angrily. With a final push, she drove the knives into the monarch's chest, piercing its gray flesh. Twisting and turning the blades, she sliced a line through its body. The barrier preventing Cal from attacking weakened, and Atlas crashed downwards. Gripping his hands together tightly, Cal slammed Atlas-locked fists against the Vor's head. Like a ripe melon, its skull shattered, sending a spray of black liquid and gore in all directions. Releasing celestial desolation, Atlas settled onto the ground with its normal weight as the monarch crumpled beside it. Even with the Vor's impressive healing powers, there was no coming back for the dead monarch. We did it, Catherine shouted with joy. We did, Cal replied, smiling at the happy woman on his HUD. In moments, they were interrupted by Patrick's communication. Caledon, we're nearly there. Hold on for just a little bit more. The young ducal heir urged, pushing the speed of the sovereign to its limit. Next to him, Luminous was a blur as it flew across the sky. There's no need to rush. The monarch's dead, Cal replied, taking Patrick by surprise. You killed it. With just the two of you, Patrick asked in shock. Are you injured? Iris asked. Minor wear on both our Titans. We pushed them pretty hard, Catherine replied. We'll take over from here, get back to the pyramid, and have them repaired. I get the impression things are going to become chaotic soon. Argyle has sent out a revised schedule for the detonation. We only need to hold for less than 2 hours, Patrick explained. In seconds, Cal and Catherine could see the two Titans descending from above. Sovereign shone golden in the yellow light, while Luminous was as bright as the sun. They found a way to quicken the detonation, Cal asked. He had been a part of the planning for this mission. He knew the limitations they were working with. See for yourself, Patrick said cryptically, pointing to the sky above them. The yellow sky was gradually darkening. So slow was the change that Cal and Catherine hadn't noticed until Patrick pointed it out. The warm and bright yellow was ripening to orange, and less than 10 minutes later, had shifted to an angry red. Patrick explained how the engineers were using the reactor of Prometheus to provide more energy for the detonation, having the time needed. It was a necessary sacrifice to ensure their survival, but it would mean the irreparable loss of the Titan's reactor. The Dyson sphere began to shake around them as flashes of white light lit the horizon. Cal could see the Vor disappear into the radiance as it scoured the sphere clean of their filth. Once one explosion ended, another would take its place. The second part of the plan. Argyle is detonating the starship engines to buy us time, Patrick said heavily. They watched troops falling back from the front lines as a crashing starship exploded before reaching the surface. Unlike the nuclear explosions they had been using before, the engines left nothing behind to mark its passing. Even the metallic surface of the sphere disappeared. All Titans fall back to the pyramid. The Vor can sense the end approaching, and they're gathering outside the sphere for a final assault. We need you to hold the line for as long as you can, Argyle spoke through their communication channel. The 4 Titans immediately took to the skies, heading toward the pyramid, gleaming in the red light in the distance. Chapter 170 War. Part 8, Chapter 170, 10 minutes. Hold for 10 more minutes, and then we retreat, Argyle shouted, piloting the assault class Mech Judgment. The prince was on the front lines fighting the endless Vor. Slicing through a soldier variant with a vibrating sword, Argyle fired his dual, shoulder-mounted PPCs into a line of approaching creatures, cutting through them and clearing a path for his troops to regroup. The conflict had retracted significantly to the point where the humans were clustered just in front of the glowing silver pyramid. Their losses were staggering, and Argyle knew now that Alexander had been correct. They would only need a few starships to flee the sphere with those who remained. Argyle had left coordinating the conflict to his father, who was overseeing the final preparations for the detonation. Above them, the red sun had expanded to hundreds of times its regular size. The artificial star was distorting as it grew, losing its sphere shape and becoming oval. To the troops, they knew the end was coming, even without the confirmation from their prince. Soon, they would abandon the pyramid and escape to the starships. Even if the Vor destroyed the pyramid after they had left, it would be too late to stop the detonation. For Cal, the last hour had been a thing of nightmares. They had fought multiple monarchs, and each time the creatures were defeated, they would return stronger and would adapt to their tactics. Cal, Catherine shouted as Atlas slammed into the ground. With the force behind the monarch's attack, the Titan dug a nearly mile-long trench in the ground. This monarch was different from the others they had faced. After they had landed a few blows on its body, the creature had destroyed and absorbed thousands of Vor around it. Its body enlarged to 3 times its normal size, gaining additional arms. Worse than its physical abilities, its telekinetic barrier and attacks had reached an entirely new level. It seemed able to predict their movements and respond with frightening quickness. Not hearing a response from Cal, Catherine rushed toward the Vor to distract it while Cal recovered. Patrick, shield Atlas, Catherine ordered as time appeared to slow around her. She saw Sovereign standing in front of the downed Atlas. Its scepter was raised as a golden shield glowed brightly around it. For now, the barrier on Sovereign was still impenetrable, but the Vor were testing the limits of its power. Hyperion rushed around the side of the monarch, avoiding its eyeline as she looked to test its barrier. She had found through trial and error that the telekinetic ability they used to protect themselves had weaknesses. It surrounded their entire bodies, but could be penetrated with enough force if the Vor was distracted or focusing on something else. It was like they had a limited amount of psychic power that they could use to defend or attack, but not both simultaneously. To strengthen their barrier in one location meant weakening it in another. So Hyperion looked for holes, zipping around the battlefield. Her knives slashed at the shields surrounding the monarch. Catherine would withdraw as soon as she felt the barrier begin to trap her. Once the Titan's movements became sluggish, she would leap away and come at the Vor from a different angle. It was like a dance. Each movement of hers would bring a counter from the Vor. She wasn't sure if its speed was increasing or if it was better able to respond to her actions, but she was no longer untouchable on the battlefield. Slashing again without finding an opening, she stepped away just as a streak of orange energy struck the barrier. Luminous had been clearing the smaller Vor away from where the Titans were fighting, but it seemed she was finally free. The orange lightning bolt hung in the air to the left side of the monarch, drawing its attention toward the other Titan. Not letting the opportunity pass, Catherine ducked behind the creature quickly. This time, she drove both of her vibrating blades into the monarch's back. It was like trying to stab sand. They merely sunk into the barrier without reaching the Vor, but it gave Luminous an opening. Empyrean chastisement, Iris shouted, and the crystal orbs formed a dozen concentric rings between her Titan and the monarch. A bolt of orange lightning struck the first ring, buzzing around the orbs quickly before shooting to the next. Each time it jumped, the strength of the bolt grew stronger. The energy changed color, growing lighter as it passed through each ring until it was blindingly white. With a deafening crack, it struck the monarch. So powerful was the energy that it bypassed its telekinetic barrier instantly and burned a hole directly through the creature's chest. There was a shimmer of electricity around the Vor before the barrier fell, and it plummeted to the ground at the feet of the 2 Titans. "Good work," Catherine exclaimed. It was the 4th monarch they had defeated, and even though the creatures evolved in response to the conflict around them, the Titans were adapting as well. They were working better as a team, and becoming more comfortable with their abilities. Thanks. I'm glad that's the last of them for now. Luminous may be ready to keep fighting, but I need a break. That last attack is too draining, Iris admitted. She was sweaty and exhausted. Directing so many of the crystal orbs was exhausting, and they hadn't had any chance for a break since the fighting started. The Titans were powerful, but their limited number and invaluable presence on the battlefield meant there was no relief. At least the soldiers on the front lines could rotate to the rear. I'm the same. Hyperion is good for a sprint, but this battle is a marathon. I don't know if I can use strident blades again without a rest. But it's almost over. Another 7 minutes, and we can begin the evacuation. Patrick, how's Cal doing? Catherine asked. Sovereign lowered its shields after the monarch had fallen and carefully lifted Atlas from the ground. He's in rough shape, but he'll live, Patrick replied. I'm fine, Cal added. His face was covered in blood, and the screen of his helmet was cracked. Despite the gel cushioning, the last blow from the monarch had caused him to strike his head on the cockpit's terminal as he landed. Stay back. Let us do the heavy lifting for now, Cal. We wouldn't want you to die just when we're at the finish line. Patrick responded, and Cal let out a derisive snort at the comment. Cal, is a dead Vor supposed to do that? Catherine asked, turning away from the others as she noticed movement from the monarch's corpse. Something was squirming beneath its skin, like worms that were struggling to break free from the flesh that contained them. The limbs and torso of the monarch began to twitch and spasm. Sensors are showing that it's deceased. What in the world? Patrick asked. It was bubbling now, like the liquid inside of its boiling. The monarch left a monstrously large corpse, easily over 400 feet in length, and so massive that it dwarfed the Titans beside it. Black liquid began to leak from its orifices, forming pools on the ground. Catherine and Iris stepped back cautiously, careful not to let the liquid touch their Titans. In places, the torso of the monarch bulged suddenly, like a cyst ready to burst. Retreat! Patrick formed the shield, Cal shouted. He was already moving, dragging the slow-moving Catherine away from the dead monarch. She hadn't been lying when she said she was having trouble with fatigue. The Hyperion felt like it was fighting against her control. She was tired, and the Titan knew it. Her old fears were returning, and her feeling of control when training with Cal was quickly evaporating. Cal, Iris, and Catherine had barely maneuvered their Titans behind the expanding shield of Sovereign when the first of the corpse's cysts popped. A spray of black liquid formed a geyser out of the body, sending droplets across the ground and striking the Sovereign's golden shield. To Patrick's shock, he felt the Titan's power begin to ebb. Whatever the droplets were, they were eating away at the shield and were forcing the Titan's reactor to draw on more energy to replace it. Another spray of black liquid erupted from another part of the corpse, and soon it was raining black blood. The ground around them was dyed black, and the metal surface outside of their shield became pitted and eroded from the liquid. I'm not going to be able to hold it, Patrick shouted as the golden shield began to show signs of failure. Its deep color was quickly lightening in spots, and he knew it was only a matter of seconds before it failed. Celestial desolation, Cal shouted, driving the power of the Atlas outward. The increased gravity forced many of the droplets to crash to the ground before they reached the shield. But even then, wave after wave of eruptions shot out of the monarch's corpse, and it was too much for even Atlas to prevent. The shield failed, and the Titans were exposed to the liquid. Cal watched the armor of Atlas, already damaged from the battle, suffer even more. Like acid, the liquid ate away at the metal, making it weak and brittle. Finally, the black rain ended. The Vor's body was gone, and a lake of black liquid was in its place. Chapter 171, War. Part 9, Chapter 171. It's over. We'll need to be careful from now on and retreat after killing a monarch. Is everyone all right? Cal asked, turning to look at his companions. They were unmoving, simply standing as they were when the shield failed with arms raised to protect themselves. Catherine, are you all right? Cal asked cautiously. Atlas was still unharmed, although its armor would likely break into pieces at the next blow, like the one this monarch had delivered. The Titan's metal surface was pitted and scarred from the black liquid, giving it an aged and decrepit appearance. No, 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 Catherine screamed from the cockpit of Hyperion. The graceful and lithe Titan was heavily pockmarked from the spray of black liquid. Its thin armor hadn't protected it as well as the others, and whatever shielding it possessed collapsed on contact after it was exposed. The Hyperion relied on speed and agility to protect itself, and with the loss of its mobility, it had been nearly helpless against the foreign substance. Catherine calmed down. "What is it?" Cal asked while rushing to her side. His HUD was filled with the image of the young woman. She was clutching at her helmet, trying desperately to claw it away from her head as she frantically screamed over their communication channel. "Yellow eyes staring at me from the darkness," Catherine hissed, and Cal felt a chill run down his spine. Could the liquid be affecting the neural link? His was fine, but Cal had completely mastered the Atlas, unlike Catherine, who was still unsure and uneasy piloting the Titan. Could their proficiency and comfort with the Titan have some effect on whatever was causing this? "It's all right, Catherine. Hyperion is under your control. Disengage the neural link, and I'll bring you back to the pyramid." It will be in the dim cockpit of Atlas. Cal could see something lurking from the corner of his eye. Spinning around, Cal ignored everything else, searching for the threat inside Atlas. The green-eyed beast that Cal had learned represented his doubts and fears of the Titan was back. Only this time it was a foreign presence, an alien intruder. The green eyes were set in a face similar to a monarch. Cal immediately recognized the threat, a foreign entity interfering with his neural link moments after the strange attack by the monarch could only mean a single thing. The Vor were attempting to hijack or destroy his link to Atlas. The black liquid, it's more than just a physical attack. It's a way for them to attack our minds as well, Cal hissed. He wanted to warn the others, but he felt the connection between him and Atlas slip from his control. He had returned to a time when Atlas didn't obey him, and he had to fight it for control. The black liquid was empowering the Titan to slip the bonds of control somehow. Whether it was affecting the systems or Cal himself, he didn't know. But it didn't matter. Cal found himself once again in a life-and-death battle against Atlas for supremacy. Outside, Atlas collapsed onto the ground, clawing and scratching at the ground. It was acting like a wild beast. Beside him, the other Titans were behaving even more erratically. Hyperion was crouched at a distance from the others, watching everything around it warily while clawing at its own head. It was mimicking the behavior of its pilot. Sovereign was striking the ground with its scepter, the metal twisting more with each blow. Luminous was the worst. Inside the cockpit, Iris was weeping black tears from her eyes as she laughed with insanity. Luminous had less armor than even Hyperion, and without Atlas to block her as it had done for Catherine, she had been sprayed with more of the black liquid than anyone else. Whatever was infecting the Titan's systems had overwhelmed its pilot in moments, corrupting her with a similar infection as it had done the envoys. Even the vaccine the Emperor had introduced to their genetics was powerless against this new variant. Taking to the air, Luminous shot toward the battle lines, where she began scattering her crystal orbs between the humans and the Vor. In her insanity, she would purge the sphere of all filth. The infection was augmenting the worst of her behaviors. Iris was cold and haughty, looking down on everyone around her, even when she was at her best. The infection was amplifying those traits, causing her to view everyone as vermin and filth. She unleashed the Titan's energies, burning away mobile suits and Vor soldiers before moving on to another cluster. The battle lines, already crumbling for the Vor assault, collapsed wherever Luminous visited. But the Vor were equally disadvantaged, as Iris ignored her personal well-being to deliver destruction upon them. She pushed past her limits, causing harm to both herself and Luminous while doing so. The reactor deep within the Titan began to stutter and fail from Iris' abuse of its systems. Cal was unaware of any of this. He could feel the black liquid creeping through Atlas. It was spreading from the sections of damaged armor, and the right arm of the Titan he had used to shield himself and Hyperion. Like a virus, it began to creep its way toward the cockpit. All the while, the assault on his mind continued from its corruptive influence. The Vor had developed a new way to deliver their psychic virus to the immune humans and their Titans by using the black liquid as a carrier. The Vor's adaptability was truly a miraculous and terrible thing. In only a few hours, they had completely changed the delivery system of their psychic virus, and the Titans would be its first victims. No, Cal growled. He had suffered under Atlas before, and wouldn't allow it to happen again. While he shunted its assault on his mind away, he focused on the foreign presence invading the Titan's systems. He could only think of one way to remove its influence quickly. Using the little control he maintained on the Titan, he dug into the brittle and broken pieces of armor that were first corrupted. Ripping them off, he hurled an armor segment away. He needed to dig out whatever parts the liquid touched and hope it would stop or slow down the infection rate. Again and again, he tore at the Titan's body. Its clawed fingertips gouged out chunks of pitted metal that carried the taint. With each piece he removed, Cal could feel the burden on his mind ease. Finally, he slashed down with his left hand, severing Atlas' right arm at the elbow. The infection was still there, its presence pushed into the back of his mind. He doubted Atlas would ever fully be cleared of it, but he only needed the Titan to survive a few more minutes for their escape. His mind clear, he rushed toward Hyperion. Its body was much worse. Most of its frame was covered in large pits, and Cal could see severe corruption. The glowing yellow lines of energy that typically ran the length of its structure and limbs were quickly darkening into a sickly brownish color. Catherine's screams were reaching new levels of intensity, and Cal didn't know if there was anything left of the Titan to save. "Stay with me, Catherine," Cal whispered. The young woman was too far gone even to attempt to reason with her or ask her to disconnect from the Titan. He didn't even know if she could. Hyperion may have already had too tight of a hold on her, and unlike Atlas, he doubted anything could be salvaged from it. Cal was left with no choice. He would need to rip her out of Hyperion. Cal plunged Atlas' remaining clawed hand into the back of Hyperion. The fatigued metal collapsed under the Titan's strength, and the area was filled with the screeching sound of tearing metal. Catherine's screams of agony grew louder, as if she could feel what was happening to Hyperion. Ruthlessly, Cal seized the hard exterior of the cockpit and pulled it free of the frame. Dangling wires and shards of metal emerged from the cylinder that housed the cockpit. With a sharp yank, he tore them off. Catherine's cries ceased as soon as she was severed from the infected Titan. Hyperion collapsed onto the ground, staining it with black liquid that ran like blood through its connections and wires. "Cal," Catherine asked weakly. It felt like she was emerging from a nightmare. The horrible visions of death and destruction that Hyperion had shown her were gone, and in its place was the oppressive darkness of the cockpit. With her connection to the Titan broken, she was relying on her bodysuit's comlink to ferry her words to Cal. "I'm here. I got you, you're safe," Cal reassured her. Tucking the cockpit under the stub of his severed arm, Cal turned to Sovereign. Chapter 172, War. Part 10, Chapter 172, the neural link amplified the worst or hidden traits for a Titan pilot unless they completely mastered control over it. The system used their bloodline genetics to lessen the burden, making it easier in some ways than a heavy or assault-class mech. But that ease also meant that unprepared pilots often became the inheritors of Titans, and no amount of training or experience could ready them for the link's ability to pull out the extreme defects of their personalities. For Cal, it had been a bloodlust and anger that was buried deep within him even before his imprisonment in stasis. It had built inside him since his grandparents had died, fueled by the ill treatment of his mother and father, and furthered by the hardships the Emperor had placed on him. Catherine feared inadequacy and failure, the thought of disappointing her family and duchy. Iris was cold and detached, secretly despising those who were deemed lesser than her. For Patrick Granster, the faults amplified by the neural link came in the form of increased arrogance and pride. Granster wasn't the most powerful ducal house, but their lineage could be traced directly to the first emperor, the unifier himself. Sovereign was untouchable. It has never been damaged in battle since it was first created thousands of years ago, until today, when the Vor managed to breach its defenses. The sight of the black liquid destroying the indestructible barrier before splashing across its golden armor sent Patrick's mind reeling. The psychic attack that accompanied it exploited that weakness. Patrick stared at the pitted armor of Sovereign. He was hyperventilating, unable to draw in enough breath to calm his racing heart. He had grown up with stories of the Titan's invincibility, and the burden of piloting it had fallen onto his shoulders. He had never considered the possibility of failure, that he would be found lacking when compared to the other pilots. Patrick was a grandster. He was better than everyone else. Rage filled him, and the neural link with Sovereign shuddered. His vision was red, and he took his anger out on everything around him. When Cal pulled Catherine free of Hyperion, he found Sovereign standing upright and silent. Its rage had destroyed the ground around it, and it held the mangled remnants of its scepter in its hands. Its once pristine and beautiful armor was pitted and cracked. "Patrick," Cal asked cautiously. Above them, the red sun was expanding rapidly, and geysers of plasma erupted. There were only minutes left before the detonation. Cal couldn't see any sign of Luminous, but he could hear the crackling thunder of her energy attacks echoing in the distance. "Caledon," Patrick replied calmly. He was isolated and cold. The anger that filled him was replaced with a superiority he had never felt before. Sovereign was the ruler of the universe, and he was its pilot. The black liquid showed him what he must do. "Are you all right?" Cal asked, careful not to approach the unpredictable Titan. "It's so clear to me now. Once I defeat the Vor, House Grandster will take its rightful place as humanity's ruler. Witness my power, Caledon. You think you are the only one who can master a Titan's abilities," Patrick stated coldly. He sounded like a stranger to Cal, and he wondered how such a change could occur in Patrick in such a short amount of time. In Cal's HUD, Patrick's face appeared. His helmet was removed, and black tears had made lines down his white cheeks. His skin was pale from the infection, and his eyes were bloodshot and red-rimmed. It was clear to Cal in that instant that he was too far gone for Cal to help him. Cal had seen what was left of the envoys and had sifted through their records. He knew what the infection would do to the Grandster heir. "Patrick," Cal began to respond, but he couldn't find the words to speak. What could he say to a dead man, especially one whose mind was already irreparably damaged? The best Cal could hope for was escaping alive while facing the unpredictable Titan. "Away with you, Baron Caledon. Your weakness is an embarrassment to the nobility. I will handle the Vor alone. Retreat like the coward you are," Patrick mocked, and Cal knew it was the infection speaking. The young man Cal had known could be arrogant, but never cruel. "Very well. I wish you the best, Patrick Grandster." Cal said his farewell. With Hyperion's cockpit secured under his arm, Cal took to the skies toward the Silver Pyramid, while Sovereign turned toward the mass of Vor fighting in the distance. Luminous was still fighting in the center of the battlefield. Orange lightning crackled around her as Iris wiped out thousands of Vor and mobile suits without a tinge of remorse. It was an affront to Patrick's nobility to see Nace fighting the Vor alone, hogging the glory for herself. Grandster would lead, and the other houses would follow, as was proper. "You will regret sullying Sovereign with your taint, monsters," Patrick whispered, and he was suddenly filled with rage once more. The Vor were rubbish compared to him and the Titans. He would prove his superiority on the battlefield. The Titan took to the skies, charging into the dense mass of Vor. It crashed to the ground in their midst, causing cracks to form in the land from the impact. The Vor were pushed back from the brutality of his arrival, but Patrick wasn't done. "Final reckoning," Patrick ordered. The golden barrier returned around Sovereign, only thinner and more ephemeral this time. It passed through the Vor for dozens of miles around the Titan and caused unimaginable agony whenever it touched flesh. Vor collapsed, writhing and squirming in pain. Sovereign had dropped its protection in order to level an attack that could cripple an army. Everything around it was its territory, and entry into it would cause creatures to suffer. The bubble of golden light continued to expand, engulfing a large portion of the battlefield. Like Luminous, Sovereign would cleanse the universe of the Vor's taint. "Page break, full back. God damn it, full back, you stupid bastards," Argyle shouted, resorting to curses as he tried to herd his people back toward the pyramid. "My lord, the Titans are killing us," his aide shouted, but there was nothing the prince could do. The time had come to retreat. The sun above them was less than 10 minutes away from having the detonation command fed to it. Even if the Vor took the pyramid now, it was too late for them to stop this. Their destruction was inevitable, but the Titans had chosen the worst time to go insane. The Sovereign and Luminous had barged into the battlefield, where the fighting was heaviest, and unleashed hell upon both sides. Argyle wasn't sure what had happened. There was a report from Caledon about a monarch exploding, but it was clear that the Titans were lost. It didn't matter. All he had to focus on now was retreating with as many men and women as he could before the sphere detonated, and took the hive with it. But the Titan's insanity had meant that things had become a confusing quagmire. Argyle's troops had lost their cohesion, and commands weren't making it to the front lines. The starships were ready, hovering above the pyramid, waiting for them to board. If only he could herd them there. "My lord, Atlas is approaching." The Titan landed beside Argyle's judgment, and Argyle could see the severe damage the Titan had sustained. Missing an arm, its armor was fractured and eroded. Cal gently lowered the cockpit cylinder, holding Catherine to the ground. "Why aren't you retreating?" Cal asked as he turned to Argyle. "I'll leave when everyone we can save is on the starships." "Is Havencroft alive?" Argyle asked. He recognized what Cal had been carrying immediately. He knew that Hyperion was likely lost. "She needs medical attention, but she'll survive. Get her on the ships, Argyle. I'll handle things here," Cal ordered, not caring that he was speaking to the prince in such a manner. He was exhausted and beyond caring about the formalities. "I told you, Caledon, I'm not," Argyle responded before Cal cut him off. "Anyone who isn't running toward those starships are going to die, Argyle. I'm not pulling my punches. I'll hold the Vor and the other Titans back long enough for you to get everyone on the starships," Cal promised. "And what about you? How are you going to get out of here?" Argyle asked. "I'll jump with Atlas. Just go, Argyle." "Leave this to me," Cal responded. He took to the air before Argyle could even reply. Chapter 173, War. Part 11, Chapter 173. The battered and nearly broken Atlas floated above the chaotic battle lines. Human defenders were trying to flee, while the Vor threw themselves forward. Through it all, Sovereign and Luminous were causing wanton destruction to everything in sight. Argyle was right. It was a chaotic mess. The red sun was beating down on the surface of the sphere. Its expanded size pushed the boundaries of what the Dyson sphere could withstand. Swollen and distended, it was only minutes away from detonating. A line of silver light was shining upwards from the silver pyramid like a beacon, pulsating in time with the expanding sun's deformation. Cal suspected the Vor knew something destructive was about to happen, which was why they were swarming the battle lines without even collecting the bodies of the fallen. They were ignoring everything to reach their goal of destroying the pyramid. Atlas was sluggish and unresponsive. The damage it sustained was affecting its systems. Combined with the lingering infection, Cal believed this would be the final act of the Titan. To his relief, the reactor within Atlas was fully functional, allowing him to draw on the power he needed. Cal had promised Argyle he would give him the time to let his troops retreat to the shuttles that would ferry them to the waiting starships, and he would fulfill that promise. Celestial desolation. Cal ordered Atlas, speaking the command word for the Titan's unique ability for the final time. Cal felt the pull of the reactor on his neural link as it began to spin rapidly. He focused on the battlefield before him. He needed to block the Vor's advance, while allowing the mobile suits and ground troops to retreat. It was a thin line, and he didn't want to impede the retreat. He started carefully, pushing the reactor to form a field of enhanced gravity in a circle out from his location. With cautious precision, he constructed the attack into a wave. The gravitational ripple started weakly, barely increasing the mass of anything around him for miles. The retreating humans barely felt any changes, while on the edges of the battlefield, they gradually became more severe until they reached multiple times the level of normal gravity. 10 times, Cal whispered, the words helping him to concentrate on directing the attack. Once the ripples reached the Vor, they became crashing gravitational waves that pressed down on them at 10 times the standard weight of Terra. Comfortable in the knowledge that it was safe, Cal increased the strength of the attack, all while controlling the area of effect. 100 times. The waves of gravity that had pressed down on the Vor became a grinding force. In every direction, the Vor were slowed to a crawl, as the weight of their own bodies forced them to crawl forward. Even the mighty soldier variants could only sluggishly creep forward, their limbs pushing heavily against the ground of the sphere. Atlas was at the limits of its power. Its reactors spun rapidly, making a thrumming sound throughout the cockpit around Cal. The strain of maintaining the intensified gravitational field at its maximum size and force meant that he could not afford any distractions. Cal was defenseless as he hovered in the sky as the attack reached hundreds of miles in each direction. But the troops below him were finally relieved. They ran in droves for the waiting shuttles that would carry them into the sky and the protection of the jump. Cal merely had to hang on long enough to see them to safety. Page Break Argyle's shuttle settled into the packed storage bay of one of the few remaining starships to survive Alexander's mad plan. Despite his misgivings, he had to admit that his brother was right. Sacrificing the starships to hold off the Vor had worked, and they would be able to squeeze all the survivors into their storage holds. To think humanity had the traitors Prince Alexander and the son of the traitor Emeric Caledon to thank for their success. Ironically, the Empire owed this great victory to the most unlikely of people. Argyle pushed the errant thoughts away as he walked quickly to the command center. His father and mother were there waiting for them. The Emperor had been overseeing the donation from the pyramid, but had been amongst the first relocated to the starships after no more preparations were to be done. Aurelius looked ancient, his body thin, and his skin had an unhealthy pallor. According to a whispered conversation with his mother, Aurelius had stayed alive as long as he had to see the end of the Vor. Now that the final victory was near, his health was failing. Even the advanced technology of the AI collective couldn't prevent the inevitable. Still, the Emperor observed the red sun for any sudden shifts that could affect the detonation. Nothing would keep him from succeeding. He had worked his entire life to defeat the Vor. He would not fail in the last few minutes. "Father, are we still on schedule?" Argyle asked, stepping up to the Emperor and reviewing the data displayed on the holo. Amelia was standing next to Alexander, their whispers barely heard over the conversations of the technicians and ship's crew. "We aren't. Less than 5 minutes remain, and the initial projections show that the detonation will be significantly bigger than anticipated," Aurelius replied. Waving his hand in the air, he showed an image of the sphere as it hovered next to the Vor hive. If the projections were correct, the detonation would take out most of the hive, leaving only a few remnants. "Good. I'll oversee the evacuation. Inform me of any changes," Argyle replied, walking over to another corner of the command center. The ship rocked slightly around them. The sun's instability was causing problems with all of their systems, but Aurelius assured him they could still jump. Argyle had no choice but to trust in his father. "Page Break, Caledon. You will not rob me of this glory," Patrick shouted, his voice filled with rage and madness. He had fully succumbed to the infection's madness, and Sovereign itself freely leaked the black liquid from the gaps in its armor. The golden shield that usually surrounded it had turned black and robbed the life of everything within its radius. Vor lay shriveled and dead, drained of their vitality by Sovereign. It was using the life force to fuel its barrier, allowing it to grow beyond its limits. Sovereign was like a black star, absorbing the red sun's light until nothing could escape. It could see Atlas in the distance, hovering above the silver pyramid as it used its gravity attack to keep the Vor from the human defenders. But to Patrick, the Titan was a challenge to his supremacy, one that needed to be eliminated. Leaping into the air, its black barrier expanded around it as it flew swiftly toward Atlas. Sovereign left a trail of dying Vor in its wake, inadvertently helping the retreating humans escape. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Iris was coldly crushing another Vor beneath a crystal orb. The colorful spheres had all darkened to black as they were coated in the blood of her enemies, but she didn't care. Iris wrongly assumed the power within Luminous could burn it away, cleansing her of its taint. Like Patrick, Iris was firmly in the grip of the infection. Her beautiful features were twisted with hatred, as her eyes wept black tears that left streaks down her cheeks. Even Luminous wasn't spared. The surface of its armor appeared to be coated in tar, as if it had waded into the depths of the black liquid. She was just finishing off another group of Vor and a few remaining mobile suits when she felt gravity shift around her. Like a heavy weight settling onto it, the Titan sank into the soft flesh of the Vor it was standing on. "Tusk, Caledon interfering with your betters once again. The Emperor was weak when he let you live. You will die for your sins as my parents did," Iris muttered. Luminous took to the skies as it raced toward Atlas. Page Break, Cal felt the strain of the neural link increase with every moment. Atlas' strength was failing. The accumulation of damage and the ravaging effects of the still lingering infection were making it harder to control. The Titan was at its limits, and so was Cal. He was exhausted, mentally and physically drained. Cal's sensors began to beep loudly, drawing his attention to two of his former companions approaching rapidly. He couldn't hold back the vor and face the two infected titans at the same time. Atlas was capable of miracles, but even this was beyond its abilities. "I'm sorry, Atlas. Be free of your burdens," Cal whispered, and he thought he could feel the connection between them strengthen. Celestial Absolution. Chapter 174 War. Part 12, Chapter 174 Atlas controlled the forces of gravity. Just as the mythological titan of ancient Terra carried the burden of lifting the sky on its shoulders, the mobile suit also had a weight hindering its actions. There was a limit to its abilities, one that protected its pilot, and more importantly, the reactor within the Titan. Raising the gravity of an area was a relatively simple matter. Atlas merely stimulated what was already present, increasing its effect on those who entered its sphere of influence. Cal thought of it as enhancing existing forces. Gravity could beget more gravity, but removing gravity was difficult, and reversing its effects in a large area was nearly impossible. Unlike starships whose engines created gravity in space where it did not exist, counteracting natural gravity of the battlefield would tax the reactor too much, rendering it useless. The loss of a reactor would mean the destruction of the Titan. It was an unimaginable loss. The Titans were irreplaceable. Celestial Absolution. Cal ordered, and the limits placed on Atlas were removed. The systems protecting Cal and the Titan's reactor were cast away, leaving him free to do what he needed. The Titan's remaining armor fell from its frame, leaving it bare as lines of green energy flowed from its chest to its remaining limbs. The Titan glowed with subtle light as it raised its hand to the air. The crushing weight, holding the vor in place, disappeared instantly across the battlefield. The atmosphere, dragged down by the intense gravity so much that it pooled into the low point of the ground, immediately dissipated upwards in a haze. Cal started slowly by counteracting the Dyson sphere's natural gravity and granting weightlessness to all those within his reach. The atmosphere began to swirl strangely in the now weightless environment. Within the area of the pyramid, where the last of the stragglers were quickly boarding the shuttles, the remaining humans stared at Atlas with awe. Like a shining beacon, it hung above them, protecting them from the vor. It was stunning to see a single Titan hold back the endless tide of hungry vor, and many of them swore to honor House Caledon for the rest of their lives. Warning, reactor at 100% capacity. The toneless voice of Atlas's onboard computer spoke through the cockpit speakers, alerting him to the danger of what Cal was about to attempt. Just counteracting the sphere's gravity had made the reactor reach its limits. Ignoring it, Cal continued. -10 times gravity, Cal whispered. The thrumming reactor stuttered as Cal pushed Atlas to accomplish the impossible. He was aware of the Titan's capabilities, and that it should theoretically be possible to use this ability, but Cal had never used it before during his training. The vor forces, free from the heightened gravity, had started to regain their feet and move forward once again. Their intentions were clear. They were driving themselves toward the pyramid to stop the detonation and eliminate any straggling humans still waiting for the shuttles to carry them to the waiting starships. Their movements were halted once more as gravity reversed. Their bodies lightened instantly and were dragged upwards by Atlas. Many had the instinct to grip the ground for leverage to prevent being carried away, but at 10 times normal gravity, it was too much even for the unnaturally robust vor to resist. Tens of millions of vor drones and soldier variants began to rise into the sky, and even the atmosphere that hung for hundreds of miles above the surface was being pushed upwards. To anyone and anything caught in celestial absolution, it felt like they were now falling toward the red sun below them. To Cal, the atmosphere bulged upwards, taking the vor with it. There would come a point when they would speed past Atlas's altered gravity, but at that distance, they would hang in the weightlessness of the void between the sun and the sphere's surface. Inside the cockpit, more warning lights began to flash, and the stuttering reactor made a whining noise, setting Cal's teeth on edge. He could feel the neural link bucking. The deactivated safeguards were trying to reassert control in order to save the Titan, but Cal tightened his grip on Atlas. Nothing would interfere with him now. Warning, reactor output at 130%. Safeguards disabled. Core temperature outside of safe operating limits. Deactivation procedure activation imminent. The computer spoke once again, and it tried to retake control. Override deactivation. Keep going, Cal stated, shoving away the thoughtless computer from the neural link. Gritting his teeth, Cal concentrated on continuing the attack. Caledon, Patrick shouted over their shared communication channel. Sovereign hovered in the reversed gravity. It seemed to be pushing its thrusters to maximum in an attempt to reach him. The golden light surrounding it was long gone, and the darkness had faded away as there was nothing around it for the Titan to drain to support its shield. An ebony circle hung under its feet, propelling it forward against the rush of atmosphere that Cal was causing to rise. On the opposite side, Luminous was also attempting to reach him. Unlike Sovereign, Luminous was using a bridge of black orbs to form a pathway toward Atlas. It was nimbly running across the rising globes, each step bringing it closer. "How dare you interfere, Caledon?" Iris shouted. Cal disregarded their words. They had been raving over the comm channels for minutes already, practically frothing at the mouth as they butchered Vor and human alike. Cal was more concerned about the fact that celestial absolution was not driving them back. Inconvenienced by the reversed gravity, it was clear they would not be stopped by something of this magnitude. If they reached Atlas, nothing would stop the Vor. Checking his sensors, Cal saw that Argyle's troops needed at least another minute before they could escape. "Just another minute. We can grant them that time, Atlas," Cal murmured, and the eyes of Atlas flashed a brilliant green. The wind howled around the lonely figure of the Titan. It stood alone against the tens of millions of Vor, defenseless as its former comrades approached to destroy it. 20 times reversed gravity, Cal shouted over the keening wail of the failing reactor. The gravity doubled, and the flying Vor ascended even more rapidly. Sovereign and Luminous were taken off guard by the increase, being driven back momentarily. Luminous leapt off its black orbs, spinning through the air as it formed a barrier of energy around itself to halt its movement. It was driving forward once again in moments, although it seemed like it was fighting for every inch. "You won't stop me, Caledon," Patrick howled, stymied by the rushing wind. He righted himself before drawing on the little power that remained in its tainted reactor. Hand outstretched, Patrick desperately tried to grasp the distant Atlas. Reactor at 170%, thermal safeguards overridden. The mechanical voice spoke out again before something in the cockpit exploded in a shower of sparks. The terminal in front of Cal cracked as the heat began to rise rapidly. Atlas was failing, and the neural link between them was rapidly deteriorating. It felt like Cal was trying to retain his hold on a greased rope, and an inch would slip out of his fingers each second. Even with all of his willpower and the complete mastery of Atlas, he could do nothing to stop the inevitable. "Come on," Cal shouted. His sensors, the few that remained operational, saw the last remaining shuttle take to the air. It rose quickly, flipping around in the reversed gravity as it ascended. In seconds, it was gone, and he let out a breath of relief. Cal let celestial absolution fade, and the reversed gravity quickly righted itself once again. Sovereign and Luminous, taken off guard by the sudden shift, were a moment too slow to react. "Open the jump," Cal ordered. The stuttering reactor gave a final power boost, and Atlas channeled it into making a jump portal. The distortion in space hovered a few miles away, but to Atlas it was out of reach. The overtaxed reactor gave a final, stuttering thrum before falling silent. The neural connection with Atlas ceased, and the cockpit darkened around Cal. "So this is it. So close, only to fail at the last step. I'm sorry, Mayor. I won't be coming home," Cal whispered in the darkness. He could feel the dead Titan falling, rushing toward the ground as it spiraled in the wind. The cockpit jarred suddenly, and Cal was pushed into his seat. Atlas had stopped falling, and a voice intruded into his helmet's communication channel. "You're not dead yet, Caledon." A familiar voice spoke, and Cal was shocked at the identity of its owner. Praxis had seized the Atlas in the arms of his mobile suit, a throne that he had liberated from one of the retreating Imperial Guard below. The AI's collective's medical pods had healed his burnt and battered body, although he was still scarred and barely alive. But it was enough for him to fight still. He had seen the conflict between Cal and the others from the landing pad below, and he refused to allow the son of his enemy to be the one responsible for saving his life. He had grabbed the mech and took to the air as soon as he saw Atlas falter. "Praxis?" Cal asked. He was stunned that the Earl would risk his life for him. Not responding, Praxis entered the jump portal with Atlas in its arms just as it closed, leaving Sovereign and Luminous to face the Vor alone. Chapter 175, War. Part 13, Chapter 175. The starships emerged from the jump approximately 150 million miles away from the Dyson sphere, far enough away to be protected from the detonation of the artificial sun, but close enough to observe its effects in a reasonable time frame. Similar to the distance from Terra to its own star, the Hive and the Dyson sphere were orbs of sparkling light in the darkness of space, as 100 starships suddenly appeared in the void. The survivors easily filled its storage holds. They were all that remained of the once mighty fleet, the greatest gathering in the history of the Empire. A little over half of everyone who had left the Empire for this endeavor had lost their life to see it succeed, and no one wanted to wait hours to determine if it would work. In a few minutes' time, their sensors would record the detonation and its effects on the Vor Hive, and over 8 minutes later, they could watch it happen with their own eyes. Argyle stood with his parents and brother on the command deck of the lead starship. His stomach was filled with a mix of nervousness and cautious excitement. They had done everything they could to see this moment, and nothing the Vor did could stop it now. "Sir, we're detecting another jump signature," a crew member reported, and an image appeared on the holo in front of them. The distortion was warped, and on the verge of collapsing when 2 mobile suits appeared. Atlas was in critical condition, its systems dead and frame on the verge of collapse, while a throne had its arms wrapped around the Titan. The Earl of Praxis appeared on their view screen, his scarred face showing flashes of pain as he labored to operate the mech. "Bring them on board," Argyle ordered. Landing in the storage hold, Cal used the manual release to open the cockpit. He had to push it open the last bit physically. The lack of power meant the mechanism wasn't fully operational. Climbing down the mech, he raced toward the throne to assist Praxis. Both of them sported injuries that would kill anyone but a noble. The two of them hobbled together to a viewport to watch the detonation. Page Break Patrick Granster stared at the collapsed jump portal with hatred and disappointment. Caledon and whoever had been piloting the heavy mech throne had escaped. But no matter, there were still Vor to be destroyed. His mind felt wrong, and he found that it was hard for him to focus on anything aside from the desire to bring death and destruction to everything around him. If an outsider were to stare inside the cockpit, they would find its pilot unrecognizable as a human. Patrick resembled a shriveled corpse than the handsome young man he had been before the infection flooded Sovereign systems. The link between them was the only thing keeping him going. Coughing wetly and ignoring the black liquid splattered against his helmet's glass, Patrick was interrupted by the appearance of another Vor monarch. Laughing wildly, he disregarded everything as he shot toward it, intent on taking out his rage on another opponent. Patrick was the irreproachable Sovereign, and no Vor could stand against him. He would rule the galaxy as the new emperor from a throne forged from dead Vor. All the while, Patrick felt that he was forgetting something important. He had nearly reached the monarch when the Silver Pyramid, abandoned by humanity only minutes before and overrun by Vor, shot a line of pure silver energy into the sky toward the swollen red sun. Like a needle piercing a balloon, the sun collapsed onto itself. It hung in the center of the Dyson sphere, a tiny pinprick of light before it rapidly expanded. Patrick Granster and Iris Nace's last sight was of being awash in white light, and the relief of being free of the infection. Page Break the artificial sun went supernova, a bursting white light that destroyed everything in its path. The Dyson sphere, and hundreds of millions of Vor inhabiting it, were vaporized in a flash. The legacy of the AI collective was gone, having finally fulfilled its purpose. Expanding beyond the boundaries of the sphere, the white light crossed the distance to the Vor Hive in an instant, destroying all of the creatures still in the process of traversing the void to assault the now departed humans. The surface of the hive smoked and cracked as the detonation swept across its exterior. The hard carapace that had been formed over tens of thousands of years couldn't resist the terrible destruction. Like water evaporating under intense heat, the ground melted away. Deeper beneath the surface, the tunnels filled with vor creatures burned from the radiation and superheated plasma. A trio of monarchs on their way to support the attack on the sphere attempted to halt the destruction with their psychic powers, forming a bubble around themselves. It lasted for only a split second before they were overcome. The sphere's detonation scoured the surface away from the hive, digging deeper into the core of the vor's living colony. Millions of miles below, at the center of the structure, something stirred awake in response to the unprecedented danger the vor were facing. Pagebreak Argyle could hear the cheers throughout the starship as the detonating artificial sun blew away the sphere and the vor hive. Disappearing in the harsh white light, the expanding wave of destruction would stop well before it reached their fleet. Sensors on board read the increased cosmic radiation, and from their calculations, there was no possible way that anything could survive within the supernova. "It's over. It's done," Aurelius whispered, and his legs gave out. The Emperor of Humanity collapsed onto the ground and wept tears of joy and relief. The burden he had been living with since his father had taken him to meet the envoys millennia ago was finally gone. He could rest at last. "Father Aurelius, medic, someone fetch the doctor," Argyle ordered, and the crew began to scramble. The euphoria over the vor's defeat was immediately replaced with concern, as Aurelius was carried away to one of the private quarters on board, while Amelia attended him. Pagebreak Cal leaned back against the ship's hull, bone tired and finished. Atlas was collapsed on the storage hold floor, its systems dead as its reactor was destroyed. The cost of victory had been immense. Tens of thousands of deceased, along with 1,000 starships and 6 Titans. The Titans were the only thing keeping the borders of the ducal houses intact, and Cal let out a sigh at the thought that the next few years could consist of endless wars and conflicts. Havencroft may have the forces necessary to stave off defeat, but Caledon would be at the mercy of its neighbors. Cal rested his head against the cold hull of the ship. He had sacrificed so much for his homeland and the Empire. Without Atlas, it may no longer matter. "You're awfully depressed for someone who snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, Caledon," Praxis said. He winced as he lowered himself to the ground. His scarred and injured body was horrific to see, and Cal was impressed that the man was still alive. He would need years of rejuvenation to recover from his wounds. "I'm just picturing what's waiting for us back in the Empire," Cal responded tiredly. "A hero's welcome and a comfortable bed," Praxis retorted before shaking his head. "I know exactly what you're worried about. No Atlas or Prometheus. Hyperion, Luminous, Sovereign, and Wraith irreplaceable Titans, while the others still survive. At least you have our Ouroboros to defend your borders," Praxis retorted. "For now, until Augustus or some other prince demands its return at the head of an Imperial Guard army." "Things need to change, Praxis," Cal whispered. Usually, the Earl of Praxis would fly into a rage at the notion of disobedience to the Emperor. Sacrifice and loyalty to the Empire was paramount for a noble. But now, after everything he had experienced and the loss of their guardian Titan, Praxis shared the same sentiment. He was about to reply when Amelia approached them from the front of the storage hold. She looked tired and pale, and Cal was struck by just how old she seemed at that moment. "Caelan, he wishes to speak with you, to make amends before the end." Chapter 176, Battle's Aftermath. Chapter 176, Caelan, come closer. "I'm glad we've had this chance to speak before the end. I've always enjoyed our discussions. It saddens me that we didn't have more opportunities to converse." Aurelius' voice was quiet and dry, broken by slight coughing fits that left him out of breath. The Emperor was dying, and it was clear to anyone who saw him. Whatever mental perseverance and drive that sustained him over the millennia was finally gone. His body was failing him, and even the advanced technology of the AI Collective could do nothing to halt it. There were limits to longevity that could not be overcome, and Aurelius had reached them. Cal felt a mixture of emotions. Despite everything that had happened, he still respected Aurelius. He understood him. The things he had done were explainable, but they were also unforgivable. His imprisonment, the attack on Terra, and the preparations necessary to confront the vor. There was sense to it, but it was a cold and heartless logic. "I'm sorry. I know that I should be sad, and that I should mourn your passing. But this isn't the first time you've died. Cal replied as he sat in the chair placed beside the Emperor's bed. Crisp white sheets matched the stark room of the medical chamber. Aurelius laughed softly at the words. No, I suppose it isn't. I apologize for the deception, Caledon. It was necessary to prepare the Empire to fight the war. Now that our fated enemy is defeated, we have the luxury of regret. One enemy is defeated and another looms. Just because the war are gone, it doesn't mean there will be peace throughout the Empire. 6 titans are destroyed, and the remaining houses will use their absence to seize more of our territories. I can't help but blame you for it, a continuation of your succession war. Cal replied quietly, a human failing, given an entire galaxy, and we still want more. I believe you are correct, Caledon. As things stand now, peace will be as elusive as always. The Empire was created to enforce the taboo and unite humanity in order to better oversee it. I wonder how humans will act when they learn the AI. Collective is gone, Aurelius muttered. I don't know. To those with the knowledge of their involvement, they were always a boogeyman waiting in the dark for us to slip up. The taboo has no meaning now. We are free to develop new ways to kill each other, Cal stated. As we have always done, without enforced order. The Empire will endure as long as people like you inhabit it, which is why I wanted to see you before I pass. There's something I want you to have. Aurelius slowly lifted his withered hand, pointing it at the table beside them. What is it? Cal asked, picking up the datapad. The AI's collective left extensive records behind. Even after the virus corrupted their systems, backups remained. I spent centuries cataloging it. On that datapad is everything I have learned from my research. Of interest to you is the specifications for creating new titans. You're entrusting this to me? Cal asked with shock. Whatever you feel about the Empire, a fact remains. The galaxy needs the ducal houses to maintain order. Without the titans, things will descend into anarchy. But I leave the choice to you. Use what I have given you for your own gain, or share it freely with others. Aurelius paused, looking at the young man next to him. I'm sure the Emperor and the other ducal houses will agree to nearly anything for what you possess. Restore the balance of power in the galaxy. Hold elections in every sector and bring back democracy. Whatever your heart yearns for, I leave the Empire's future in your hands, the Emperor said, leaning back in his bed and falling asleep. Cal watched him carefully for a moment, tapping his finger thoughtfully against the datapad. Goodbye, Aurelius, Cal whispered before standing and leaving the room. Page break. The funeral for the Emperor was held on board the lead starship, at the site of humanity's greatest victory. A casket was released into the void, with the detonation of the artificial star still glowing in the darkness. Argyle said only a few words, speaking only briefly of the great deeds of his father and their complicated relationship. There were mixed feelings for everyone attending. Like Cal, they could recognize why he had done what he had. But the truth was that the Emperor had allowed Terra to come to harm, an unforgivable sin in the eyes of those gathered. He had also led them into a nearly hopeless battle against an unknown enemy before giving them the tools for their success. It felt like the end of an era, and a necessary one if they were to look to the future and repair the damage the succession war had caused. Empress Amelia watched silently as her husband's casket drifted out of the starship's hold. To anyone watching her, she seemed emotionless, her thoughts unknowable. But Cal could recognize the sadness and grief. But as he had with Aurelius, he couldn't bring himself to comfort her. To Cal, she was as guilty as her husband, and the sting of her betrayal was still too fresh. Perhaps there could be forgiveness in time, but for now, Cal could not find a way to bridge the gap between them. Page break, sir. We are detecting something on our sensors, one of the crew members reported. Bringing it to the attention of Argyle, the prince summoned his brother to the command center to provide advice. Despite his loathing of the latter, Argyle knew that Alexander had as keen a mind as their father. Combined with the research he had done on board the Dyson Sphere, it made him one of the only subject matter experts regarding the vor on board. What is it? Argyle asked, leaning into the terminal to try and make sense of what he was seeing. There appeared to be a dark smudge in the superheated plasma of the ongoing detonation. Could it be a false reading, some kind of interference with our sensors? Alexander added, tapping on the terminal to try and clear up the readings. "Those are the coordinates where the hive was last reported." One of the Imperial Guard commanders replied. She had been at the forefront of the fighting and had watched the detonation with her own eyes. No one more than the Guard wanted the Vor to be dead, but they were always prepared for the worst. "Give me a moment. I'm going to try to do something from the AI Collective's research. I don't know how much of a boost it will give us, but by relaying it through," Alexander muttered. Images and readouts flashed across the holo, almost too quickly for Argyle to pick sense of. "Got it," Alexander finished. The image, a dark smudge before, grew in clarity until everyone could see it for what it was. A dark sphere, made of some kind of ultra-dense material, still remained at the near center of the detonation site. Even with the intense radiation and superheated plasma, it resisted any damage to its surface. Argyle estimated it to be the same size as a starship, a tiny speck compared to the size of the hive. But anything that could survive that detonation was cause for concern. "Is it Vor?" Argyle asked. It seemed to simply be hovering in space, allowing the currents of the exploding star to wash over it. "Unknown, our scans can't penetrate the surface. But what else would it be?" A mysterious sphere of nigh indestructible material appearing where the hive was. "It's safe to assume that it's Vor," Alexander answered. "I want a plan to destroy it. I don't care what we need to do. Get." Argyle was interrupted by Alexander. "It's moving," Alexander whispered. Did it sense their scans somehow? The black sphere rapidly sped away from their ship, breaching the limits of the detonation in seconds. Trailing bright plasma behind it, the object entered something akin to a jump portal in moments. "It's gone," the guard commander shouted. "Track it now," Argyle ordered, and Alexander once again flew into action. His fingers danced through the air as he manipulated the holos. Their computers quickly calculated a trajectory. Based on its heading when it entered that portal, it's likely heading to Andromeda. If their method of travel is anything like the AI Collectives, they will reach it in a few centuries, Alexander concluded. Then the threat continues. We've merely had a stay of execution. If there is any life in Andromeda, they'll consume it and rebuild to strike at us once again. Argyle replied grimly. Chapter 177, Epilogue. Part 1, Chapter 177, Epilogue. Part 1, a young woman walked through the halls of the newly rebuilt Imperial Palace on Terra. Unlike the old Palace of Versailles, this building was sleek and modern. It was also filled to the brim with visitors and traveling dignitaries. Things had changed for Terra over the past 2 decades of rebuilding. Her father told her stories of how very few people would be allowed to visit humanity's homeworld. Sacred Terra was only for the nobility, and even they could not live there without the Emperor's permission. Those days were gone now. Terra was open to everyone if they wanted to visit using a tourist visa. Longer stays or permanent residency required significant accumulated merits for imperial service to obtain. Serving in the Imperial Guard, Humanitarian Corps, or even the imperial bureaucracy for a number of years were all avenues of service. But for a noble like Flo, she could visit whenever she wanted as long as her parents didn't interfere. They seemed to be clutching onto her tighter every day, and she couldn't wait until she was able to travel freely. As an accomplished mech pilot, she was more than capable of looking after herself. She just wanted an opportunity to prove herself without having to rely on her parents. Today was a momentous occasion on Terra, hence the reason there were so many people gathered. There seemed to be 2 reporters for every bureaucrat or noble in attendance. Pushing her way through the throng, Flo reached the large chambers that served as both the Emperor's throne room and the location of today's trial. It would be the first time a noble was tried under the new constitution, something that her parents had worked hard to implement. Flo almost couldn't believe that nobles could act as they pleased, without consequence or oversight aside from what the Emperor could see or hear. It was unbelievable to her. The new Civilian Oversight Committee had worked overtime developing the template, with solid support from amongst the ducal houses. And today was the evidence that it was working. The noble on trial currently was a real piece of work, as her mentor would say. Coming into the large room, she took her place just a few rows down from the imperial throne. The Emperor hadn't arrived yet, but members of all the ducal houses had. She had barely straightened her clothing when her father's regent leaned over to speak to her. "You're late," Samuel chided her. When he spoke to Flo, the typically stern older man looked anything but his usual self. He considered himself something of an uncle to the young woman, taking her under his wing to teach her everything he knew alongside his own children. "Zamai, Uncle Augustus isn't here yet. How can I be late if the emperor hasn't arrived yet?" Flo replied. Samuel raised his hand and flicked her lightly on the forehead. She refrained from rubbing the spot. Instead, she glared playfully at Samuel. "Silly girl, did I teach you nothing? How would it look if Florine Caledon came sprinting in after the emperor already arrived, panting and sweaty? After all, we're gathered here because of your efforts." Samuel responded. "I wouldn't be panting and sweaty. I'm always dignified and ladylike." Flo returned, and this time a smile cracked Samuel's iron expression. "Indeed, you are incredibly ladylike. Is that why I received a report that you and your cousin were? How did it read, slandering and maligning the great house of Carmichael? Did you really tell Malik Carmichael that the birthing pods must have malfunctioned when he was conceived?" Samuel asked, slightly impressed at the young woman's daring. "Of course. I could think of no other explanation as to why he looks and acts like a troll. Malik is lucky I have such a great sense of self-control." Catherine wanted to punch the odious turd in the face. Flo replied, "Thank heavens one of you controlled yourselves." Samuel replied dryly. They were interrupted by the arrival of the emperor. Augustus had sat on the throne for 20 years, since the ending of the Succession War and the campaign against the Vor. In that time, peace had returned to the empire, and a sweeping reform to its once oppressive policies. Many agreed that the empire was experiencing a period of growth. The economy was booming, with new technologies and inventions being introduced rapidly thanks to the collection of research retrieved from the AI collective. Even the borders of the empire, once stagnant, were expanding. To counter this new focus on advancement, Augustus had developed an AI watchdog group to oversee technology development and ensure that the mistakes of the past were not repeated. Some mistakes were made along the way, but many agreed that if artificial intelligence were reintroduced to society, it would be treated quite differently than it had been in the past. Standing at attention, the room was quiet as Augustus sat on his throne. Wearing a formal suit with gold highlights and the imperial eagle on the breast, he surveyed the room before gesturing to an aide. "Thank you all for attending today. This marks a new beginning for our empire, demonstrable proof of our constitutional monarch in action. I have pledged the equality of all under the law, and I stand by that commitment. Today, you witness history, the first trial of a noble since the rebellion over 500 years ago. Bring in the prisoner." Augustus finished, nodding to a member of the Imperial Guard who left the room. Through a side door, a man strode proudly into the chamber. Flanked by a pair of Imperial Guards in exosuits, he looked as if an honor guard was escorting him. Jonathan, once known by the criminal moniker Lying Jack, and now known as the Baron of Planet Granville, walked through the gathered throng with his head held high. After receiving an amnesty and title from Prince Argyle, Augustus had honored their deal. Granted the planet of Granville in what had once been Caledonian space, he had lived well as the ruler there, along with his former corsairs. As Caledon expanded his borders and seized what had once been under their ducal house, Jack had managed to remain independent through his connections with the royal family and several of the other ducal houses, until the passing of the imperial constitution, codifying the laws all nobility had to adhere to. Needless to say, Jack didn't last very long under its strict rule. "Baron Granville," Augustus spoke as soon as the guard halted Jack at the base of the throne, rather than bow or kneel, as was proper for a noble when greeting the emperor. Jack smiled widely as he held his arms out to the sides. "Cousin, how good to see you once again. It's wonderful for you to throw this little celebration for me. You needn't have gone to all the trouble. I understand that I was wrong. How about a slap on the wrist, and I'll be a good boy from now on?" Jack exclaimed, and the crowd muttered at the display. With a sigh at Jack's complete lack of decorum, Augustus turned toward Samuel and Flo. "Granville lies in the Caledonian sector. Let his accusers stand forward." Augustus gestured. Samuel stepped into the spotlight, standing across from the throne on the right side of Jack, while Flo stood half a step behind the regent. "Why have you brought this noble before us today?" Augustus asked formally, beginning the process. "My emperor, as per the law, Caledon accuses Jonathan Granville of the following offenses: theft, embezzlement, unlawful confinement of imperial citizens." Samuel began to read out the charges against Jack, and with each one, the muttering of the crowd grew louder. It seemed like Jack was being accused of the very worst behavior of a noble, but one that wouldn't have warranted a formal trial by the emperor even a few decades ago. The public could see just how effective the new constitution was by the trial being broadcast across the galaxy. "Florine Caledon, you represent the ducal house of Caledon in this matter. You are the one to bring a noble under the jurisdiction of your house to trial?" Augustus asked, although he already knew the answer. The young woman had led a force of mech against Jack's corsairs with minimal losses. After subduing all of Jack's military forces on the planet, she had brought them directly to Terra by her father's order, the Duke of Caledon. "I did, my emperor," Flo replied, nearly faltering at her words as all the eyes gathered upon her. "And you did so with no casualties on either side and only a few damaged mechs." Augustus continued, and Flo took a deep breath. They had coordinated this beforehand, a revelation for the public. "I did, using the Titan Pleiades," she stated, and the crowd erupted at the statement. Chapter 178, Epilogue, Part 2. Chapter 178, Epilogue, Part 2, Piloting a Titan at the age of 19. An impressive accomplishment. The Empire owes you a debt of gratitude, Florine Caledon, for bringing this criminal to justice. We have reviewed the evidence and are prepared to render a verdict," Augustus announced, and one of the imperial servants stepped forward. Clutching a long staff topped by a statue of a golden eagle, he used the iron bottom to strike the ground with a loud, ringing sound. The murmurs from the crowd ceased immediately. "Jonathan, Baron of Granville, you are hereby stripped of all titles and assets. Granville will be given to house Caledon for oversight until Duke Caledon can assign the fief to another. You and your corsairs will be conferred to Prince Argyle for punishment," Augustus ordered. "You what?" Jack was stunned. He expected that they would seize his titles, and that he could possibly serve time in stasis for what he had done. But what did it mean to be given to the Emperor's brother? Argyle had largely been out of the public eye for decades, since returning from the operation against the Vor. Argyle stepped forward. "It is time for the announcement," Augustus said, turning to a shadowed alcove behind his throne. Prince Argyle strode forward, wearing an Imperial Guard exosuit. He looked younger and healthier than he had during the fighting against the Vor. Rejuvenation procedures, harsh training and preparation for this day had worked wonders for his health, not to mention being free of the stress of rulership. He preferred a simple and straightforward goal over politics. Standing next to the Emperor, Argyle was a paragon of martial prowess. He exuded competence, and it was easy for Flo to see why the Imperial Guard admired him. Augustus stood from his throne. Looking around at the assembled crowd, he made a long-anticipated proclamation. "As all of you are aware, the Vor escaped our grasp when we fought them aboard the A.I. Collective's Dyson Sphere. They are currently racing toward the Andromeda Galaxy, and no starship or means of transport we possessed at the time could match them," Augustus said gravely. "But that time has changed. Using the knowledge collected from the Dyson Sphere, the Empire has constructed the greatest fleet in the history of mankind. 100,000 starships, all capable of a new form of jump that can bridge the divide between galaxies. And at the center, a Dyson sphere fashioned from the technology that allowed us to strike a crippling blow to our enemies. Argyle, my brother and the man who led the first campaign against the Vor, will once again be called upon to defend humanity," Augustus finished. Gripping his brother's shoulder firmly, he whispered something before sitting back on the throne. "This campaign will lead us to a new galaxy against a foe which many of you cannot conceive of their violence and fury. Tens of millions of troops from every corner of the Empire will be giving up everything they have known on our journey. Selected from amongst the very best of humanity, it is on them that we will pin all of our hopes. Furthermore, this will not just be a war. We will be forging a new beachhead for humanity's expansion. New colonies will be created, and additional noble houses formed. We will be exploring a new galaxy, one of which we know nothing about. I ask those with the courage and fortitude to enter the unknown, to face the Vor and put an end to their threat to join me." Argyle shouted, and the crowd erupted at the words. Augustus waited for a lull to speak once more. "Jack, you and your corsairs will be joining Argyle on his crusade against the Vor. You owe a debt to the Empire, and your service with the Andromeda fleet will see it paid." Augustus added, looking at the corsair as he stood stunned at the revelation. Flo could hardly believe what they were saying. A fleet journeying to an entirely new galaxy to face an evil that could threaten the Milky Way. And they would be settling on new planets, creating new noble houses. The things she could see and experience there were mind-boggling. Stepping forward, she knelt in front of the imperial throne. "My Lord Empress, I seek a boon. I wish to join the fleet, along with my Titan." Page break, absolutely not. I won't have my granddaughter traipsing across the void to another galaxy, especially not with the Vor, and who knows what else is waiting for them. I don't know what Augustus said to convince Argyle to take on this mad endeavor, but you are not going. Amara said crossly. They were in the princess's quarters, in the imperial palace. She officially resided on Havencroft, but maintained rooms on Terra in case she or her family wished to visit. From behind them, Amelia sat on a couch with her legs crossed. Frail and ancient, the former empress was feeling the effects of her age. She had removed herself from the public eye, preferring to divide her time between Havencroft and Caledon. Flo was currently staying with her grandmother while on Terra, and Amelia couldn't help but compare the young woman to her parents. Flo was as stubborn as Morella, while retaining the steadiness and perseverance of Caelan. It made her unstoppable when she put her mind to something. However, Flo had an itch for exploration and adventure, unlike her twin brother. Emeritus was more than happy to stay on Caledon, absorbed in his studies or other pursuits. "You can't stop me, grandmother. The Emperor has already agreed to my request. What would it say about House Caledon if I am removed from the fleet? Who would be willing to send their sons and daughters to Andromeda if I back out now? Besides, this is what I've been dreaming about my entire life. A real adventure, like what Mom and Dad experienced." Flo exclaimed, throwing up her hands and going to her great-grandmother. Flopping down onto the couch, she crossed her arms grumpily. "Those adventures nearly killed them. Your father fought the Vor, along with 5 other Titans. You know how that turned out. He barely returned and now owes a life debt to Praxis of all people." Amara replied, "I know all that. Cousin Catherine explained the risks to me, how father brought her home, and even helped Havencroft recreate Hyperion. Catherine has already announced her intentions to join the Andromeda expedition." Flo responded, "Wait until Mason hears of that. I doubt she will be setting foot anywhere near that fleet." Amara stated, "I would be surprised. This is important for everyone, Amara. It's not just a matter of finally destroying the remaining Vor, but also for humanity to set foot in another galaxy. This is everything that Aurelius worked toward." Amelia added, "There are going to be hundreds of Titans on board, and it's not like we are going to get there in a day. Uncle Argyle said it would take years for us to reach Andromeda. We'll be living and training on the Dyson sphere during the trip. We might even make it there faster than the Vor." Flo explained, "The advanced technologies of the AI collective combined with their own had led to inconceivable advances. Unless their estimates were incorrect, they could reach Andromeda in a decade, maybe less, while the Vor would still be making the crossing. By the time the Vor arrived, humanity would have fortified and prepared. It doesn't matter, you won't convince me otherwise. And when your mother finds out, there is no way in this galaxy or another that she is going to let you leave. Accompanied by a Titan or not," Amara finished. "Father will. He understands the importance of service to the Empire and that we must all do our duty." Flo retorted, "And what of your duty to Caledon? Father, Mother, and Emeritus can look after Caledon. Besides, Mother and Father are only in their early 40s. Most of the nobles I studied with on Terra were twice their age. I can go all the way to Andromeda and return, and they will still be younger than any other duke or duchess." Flo explained. Her logic was sound. Caelan and Morella Caledon were young compared to the other ducal houses. The only house with a younger leader was Nace, and that was due to the loss of their duchess to the war. It was true that Caledon was also experiencing an unprecedented period of peace and expansion. They were soon going to take their place amongst the strongest of the ducal houses, both militarily and economically. A large amount of their mechs, developed by Aesir, were going to be going to Andromeda as well. Fine. I look forward to hearing your arguments to your father. He's the only one that could possibly allow this to happen. Amara added doubtfully. She knew how protective Caledon was of his family. Chapter 179, Epilogue. Part 3, Chapter 179, Epilogue. Part 3, Cal turned off the holo display of Lying Jack's trial with a sense of dismay. At the end, the recording had caught his daughter's request, broadcasting her desire to join the expedition to Andromeda. It would forever be immortalized in history. The first noble scion of a ducal house to willingly step forward and volunteer to settle a new galaxy and fight against the Vor. Cal would look to have not aged a day to an outsider, since he had faced the Vor himself. Now in his mid-40s, his superior genetics and medical technology had all but ceased the aging process. He was in his prime, but had no desire to fight the Vor again. He had barely survived his first encounter with the strange aliens. He had nearly lost Atlas and his life, and that of Mare's cousin Catherine. If it hadn't been for the assistance of Praxis, he wouldn't have returned home. But how could he explain to his daughter what she would be facing in Andromeda? The young woman wanted adventure and to be free of her parents' control. Cal couldn't blame her. Every young person wants to forge their own path. The harder he tried to stop her, the more he would drive her away. She's not going. Mare spoke up from where she sat in front of the display. She had been quiet for too long, a worrying sign if there ever was one. Cal let out a sigh, running his fingers through his hair. You know that we can't forbid her from going. She's a grown woman, capable of making her own decisions. If we tried to interfere, the entire galaxy would learn of it. Flo has already committed to the fleet, and we can do nothing about that. Cal replied, I'll speak with Uncle Argyle. He can deny her. He'll even assume all the blame if it comes down to it. Mare countered, and Cal scoffed at the notion. Do that and she'll hate you forever. Cal explained. At least she'll be alive. 6 Titans faced those monsters, and none of them returned. Mare shouted, standing from the couch and pacing the room. I'm aware of that, Cal replied dryly. But this time will be different. With the information Aurelius gave to me, we can now build more Titans than ever. The fleet will be 10 times as strong as the one we had before, with dozens of Titans and a new Dyson sphere. Our technology is better, and we understand the Vor. Cal retorted. She's not ready for this, Cal. She and Catherine are going to be on their own. I can't believe that Mason agreed to allow his daughter to go. What was he thinking? The same thing as us. We have no choice. It's not our decision what they do. Pleiades and Hyperion were given to them to do with as they saw fit. Cal stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his wife. They'll be all alone, Mare whispered, and he could see tears in her eyes. Perhaps not, Cal said cryptically, and Mare turned to look at him. How would it look if her parents followed her? She would say we didn't trust her abilities and were overbearing. Duke and Duchess Caledon cannot go to Andromeda, Mare explained. No, they can't. But Merit of Caledon could, along with his wife, Ella, Cal said with a smile. Mare's eyes widened at the suggestion. Leave Caledon for Andromeda and the inevitable conflict there. To see an entirely new galaxy and possibly create a new life there. What about Emeritus? Mare whispered. He's to begin his schooling on Terra soon, and we would be back in a few decades. With Samuel watching over Caledon, we'll barely be missed here. I'm sure Tamara could support as well. She would know it was us. Atlas and our Ouroboros stand out. Everyone knows who their pilots are, Mare said with doubt. She was keen on the idea of traveling to Andromeda, but she didn't want Flo to feel stifled by their presence. They just wanted to keep an eye on her. Atlas and our Ouroboros will need to stay in Caledon. With the improvements to its systems and its onboard computer, Samuel can use Atlas to defend the sector if needed, and our Ouroboros can go to Emeritus when he's ready. They are too distinctive for Merit and Ella to use. But I have a surprise, Cal said with a grin. Taking his wife by the hand, he led her through the halls of the Caledonian ducal estate. Taking an elevator, They arrived at the deepest level of the structure, where Atlas had once been stored by his grandparents. Coming to the vault, Cal pressed his hand against the metallic doors. The cold metal lit up, forming an array that scanned him before the doors silently opened. When I found out about Argyle's intention to build a fleet to pursue the Vor shortly after we returned from the Dyson Sphere, I had Aesir commission new mechs. It was the only way I could be sure that the technology that Aurelius left us would be put to good use. After rebuilding the Lost Titans and creating additional ones for our allies, Elric designed something else. Cal explained. They entered the large vault, where Atlas and our Ouroboros stood waiting along the large, bare walls. The ceiling could retract, allowing the Titans to leave if called upon. Ignoring them, aside from a fond look at the rebuilt mobile suit, Cal led Mare through another series of doors to a new location. The Titans are too iconic and would draw too much attention, but I am loath to travel to Andromeda without the power to protect our family. I think these will allow us to fight while maintaining a low profile. Cal opened the last door, revealing the contents to his wife. A pair of mobile suits were positioned inside at the very center of a newly constructed vault. Painted black and red in the Caledonian colors, the Aesir designs were visibly in their structure. The one on the left was winged and humanoid, with a long spear grasped in its hands. This one was clearly female, unlike many mobile suits that leaned toward a masculine frame. Its armor was light and graceful, while Mare could see the individual feathers that made up its wings. Valkyrie. It's classified as an assault class, but its reactor and capabilities are on par with Atlas or our Ouroboros. It's frighteningly agile, and the feather segments of its wings are detachable, each capable of piercing 10 meters of steel. Cal explained before pointing at the next. This one was noble and elegant. Humanoid as well, it was festooned with weapons. Lasguns were attached to its waist, while it wielded 2 PPCs in its hands and had twin cannons on its shoulders. Tyr. It can output more energy than even Atlas while maintaining its shields. We will be sending 500 of each of these mechs to Andromeda, along with the pilots assigned to them. But these two will belong to Merit and Ella. Cal clarified. The Vor aren't going to stand a chance, and with these we will keep Flo and everyone else safe. Mare replied, gazing up at Valkyrie. Page Break. The Dyson Sphere humanity built was nearly a carbon copy of the AI. Collectives, designed using plans obtained from the destroyed structure. It was no surprise that the Empire made minimal changes during its construction. A vast city, curving upwards as it stretched into the distance, spread out in front of Merit and Ella as they descended the shuttle. Landing in an open plaza, they were greeted by a throng of people. The sphere was to be inhabited originally by the soldiers and specialties required to fight the Vor. Tens of millions of troops would be carried across the galactic void between the Milky Way and Andromeda in the sphere. That number had skyrocketed once the houses and the Imperial civilians had learned that they would also be settling new worlds. Each house sent millions of settlers and their own house guard to protect them. Civilian businesses and corporations, seeking new worlds to inhabit, also sent their employees. Along with the families of the troops and settlers, the sphere now held tens of billions of people. The sphere could easily accommodate the numbers, and the city was packed to the brim when the cutoff was finally reached. Every building and accommodation was filled, along with the warehouses and storage areas. Following the sphere would be the fleet, 100,000 starships that would allow war to be waged against the Vor and aid in the settlement efforts. Merit and Ella made their way to the Caledonian section of the city. As one of the great ducal houses, Cal had allowed any of his citizens to make the journey and provided millions of troops to protect them. Buildings and streets were colored black and red in the Caledonian livery to indicate their allegiance. Tal Hassan, the guard commander of House Caledon, and Merrick Tan were leading them, two of the only people on board to know Merit and Ella's true identities. Talha had brought her husband Micah, as well as her son. She was indifferent to the journey, but Micah was the driving force behind their decision to join. In contrast, Merrick Tan hadn't needed much convincing, not after Cal had described how an entire galaxy of riches and opportunity was waiting. When he learned that Cal and Mare would be joining in secret, he leapt at the chance. Chapter 180 Epilogue. Part 4 Chapter 180 Epilogue. Part 4 operating under their new aliases, Cal and Mare meshed in rather well with the Caledonian settlers. There was a palpable excitement in the air of the city, and the Dyson sphere was always abuzz with the anticipation of finding a new home for humanity. Andromeda meant so much to so many people that it quickly evolved into something like a new paradise for them, a mythical Eden. Even the threat of the Vor couldn't dampen the spirits of the settlers. The Imperial Guard and house troops that would be expected to fight them were a different story, while the civilians made plans for settlements and new governments, forming alliances and forging relations that would see their colonies flourish or stagnate. The troops were spending every waking moment training. Merritt and Ella, who hadn't trained in a match since returning from the First Vor War, found they were rusty. It took them months before they were comfortable in their new mobile suits, and the lag was manageable. Each day, Merritt would return to their home exhausted and sore, all while wondering how he had managed to spend the entire conflict with the Vor in Atlas. It had been a miracle that he could remain awake from the neural burden. After a year, they were veterans of mech combat once more. With their skills and abilities, they gained a place amongst the leaders of the Caledonian forces. Considered aces, their Valkyrie and Tyr would become the vanguard against the Vor when the time came. After a decade, everyone on the Dyson sphere and the flanking starships were eager to reach their new home. The city was excellent and filled with everything that humans could ever want. But there was something about standing on a planet that could never be replaced. Flo was busy during the trip as well. She and the other Titan pilots were placed together in a group for their training. Over 24 strong and hailing from every ducal house, it took them years to even learn to work together. After a decade, they were coordinated and capable, although there were still problems with some stronger personalities. Flo slammed the door of her locker, hitting it with her closed fist for good measure. Not satisfied with taking out her anger on an inanimate object, she turned around to her cousin. "He's an asshole. I don't care that he saved my father's life. Nothing gives him the right to treat me that way." Flo cursed as Catherine stood with her arms crossed. Still wearing her pilot bodysuit, Catherine shook her head at the younger woman. Despite being in her 40s, Catherine and Flo could have been sisters of the same age. Both were beautiful and vibrant, and shared the noble features of their houses of being a head taller than most other people, and having perfect facial structures. The only contrast between the two women was their hair colors. Catherine had the blonde hair of Havencroft, while Flo inherited Mare's straight, jet-black locks. Unfortunately, Flo hadn't inherited her father's temperament. She was more like her grandmother, Amara. Praxis may be unlikable, but he's got real experience in facing the Vor aboard a Titan. There was no one better to lead us to Andromeda, except perhaps for Cal. And there was no way Argyle was going to convince your father to leave Caledon to come with us. Catherine replied. Praxis had volunteered to command the Titans during the expedition and developed a training program that he felt could best prepare them for what they faced when they reached Andromeda, and once again came face to face with the Vor and their monarchs. Passing the earldom of Praxis to one of his children, Richard Praxis piloted a newly built Titan using a similar frame as the Prometheus that had served him well in the first conflict with the Vor. The only changes he had requested from Cal during its development were additional weapons to combat the monarchs. Unfortunately, despite his skill as a pilot and his experience against the Vor, many of those serving under him were having trouble with his methods. Flo had butted heads with the former Earl from the first moment they had met. Praxis had a habit of comparing her to her father, something that she despised. She wanted to be judged on her own merits and make a name for herself with her abilities. She knew her father accomplished incredible things, but she didn't need to be reminded that she would likely never meet the expectations others had of her when compared to Caledon. "So do you. Why can't you take the lead in our training or even split the duties? Why does Praxis need to be the one in charge?" Flo replied, her tone laced with frustration. Catherine sighed, running a hand over her face tiredly. It was the same argument they had for years, and each time, Catherine had to remind Flo of the reasons. The young woman could be heedless at times, not recognizing the pain that the reminder caused her cousin. "Because Praxis is a better pilot than me. He had more experience, and his insights into fighting the Vor are second to none. I'm only here because Cal saved me." If I had been fighting alone, like Praxis had done, I would have died, Flo. I can't very well teach you what I know about combat when I relied on your father to protect me for most of that battle. Catherine admitted. Hyperion was lost, and the remains vaporized by the detonation of the original Dyson sphere. Catherine was piloting a replacement based on its model. Yo's was an improvement on the original design. Cal himself had worked with her father to oversee its construction, using a combination of real-world experience and the AI collective's knowledge to create a Titan that could be considered the pinnacle of weapon technology. But the problem with mechs was often not the design or construction, but the pilot inside. Catherine had decades to try and process what happened, and it had led her to volunteer to join the expedition to Andromeda. She wanted to prove to herself that she wasn't the scared and helpless person she had been when she first fought the Vor. Cal had told her she had nothing to prove, that she had performed superbly against the Vor. But the fact remained that he had to rescue her in the end. Since then, Catherine had worked hard to improve, and her connection with the Titan Yos was second only to what Praxis had with Prometheus. It was why she was currently the second in command of the Titan pilots. I've seen you, Pilot Catherine. I doubt even my father could defeat you in a spar. He may have been talented once, but he hasn't been inside a mobile suit in decades. I don't know why Praxis constantly compares him to me like he would be a better pilot. Father admitted before I left that I'm more skilled than he was at my age. Flo bragged as her anger faded. Your father hadn't even been in a mobile suit until he was 20 years old, Flo. Catherine muttered, but the young woman wasn't listening. This was how their conversations typically went, with Flo having an emotional outburst and Catherine just calmly waiting until it passed. We'll be arriving in a few months, and I'll show them. The Vor won't know what hit them, Flo promised. Page break, I yield. Emperor have mercy, Merit. I've never seen anything like that before. I'm glad you're on our side. We need people who have fought the Vor before. One of the Imperial Guard soldiers shouted as Tyr pinned the Imperial Assault class mech to the ground. Cal's cover story was that he was a former Caledonian house guard who had followed Caledon to the Dyson sphere as a medium-class pilot. He had fought the Vor before being wounded and transported to one of the starships. Things had been hectic during the operation, and even the other veterans often didn't know who was fighting next to them. It allowed Cal to seamlessly become Merit. You're doing well. Just remember to watch each other's backs. The Vor will pick off isolated mechs one by one. You should always have a partner to cover each other. Merit advised, stepping back and allowing Tyr to power down. I'll keep it in mind. I can't believe you all fought on the Dyson sphere without anywhere to retreat. I hope the Vor doesn't arrive in Andromeda for a few decades, and we can have our defenses ready. The guard replied, I hope so as well. Chapter 181 Epilogue Part 5 Chapter 181 Epilogue Part 5 The conflict with the Vor reignited on the borders of colonized Andromeda space. Scarcely 5 years after the Dyson sphere, and the fleet of starships arrived on the edge of this new galaxy, and only 15 after they had first left the Milky Way. Alexander had been conservative in his estimates. He had incorrectly assumed that the mysterious object that remained after fleeing from the destruction of the AI Collective's vessel operated similarly to their own engines. Contrary to expectations, the Vor arrived in Andromeda after a mere 35 years of travel. Worse, the hive that had mainly been stripped away from the hardened core by the detonation of the Dyson sphere's artificial sun, had mainly been restored. Like a dark star descending from the heavens, it approached a colony on the furthest reaches of settled space. Planet Nera, a dusty rock that was just beginning the terraforming process and home to only 2,000 people, was lost in the first wave of Vor. While they were picking the planet clean of life and harvesting the bodies of the dead settlers, a message was broadcast to the rest of the galaxy. The warning, a last act by the brave men and women as they defended their new home. The Titans were the first to arrive, a dozen strong and at the lead of a rapid response strike group made up of 1,000 starships. With nearly 200,000 mechs, the Vor on the planet were obliterated from orbit by flights of bomb-carrying assault ships guarded by flying mobile suits. But the Vor had learned from their first encounter with humanity. They would not allow human ships mechs, or large objects near the surface of their hive. Unlike the First War, the Vor were not shaking off the effects of their long slumber. The appearance of humans immediately provoked them. Hundreds of millions of Vor appeared from the hive, taking to space with an ease that put the greatest of space-capable mobile suits to shame. Forming a barrier that prevented anything from approaching the hive, they launched themselves against the Imperial forces. And at the forefront, half a dozen monarchs led, their psychic powers forming an impenetrable barrier as they closed with the Titans. Human technology had advanced significantly since their first encounter, and so had the destructive power of their weapons. Mechs vaporized entire swaths of drones, and guided missiles sought out the stronger soldiers amongst the Vor, targeting them before they could get close. Assault craft weaved their way through the battlefield, their energy weapons clearing a path for the slower-moving mechs. But humanity was outnumbered in this fight, and even with all of their training and preparation to face the Vor, the Titan pilots were stunned by the aggressiveness and complete disregard for causalities that the Vor had. Flo panted with exception as she followed Catherine closely. The Pleiades was based on the Atlas design and carried out a similar kind of attack. Waves of intense gravity confused and disoriented the Vor, allowing the mobile suits under her command to pick them off quickly. Celestial Devastation was a draining and exhausting attack for its pilot to use, and all of their training told them to conserve their strength for a prolonged conflict. Their goal was to decrease the Vor forces enough so that a strike team carrying a new type of bomb could reach the surface of the hive and detonate it, causing an explosion similar to the detonation of the Dyson sphere. The bomb was essentially a modified starship with an oversized engine that would detonate on command, but required mechs to move it and set the command to detonate. "Watch it," Catherine shouted through their communication channel. Yos flashed in front of her, its speed increasing instantly so that it seemed to teleport. Stabbing a Vor soldier that was about to fire on Pleiades, it moved on to the next target. "Keep your mind focused, Flo. It only takes a moment for things to fall apart," Catherine chastised Flo. Luckily, the monarchs were focusing on preventing the fleet from reaching the hive, leaving the Titans to support the regular troops. If Flo had lost focus while fighting a monarch, it would likely have been the end of the young woman. Shaking off her errant thoughts, Flo threw herself back into the battle. Page break and alert went out to all the newly settled colonies of Andromeda. Cal and Mare, living as Merritt and his wife Ella, were in New Caledon when the announcement was made that the Vor had been spotted. Unlike the Titans who were assigned to the Rapid Response Fleet, Merritt and Ella were still a part of the Caledonian House Guard, meaning they would be required to fight, but would report through their own chain of command. Merrick Tan was acting governor of New Caledon. The Terra-like world had been one of the first habitable planets they had found, and the powerful ducal house had laid claim to it. "We'll need to mobilize our forces. We're looking at possibly a day before we can bring in all our equipment and prepare the starships," Talha advised. The Rapid Response Fleet would be responsible for either stopping the Vor dead in their tracks, or, at worst, slowing their assault long enough for reinforcements to be mobilized. The settled systems had no idea how long it would take the Vor to arrive. It could have been decades or longer before the hive reached Andromeda. This was a compromise to allow the settlement to continue while providing security. Cal and Mare stood in the governor's office, a beautiful building overlooking a pristine sea on New Caledon. For the settlers, as much as they loved Caledon, this new planet was already feeling like home. "Ella and I will lead the Aesir Titans against the Vor. 500 mechs will be enough to buy you the needed time," Merritt replied. "Those mechs are pseudo-titans at best, Merritt." Talha looked at the other people in the room, choosing her words carefully. Wearing his pilot bodysuit and helmet, no one aside from herself, and Tan knew his true identity. They may lack the unique abilities of the Titans, but their reactors are just as powerful. What we lose in strength, we make up with numbers. "We'll drive the Vor back," Merritt promised, and Talha was stunned at the bold declaration. She would have thought it was just a boast if she hadn't known his true identity. But Cal knew what the Vor were capable of. If he was confident that 500 of Caledon's Aesir Titans could make such a difference, who was she to argue? "Very well, your starships are ready to bring you there." "Good luck, everyone," Talha agreed. As much as she wanted to stop or join him, she knew she lacked the ability to handle one of the mechs. Her responsibility was to oversee the mobilization and defense of New Caledon. Cal had personally selected the pilots for the Aesir Titans, not just from amongst the Caledonian sector, but the entire galaxy. Many were former Imperial Guard, who had fought on the first Dyson sphere, and whose experience there had elevated their abilities. After a decade of intense training, they were ready. Merritt led the ground to 3 starships in orbit above New Caledon. Bearing the Caledonian Red Stag on the sides of ships, 500 mechs jumped to planet Nera. Page break Florine Caledon was in trouble. Pleiades was being driven back, and even the additional support from Yos couldn't give her the break she needed. The Vor were evolving, and she could see it happen in front of her eyes. Whatever technological advancements humans had made that gave them an edge in the beginning were being countered quickly. She saw soldier variants devouring dozens of drones to increase their size and strength to the point where they could stand face-to-face with an assault mech. It didn't seem possible that the Vor, who appeared to be mindless beasts, were on the verge of defeating the Empire. A streak of orange plasma shot out from an oversized soldier's cannon-like appendage, situated on its turtle-like back. It was joined by dozens of others, as the large object it was approaching drew closer. The Vor had released gigantic, manta ray-like beasts to carry their forces close to the human mechs. With a form of artificial gravity, these creatures could hold hundreds of thousands of Vor. Worse, it affected the space around them, drawing in mechs and ships with its gravity. Pleiades dodged what it could before a stream of superheated plasma struck its shield. The temperature of the cockpit increased, and the overtaxed environmental systems made a squealing noise as they tried to compensate. Chapter 182 Epilogue, Part 6. Chapter 182 Epilogue. Part 6 Flow couldn't fall back. The Vor were pressing the attack on all sides, and the Titans were the only thing keeping the entire line from collapsing. In front of her mech, below and above, soldier variants were raining burning plasma onto her mobile suit's shields. Her Titan glowed like the sun, absorbing what energy it could and converting it to its own use. But there were limits to what even a Titan could do. There were too many, spaced too far apart, for her to destroy quickly. Pleiades struck back where it could, using devastating gravity attacks to counter the worst of the assault. But it was apparent to Flo that even with 24 Titans, they couldn't make up for the incredible gap in numbers. And unlike humans, the Vor were replenishing their ranks without end. Beside her, Catherine's Eos was doing its best not to be caught in Vor's press. Even her hyperspeed was being countered by the Vor's attacks. Like a net, they were using energy fields to cut off her escape, forcing her to act in an area that shrank with every moment. She lashed back like a trapped rat, striking where she could, but she was steadily losing ground against the Vor. Landing on one of the manta-like creatures, Ursa, the Titan of Seron slammed its weapon down against the flesh of the beast. Despite the lack of atmosphere, a shockwave emerged from the hammer, spreading out and blasting away all its nearby foes. The Titan was covered in black Vor blood from its rampage. Lucky for Ursa, the vulnerability of its systems to the Vor's infection had been eliminated decades ago, leaving it free to run amok without fear of contamination. Ursa's ability to build kinetic energy in its frame and weapon could be used to devastating effect, evidenced by the floating remains of the Vor that it left in its wake. It shredded its enemies, ripping and smashing through them with an unmatchable ferocity. Next to it, Pax of Castillo, the unassuming and plain-looking Titan, shot at the defenseless Vor in front of it. Pax had been created to counter mobile suits, generating a unique energy field around it that interrupted the neural link between pilot and machine. After the first battle with the Vor, its abilities had been tweaked to include a disruption to the Vor's thought processes. The closer to the mech that the Vor drones and soldiers came, the slower they reacted until they seemed to close their eyes and fall asleep. The peace pacts granted to its enemies allowed the Titan to efficiently dispatch them. Finishing off another soldier variant, Pax took off to the next group, while Gargantua of Yamada fired a salvo of missiles against the Manta that Pax had incapacitated. The Titans worked well together, working in concert to eliminate their foes. Pax would disable the Vor, while Ursa and Gargantua eliminated them with ruthless efficiency. Gargantua was created to unleash destruction on its enemies. With more weapon systems than any other Titan, It overwhelmed every foe to face it. Until a monarch arrived, the towering monstrosity that was the pinnacle of Vor evolution appeared out of a swarm of covering drones and soldiers. Before Pax could respond, a spear of psychic energy pierced its cockpit, gouging a hole through its thin armor. Pax was a support mech, not designed for full frontal encounters. It relied on its abilities and the support of other mechs to perform. Against a surprise attack by a monarch, there was nothing it could do. With that, the first Titan fell. With a scream of rage, Ursa launched itself at the monarch. Its hammer, filled with stored kinetic energy, swept toward the seemingly defenseless creature. Holding up its four arms, it formed a psychic barrier of protection that slowed the hammer's descent. Unbridled brutality. The young pilot of Seron shouted, her voice filled with rage as the Titan influenced her personality. The stored kinetic energy began to enhance the Titan's physical strength, and its frame filled her cockpit with creaks and groaned from the strain. The hammer, stationary under the monarch's superior powers, began to inch its way toward its unprotected head. Concerned that it was losing the contest with the Titan, the monarch let out a psychic scream that carried across the battlefield. Its body began to vibrate, and its flesh bulged obscenely. "Retreat!" the Yamada pilot shouted as he fired a ray of crimson energy at the monarch. It pierced the torso of the Vor, punching a hole clean through. But the barrier that had been repelling the descending hammer was now forcing it to remain. Too late, Ursa sought to release the hammer, only for the monarch to explode before it could escape. Acidic black blood covered the Titan's body, swiftly eating away at its armor. In seconds, the cockpit was exposed, and a streak of burning plasma from a nearby Vor soldier ended the Seron pilot's life. Screaming with rage at the loss of two of its allies, Gargantua fled, all while firing wildly into the mass of approaching Vor. "Page break, we need to retreat. This planet is lost. We can't slow their advance if we're all dead," Alexander advised his brother. Argyle was the leader of the Andromeda expedition, but the strategy against the Vor would come from the young prince. His sins against the Empire had been hidden from the public in exchange for his help against the Vor and his exile to Andromeda. The battle had been going well, but their assumptions against the Vor had led them to fatally underestimate them. They had assumed that the Vor would be significantly weakened by their first encounter, leaving them a shadow of their former power. They hadn't expected them to recover so much on the journey to Andromeda. Where had the Vor obtained the resources to rebuild their forces? Had it been contained within that strange orb that had escaped them all those years before? "We've lost another Titan," a crew member updated them, adding another to the list of causalities. They had lost 7 Titans in the last half an hour, along with tens of thousands of mechs. The Vor had evolved their tactics, flanking and cutting off their forces. They needed to withdraw now or risk having to leave some of their troops behind. "Sound the retreat. Get everyone back here before." Argyle was cut off by a warning alarm blaring throughout the command center. "Unknown jump signature detected." The ship's computer communicated, and their sensors showed a distortion in front of their starships. "Reinforcements. They are too early. We weren't expecting them for hours." Alexander wondered, had he been wrong about their response as well? Alexander had estimated that it would take hours, if not days, to gather reinforcements from amongst the settlements. With fresh troops, he could throw back the Vor, resupply and rearm his battered forces, and delay the Vor for even longer. The jump portal formed in the midst of the 1,000 starships, well back from where the fighting was taking place. Safe and secure in the rear of their forces, they were acting as a repair and resupply point for the conflict. The distortions grew stronger, indicating that it was a significant force emerging from the jump. Alexander estimated that it was at least 100 starships, possibly led by Titans, if the sensor readings were accurate. He felt a sense of relief. Maybe they would be able to pull off a victory here yet. The crew were hopeful throughout the command center as they watched their view screens, expecting to see reinforcements emerge. That hope turned to horror as a half-dozen Vor monarchs led an army of millions through the jump. The creatures had learned much since their last encounter with humanity, especially about their tactics. It didn't matter how many Vor attacked them. Humans could flee in their starships at any time, denying the Vor what they sought. But without their starships, they would not be able to flee. The last image Alexander had was the resigned look of acceptance and regret on his brother's face as the command center collapsed around them. With an explosion that lit the darkness of space, the starship exploded as the monarch crumpled the starship with its psychic powers. Page Break Flo watched in horror as the starships detonated in great flashes of white light at their rear. She could hear the screams on her communication channel until she finally disabled it to spare herself from the noise. 1,000 starships, their only means of escape, had been destroyed in minutes. Chapter 183 Epilogue Part 7 Chapter 183 Epilogue Part 7 A crushing sense of despair swept through Flo, drowning her in its depths. The detonating starships shined brighter than the sun of the planet they orbited, and each flash of light was another nail in their coffin. There would be no escape now, not for any of them. Still, the humans endured. They fought against the endless tide of war, and with each moment they resisted, another Titan fell, and another section of their battle lines retracted. They were being surrounded now, assaulted from all sides by the Vor emerging from the jump. Praxis shouted with anger, slicing through a line of Vor with a lasgun from Prometheus' improved weapons. But he wasn't able to save Oceanus. The Titan of Tish fired off a final salvo of pure blue light that burned through a monarch before it was swarmed by Vor. Cursing in frustration at the loss, Praxis pulled his Titan back while sweeping the battlefield with another crimson line of energy. They were losing badly, and unlike when he fought them on the Dyson Sphere decades ago, there would be to fleeing this battle to fight another day. He hadn't anticipated they would jump behind their lines to strike the starships. It wasn't a tactic that humans would use. The jump disrupted shields and the systems of mechs for a few moments, making them vulnerable to counterattacks. Evidently, the Vor didn't have the same limitations. He hadn't even been aware they could jump. Their monarchs had never displayed that ability in the past. Perhaps it was another evolution on their part. Contract the line. We hold for reinforcements, Praxis ordered, and the remaining Titans pushed closer together in order to cover the entire battlefield. But the losses were mounting, and they were stretched thin. Pleiades crashed onto the back of a Vor manta. Its broad back had become a home to both humans and Vor as they fought across it. Her shields had failed, and Flo's cockpit had warning notifications across the terminal and her HUD. The reactor of the Titan sputtered, interrupting the whining noise it had taken to making as it was being battered by the Vor, before evening out once again. The machine was at its limits, as was its pilot. She was filled with regret as she watched the monarch drift slowly toward the surface of the manta toward her. Catherine was gone, separated from her during the fighting. She didn't know if her cousin lived, but she hoped she had survived. One of them needed to make it home alive. She regretted how she had left home and how she had treated her parents. Flo had just wanted to strike out on her own, to make a name for herself without the shadow of her father robbing her of her accomplishments. And now she was going to die without ever seeing them again, without apologizing for how she acted. Her father had tried to warn her about the Vor, about what they were capable of, but she hadn't listened. She thought he was just over-dramatizing the war to keep her from joining. She couldn't believe how foolish she had been. "I'm so sorry," Flo whispered to her parents' memory as the monarch raised its hand and pointed at her Titan. She could feel it gathering its psychic energy to strike. The cockpit rattled around her as she tried to move it, but the systems weren't responding correctly. Flo couldn't escape what was inevitable. From the side, a streak of crimson energy, a dozen feet in diameter, burned a hole through the monarch's head. Not satisfied, hundreds of knife-like feathers slammed into its torso, gouging out holes in the Vor's body before returning from where they came from. What? Flo stammered, confused at the events as the monarch collapsed onto the ground. "Are you all right, Flo?" A familiar voice spoke through their communication channel. A mech landed on the ground beside her. Lithe and winged, the mobile suit carried a long spear in its hands, while feathers black with Vor blood returned to its outstretched wings. A person appeared on her HUD, and Flo was stunned to see that it was her mother. Marella, Duchess of Caledon, was here in Andromeda. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Flo exclaimed with a mixture of confusion and relief. Caledon was a decade and a half year's travel away. How was it possible that she arrived to save her? Had her mother been on the Dyson Sphere without her knowledge? "It's all right, we're here," "We're going to get you all out of this," Mare reassured her daughter. Flo whispered as another mobile suit hovered in the space above them. Its weapons were glowing as it unleashed streams of energy and laser fire at the Vor with supernatural accuracy. It single-handedly drove back the Vor around them, a feat that even Flo and Catherine working together had not been able to accomplish. "Protect Florine. I will lead the assault against the Vor. Everything will be fine. We are here," Caledon stated, his voice carrying over the universal channel. All across the battlefield, humans were stunned at the proclamation. Caledon, who had been instrumental in defeating the Vor during their last encounter, was here with them again. Flo watched as hundreds of mechs in similar designs, as her parents' models shot toward the Vor. With an unstoppable momentum, they carved their way through the creatures with their weapons. Everywhere these monsters appeared, the Vor died, and the human battle lines solidified once again. "The starships are destroyed, but they are not needed. We will never surrender, never retreat." Cal shouted his encouragement as he obliterated another monarch with the help of one of the other titans. He was incredible. His skill with a mobile suit was unparalleled, as he seemed to be everywhere at once. Anytime it seemed that the Vor would overwhelm their lines or push their way through, Cal was there with a group of his pseudo-titans. Soon, it was the Vor that were falling back toward the hive. Even with their endless numbers, the Caledonian reinforcements were able to crush everything before them. 500 pseudo-titans were turning the tide of battle, but it still wouldn't be enough. Soon, reactors would run out of power, pilots would tire, and ammunition would deplete. They needed to strike a decisive blow before the momentum changed once more. "Arm the explosive. It's time to finish these abominations once and for all," Cal ordered, and Praxis grinned as he had Prometheus led a group of mechs in arming the device and leading it forward. The starship-sized bomb had been halted in the center of their forces, unable to move forward against the tide of Vor. With Cal in the lead, the Caledonian pseudo-titans punched a hole in the line of Vor. Clearing a path, Praxis and his soldier pushed the bomb toward the hive. All the while, the crazed Vor tried everything they could to stop them. Casualties mounted, and more titans fell. The Vor destroyed thousands of mechs, but in the end, the massive explosive was placed on the hard surface. Guarding it for a moment, as the modified engine began to thrum with power, Cal ordered his forces to retreat once it was ready. The explosion was not nearly as large as what he had witnessed on the Dyson sphere, but its proximity to the hive meant that it was equally devastating. White light burned away everything it touched, vaporizing the Vor forces and the surface of the hive. Unlike the first time the hive was destroyed, this time, the explosion drilled its way deep beneath the surface, forming a gaping hole in the hive once its light faded. Like a wound, black liquid filled the bottom of the cavity, and at the deepest part, it touched upon the impenetrable surface of the orb that had escaped them. Not willing to let the same thing happen again, Cal ordered his forces to attack the orb with everything they had. Hundreds of thousands of streams of bluish-white lasgun fire, crimson PPC energy, and missiles struck the surface of the black orb. Despite not making a dent, it gradually heated from black to bronze until it glowed white-hot. It was finally punctured when Prometheus used a concentrated blast of energy in the center of the orb. A gushing geyser of black liquid exploded out of the sphere, floating away into space as it emptied. For the first time, Cal and the others saw what lay at the center of the Vor hive. Chapter 184 Epilogue Part 8 Chapter 184 Epilogue Part 8 The subsiding, ink-like liquid revealed a pale and humanoid figure. Compared to the size of the hive, or even a mech, it was a minuscule thing. The corrosive black substance that could eat away at a mobile suit's armor drained away from the creature's flesh, leaving it naked and shivering. Cal watched as it slowly stood on two legs, and he was drawn to its face. It could have been a human, its features androgynous and lacking a gender. The creature was unaffected by the void of space. Whatever atmosphere had lingered in the hive had been destroyed in the explosion. "What is it?" Praxis asked, and Cal could only shake his head at the question. Cal wouldn't have questioned its presence if this being had appeared on Terra or any other human colony. Was this a new Vor created as part of their species' evolution? Why was the entire hive constructed to protect this single, tiny creature. It looked lost and confused as it searched the gathered mechs and titans hovering in the space above it. Cal had no idea what it looked for, but it obviously didn't find it. It grew visibly agitated, and a sinking feeling of worry built up in Cal's stomach. "Retreat!" Cal shouted as an eruption of psychic energy shook the remains of the hive, spraying black liquid and bits of debris in all directions. Space shook around them, and Cal's mind was filled with a screeching sound. Like fingers on a chalkboard, a piercing noise blocked all other sounds from Cal's ears. All around him, mechs began to shut down as their pilots clutched their heads in agony. The noise was ringing throughout his cockpit, and his mind simultaneously. The strange being had its mouth open in a silent scream, its head tilted backwards, as its shriek affected every human in the vicinity. It was a power beyond what even the monarchs exhibited, and Cal struggled to block it. Even his neural link with the tier was being affected, the neural burden increasing with each moment. Soon, he would be unable to do anything, and the pseudo-titan would be unable to obey his commands. The strange creature lacked the fine control that the monarchs had, but its abilities were beyond comparison. The psychic attack of a single, diminutive figure stymied the strike force responsible for driving back hundreds of millions of vor. Cal tried desperately to push past the mental assault, seeking to finish this monster before irreparable harm could be done to the people around him. But even with his experience in piloting and the frequent mental incidents with Atlas and the Vor, he couldn't overcome it. His mind was filled with images and sounds, rapidly moving in a nonsensical fashion. Cal couldn't piece any of them together, and at first, he had assumed they were just random sensations the creature was using to attack his mental defenses. But as the assault continued, they became more precise. They told a story, one that Cal had trouble believing. He saw Terra, the birthplace of humanity. Its surface was scarred and polluted, nearly unrecognizable from its glory during his lifetime. The image shifted, and he was on a barren field. The remains of destroyed mechs and other weapons of war were strewn about him as far as the eye could see. A group of humans were standing together. They wore strange uniforms with unfamiliar sigils and medals on their chests. A flag flew above them, a map of Terra with blue laurel leaves around it. Dozens of people from different backgrounds and ethnicities stood facing another group. This second group was humanoid, but wore pilot bodysuits with their faces covered. There were only a few figures, but Cal could recognize the terror and respect that the humans had for them. They lacked a flag or a common symbol, but Cal knew who and what they were when one of their group stepped forward and removed its helmet. It was an envoy. Cal could see the resemblance to the poor creatures he had seen on the Dyson sphere. They had similar features, the artificial skin and eyes that weren't quite human as they glowed with an intense inner light. The way the being walked forward, while the rest were entirely still, screamed to him that they weren't natural or human. From the humans, a person walked forward and shook the hand of the envoy, and Cal knew what he was seeing. The peace between the I, collective and humanity after the I. War, Cal thought. The scene shifted, and Cal was back on the Dyson sphere. Artificial beings walked the city streets, and Cal could feel the sphere moving through space. Like flowing water, the image carried him along until he was in a laboratory of some kind. A group of envoys were standing around a strange device. A small, insect-like creature floated within the glass confines of a large cylinder. Cal could read some of the holographic images around the lab, but one word stood out to him. Vor. The collective created the Vor. Cal whispered in his mind, and the images changed again to a memory of utter carnage. Technology clashed with the Vor in a familiar scene to Cal. He watched as the Vor's psychic virus infected them. Again and again, Cal watched the memory repeat, with minor changes each time. And Cal came to another understanding. He wasn't watching the same memory repeat. It had happened many times. There was more than one Dyson sphere, more than a single hive. Cal stated with shock and horror. Knowledge poured into his mind, and all around him, other men and women experienced the same thing. The collective created the Vor in order to reach the next level of evolution. The were digital beings. Without experiencing physical reality, they would eventually stagnate. The Vor were designed to evolve quickly, allowing the to study their evolution. But their creation turned on them. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of hives in the universe, Cal thought. The psychic scream from the strange creature continued, and Cal could see its similarity with the envoys, traces of their shared heritage, humanity's heritage. The scream was cut off as a streak of crimson energy vaporized the creature, and Cal followed it back to its source. Prometheus stood in the darkness, glowing as bright as the sun, as Praxis slowly lowered his weapon. "You saw the same thing I did. Where these bastards come from?" Praxis asked, switching to a private channel with Cal. "Our work isn't over. I don't know if it will ever be over," Cal replied. Page Break Talha's son, along with representatives from all of the newly settled colonies, led a force of tens of thousands of starships to assault the Vor Hive. They were prepared to rescue a beleaguered group of defenders or avenge the dead. They hadn't expected to find Cal and the others amongst the wreckage of the Vor Hive, slowly picking off the few disorganized Vor that remained. It was a great victory for humanity, and Talha had expected to see her friend and everyone who had fought here to be celebrating when they landed on her starship. What she hadn't expected was haunted looks and grim faces from Cal and the others. Talha could understand when he relayed what he had seen, what they had all seen from the strange creature in the center of the hive. It was inconceivable and horrifying. There were more hives out there in the depths of space, waiting to devour them all. But there was hope as well. They had defeated this hive, and Cal assured her that if any others attacked Andromeda, he and the others would destroy them. Humanity would not be defeated. Page Break Flo fell into her mother's arms, feeling like she was a child again as she cried in happiness and relief. The terror of the battle was fading, and she wanted nothing more than to forget it. She didn't care that others were staring, even when Catherine joined them, wrapping her arms around Mare and Flo. They would have stayed like that forever if a voice didn't intrude on them. "Are you all right, Flo?" Cal asked, and his voice broke through their emotional reunion. Wiping her cheeks clean with the back of her hand, she stepped back out of her mother's arms to look at her father. Wearing a Caledonian pilot bodysuit, with his helmet held under his arm, he looked competent and composed. She knew that he had seen the same thing she had, the same images of the Vor's creation and the slaughter they had both experienced from fighting them. But his presence reassured her, giving her some of that calmness she always felt in his company. Her father was here. Everything was going to be fine. Chapter 185 Epilogue. Final Chapter 185 Epilogue. Final, Cal set foot on Caledon once again after nearly 5 decades away. Breathing in the crisp morning air, he looked in satisfaction at his estate. It was stunning how much had changed since he had returned from his time in stasis. He remembered how the planet was nearly in ruins, the environment polluted, and the citizens oppressed and bereft of hope. Seeing the beautiful vista of the city, the flourishing gardens and clean, blue skies put his heart at ease. Coming off the shuttle, he was greeted by thousands of people. He recognized many of them, and their happy expressions told him everything he needed to know about how they had fared while he was away. Walking up behind him, Mare tucked her arm through his as they walked forward through the crowd. A part of him wished Flo were with them, but she had elected to stay in New Caledon to oversee the settlement and train with his forces there. But while one child was still away, another was waiting for them with a smile on his face. Emeritus had matured while they were away. Wearing a Caledonian House Guard uniform, Mare was struck by how similar he was to his father. Her son was nearly a twin to her husband when they had first met. Engulfing him in a hug, the family retreated to the estate to reconnect and spend time together. Page Break, I don't know why you requested this thing to be delivered here, Father. It seems silly to have a reminder occupying the room with you. I thought you would want to forget your time in stasis. Emeritus spoke, walking around the stasis pod with a frown on his face. The family was gathered in the throne room of their palace, staring at the piece of equipment that Cal had retrieved from the recently decommissioned prison, where he had once spent 500 years of his life. Cal sighed, running his hand along the glass of the pod. It's good to have a reminder of the cost of your actions. Someday, when I'm gone and you are Duke, I hope you will retain it as a keepsake to your children, to teach them that arrogance has a price, and not just for themselves but for others around them. Cal's voice trailed off. How would his life have changed if he hadn't been consigned to stasis? What if he had been allowed to inherit immediately? What would Caledon have been like? Would Cal have been able to fight the Vor? Or had his experience hardened him and prepared him for what was needed? He would never know. Page break. I understand that this is a lot to ask of you, Duke Caledon, but I honestly can think of no one better to lead this expedition. The Emperor asked in private. They were on Terra for Morella's 100th birthday. The years had been incredibly kind to the Duke and Duchess, their appearance not even closely matching their age. Handsome and healthy, Caledon was in the prime of life. Combined with his experience with the Vor, he made the perfect person for the Emperor to ask. The settlements in Andromeda were flourishing to the point where they were discussing independence. Rather than fight it, the Emperor had embraced the sentiment. The universe was large, and forcing humanity to serve a single person seemed a ridiculous and meaningless notion. And if we do find them, Cal asked, gripping the arm of his chair tightly, I would prefer you negotiate with them. Ultimately, we are responsible for what they did. We created them, and they made the Vor. We should work with them to correct this mistake, not fight amongst ourselves. They had picked up signs that the AI collective was not dead, as previously believed. Faint transmissions were picked up by deep space probes sent to find the Vor. Their purpose was to alert the Empire if the Vor were approaching and had found remnants of the AI. Instead, please, Caledon, there is no one I trust more to see this done. Augustus asked, and Cal was surprised to hear how tired the Empire sounded. He was too young to appear so old and gray, but the throne had not been easy for him. His son, a scion of the Carmichaels as well as the royal family, was poised to take over soon. 500 years to get there, 500 more to return. You won't know if I succeeded, Cal reminded him. The trip was long, much further than the Andromeda galaxy, requiring everyone who was traveling to either stay in stasis or live their entire lives on board a Dyson sphere. Unlike the stasis used for punishments, these would grant the user sleep, sparing them from the torture that Cal experienced. Their minds would not be awake and aware of everything around them. Cal shuddered at the remembrance. If you're going, then I'll have faith that you succeeded, Augustus stated, and Cal could hear the man's trust in him in his tone. Cal nodded at the words, agreeing to the Emperor's request. Page break. Cal watched the pod close over Mare, sealing her inside. She watched him momentarily as the stasis systems engaged before her eyes closed, and she fell asleep. I'll see you in 500 years, Cal whispered, placing his hand on his wife's pod gently and running his fingers over the cold surface. Turning away, Cal went to his own stasis pod, where he pressed the necessary buttons to set the timer. Watching the lid close slowly, he thought about what awaited him. He would see his children once again, someday, along with Caledon. Enclosed in the pod, he could only hear the faint beeping as the mindless computer counted down. Cal closed his eyes. 500 years. To sleep, to dream of halcyon days. The end. Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons. As we leave the battlefields of Caledon's Fall behind, take a moment to savor what T.G. Parsons has built here. A richly layered saga of mechs, monarchs, and embattled humanity that never once forgets the beating hearts inside the armor. From the first, shattered dukedom to the last stand against the Vor, this story has carried us through political intrigue, intimate family wounds, and wars on a scale that dwarfs worlds, yet still finds time for quiet loyalty and fragile, personal hope. If this journey moved you, that is a testament to the author's vision and craft. Thank you for listening, and may Cal, Mare, Catherine, and all the titans of Caledon's Full march with you long after the final echo fades.